The poem of the man God. The Passion. Chapter 599. The Agony and the Arrest at Gethsemane. 10th of February, 1944. Jesus says, "And now come, although this evening you are like one who is about to breathe his last. Come, so that I may lead you towards my sufferings. Long is the way that we shall have to cover together, because I was not spared any sorrow, neither the pain of the flesh, nor the grief of the mind, of the heart, of the spirit. I tasted all of them. I fed on all of them. I quenched my thirst with all of them, to the extent that I died of them. If you laid your lips on mine, you would taste the bitterness that they still retain of so much sorrow. If you could see my human nature in its appearance, which is now refulgent, you would see that that refulgence emanates from the countless wounds that like a garment of living purple covered my limbs, lacerated, exsanguinated, beaten, pierced for your sake. My human nature is now refulgent, but one day it was like that of a leper, so fiercely it had been struck and humiliated. The man God, who had in himself the perfection of physical handsomeness, being the Son of God and of the Immaculate Woman, to those who cast loving, curious, or scornful or evil glances at him, seemed a worm, as David says, the scorn of mankind, the jest of people. My love for my father and for my father's children led me to abandon my body to those who struck me, to offer my face to those who slapped me and spat at me, to those who thought they were doing a meritorious deed by tearing my hair and my beard, piercing my head with thorns, making the earth and its fruits accomplices of the tortures inflicted on their Saviour, dislocating my limbs, laying bare my bones, tearing off my garments, thus offending my purity in the most cruel manner, nailing me to a piece of wood and lifting me up like a slaughtered lamb onto the hooks of a butcher, and barking around me while I was in agony, like a pack of ravenous wolves, made even wilder by the smell of blood. I was accused, condemned, killed, betrayed, disowned, sold. I was abandoned even by God, because I was burdened with the crimes I had taken upon myself. They made me poorer than a beggar spoiled by highwaymen, because they did not even leave me my tunic to cover my livid nakedness of a martyr. Even after my death, I was not spared the insult of a wound and the slander of enemies. I was overwhelmed by all the dirt of your sins. I was hurled down as far as the bottom of the darkness of sorrow, deprived of the light of heaven that might reply to my dying eyes, and of the divine voice that might answer my last invocation. Isaiah explains the reason for so much grief. He has really taken our evils upon himself, and ours are the sorrows he has carried. Our sorrows. Yes, I carried them on your behalf, to relieve yours, to mitigate them, to cancel them, had you been faithful to me. But you did not want to be so. And what did I gain by it? You looked at me as if I were a leper, one struck by God. Yes, the leprosy of your infinite sins was upon me. It was on me like a garment of penance, like a cilice. But how did you not see God shine forth in his infinite love from that garment worn on his holiness on your behalf? He was wounded through our wickedness and pierced through our crimes, says Isaiah, who with his prophetic eyes saw that the Son of Man had become one huge sore to heal those of men, if they had only bruised my body. But what you most wounded was my feelings and spirit. You made a laughing stock and butt of both, and you struck me in the friendship that I had given you through Judas, in the loyalty that I hoped to receive from you through Peter, who disowned me, in the gratitude for my favors through those who shouted at me, "Death to him," after I had cured them from so many diseases, through love, because of the torture inflicted on my mother, through religion, calling me a blasphemer of God, whereas out of zeal for the cause of God I had put myself in the hands of man by becoming incarnate, suffering throughout my life, and surrendering to human ferocity without uttering a word or complaining. A glance would have been sufficient to incinerate accusers, judges, and executioners. But I had come spontaneously to accomplish the sacrifice, and like a lamb, because I was the Lamb of God, and I shall be so forever, I allowed men to take me to be stripped and killed, so that I might make a life for you of my flesh. When I was lifted up, I was already consumed by sufferings with no name, with all the names. I began to die at Bethlehem, seeing the light of the earth, so distressingly different for me, who was the living being in heaven. I continued to die in poverty, in exile, in flight, in work, in incomprehension, in fatigue, in betrayal, in torn affections, in torture, in falsehood, in blasphemy. I had come to reunite man to God, and that is what man gave me. Mary, look at your Saviour. He is not dressed in white, and his hair is not fair. His eyes are not the sapphire hue that you know. His garment is stained with blood. It is worn out and covered with dirt and spittle. His face is tumefied and twisted. His eyes are veiled with blood and tears, and he looks at you through the crust formed by them. and by the dust that makes his eyelids heavy. My hands, can you see them? Are one big sore and are awaiting the last wounds. Look at me, little John, as your brother John looked at me. My footprints are stained with blood. Perspiration washes away the blood that drops from the wounds made by the scourges, and that is still left after the agony in the garden. Words come out of my parched, bruised lips in the painful panting of my heart that is already dying through all kinds of torture. From now on, you will often see me like this. I am the King of Sorrows, and I will come in my regal dress to speak to you of my sorrow. Although you are in agony, follow me. As I am the merciful one, I shall be able to put also the scented honey of more serene contemplations before your lips, poisoned by my sorrow. But you must still prefer these ones, smeared with blood, because it is through them that you have the life, and you will be able to take the life to other people. Kiss my bleeding hand, and be vigilant when meditating on me, the Redeemer. I see Jesus as he describes himself. This evening I have really been in agony as from 1900 hours. It is 1:15 a.m. of the 11th by now. Jesus says to me this morning, the 11th of February at 7:30. Yesterday evening I wanted to speak to you only of myself, a prey to suffering, because I have begun the description and visions of my sorrows. Yesterday evening it was the introduction, and you were so exhausted, my friend. But before the agony comes back again, I must reproach you gently. Yesterday morning you were selfish. You said to your spiritual father, "Let us hope that I shall be able to hold out, because my fatigue is greater." No, his is greater. Because it is hard and is not compensated by the bliss of seeing visions and of having Jesus present as you have him, also in his holy human nature. Never be selfish, not even in the least things. A woman disciple, a little John, must be very humble and charitable, like her Jesus. And now, come and stay with me. The flowers have appeared. The pruning time has come. The voice of the little turtle dove has been heard in the country. And they are the flowers that have come up in the pools of blood of your Christ. And he who will be cut off like a pruned branch is the Redeemer. And the voice of the turtle dove, calling the bride to a sorrowful holy wedding banquet, is mine, for I love you. Rise and come, as today's Mass says. Come to contemplate and suffer. It is the gift that I grant my beloved one. (16th of March, 1945). There is dead silence in the street. In so much silence there is only the noise of a little fountain, the water of which falls into a stone basin. On the eastern side, along the walls of the houses, it is still dark, whereas on the other side, the tops of houses are beginning to grow white in the moonlight. And where the street widens out into a little square, the milky silvery moonbeams shine on it, embellishing the stones and the earth of the street. But under the many archivolts linking one house to another, like drawbridges or buttresses supporting the old houses with very few openings on the streets, and which are now all locked and dark, as if they had been abandoned, there is complete darkness, and the reddish light of the torch held by Simon becomes particularly bright and even more useful. In the red mobile light, faces stand out in neat relief, and each shows a different mood. The most solemn and calm is Jesus's, although tiredness makes it look older, furrowing it with wrinkles that usually are not there, and already show the future image of his face recomposed in death. John, who is beside him, looks around at everything he can see with a surprised, sorrowful countenance. He looks like a child who has been terrorized by a story he has heard or by a frightening promise and implores help from someone who is more experienced than he is. But who can help him? Simon, who is on Jesus' other side, looks reserved, gloomy, like a man who is turning over dreadful thoughts in his mind. And he's the only one who, after Jesus, looks dignified. The others in two groups that continuously change in formation are all in a ferment, and now and again the hoarse voice of Peter and the baritone one of Thomas are raised, resounding strangely. They are then lowered, as if they were afraid of what they say. They are discussing what is to be done, and some suggest one thing, some another. But all proposals are dropped, because the hour of darkness is really about to begin, and the opinions of men are obscure and confused. "I should have been told earlier," says Peter worriedly. "But no one has spoken, not even the master." "Never. He would never have told you, brother. You do not seem to know him." "I felt there was some trouble, and I said, 'Let us go and die with him.' Do you remember?" "But by our most holy God, if I had known that it was Judas of Simon," shouts Thomas in a thunderous, threatening voice. "And what did you want to do?" asks Bartholomew. "Me? I would do it even now if you helped me." "What? Would you go and kill him? Where?" "No, I would take the master away. It is easier." "He would not come." "I would not ask him whether he wants to come. I would abduct him as one abducts a woman." "It would not be a wicked idea," says Peter, and he goes back impulsively. He joins the group of Alphaeus' two sons, who, with Matthew and James, are whispering to one another like conspirators. "Listen, Thomas says that we should take Jesus away altogether. We could, from Gethsemane, through Behaviour, to Bethany, and from there to some other place. Shall we do that? Once he is in a safe place, we will come back and wipe out Judas." "It is useless. The whole of Israel is a trap," says James of Alphaeus. And now it is about to go off. It was understandable. Too much hatred. "Matthew, you make me angry. You had more courage when you were a sinner. Philip, tell us what you think." Philip, who is coming all alone and seeming to be talking to himself, looks up and stops. Peter joins him, and they whisper to each other. They then arrive at the previous group, and Philip says, I would say that the temple is the best place. Are you mad? Shouts the cousins, Matthew and James. But it is in there that they want him dead. Hush! How much clamour! I know what I am doing. They will look for him everywhere, but not there. You and John have good friends among Annas' servants. A handsome present, and it is all settled. Believe me, the best place to hide one who is wanted is the jailer's house. It will not do it, says James of Zebedee. But listen also to what the others say. John, first of all, and if they should arrest him, I don't want anybody to say that I am the traitor. I had not thought of that, so? Peter is at a loss. Well, I would say that it is compassionate to do one thing. The only thing we can do. Take away his mother, says Judas of Alphaeus. Of course, but who will go? What shall we tell her? You should go, as you are a relative of hers. I am staying with Jesus. It is my right. You can go. I have armed myself with a sword to die like Eleazar of Zorah. I will pass through legions to defend my Jesus, and I will strike without restraint. If I get killed by a more numerous force, does not matter. I will have defended him, proclaims Peter. But are you really sure that it is the Iscariot? Philip asks Thaddeus. I am certain. None of us has the heart of a snake. He only. Matthew, go to Mary and tell her. I deceive her. See her beside me while she is unaware. And then? Oh, no. I am ready to die, but not to betray that dove. Their voices mingle in a whisper. Do you hear, Master? We love you, says Simon. I know. I am not in need of those words to know. And if they give peace to the Christ's heart, they wound his soul. Why, my Lord, they are words of love, of an entirely human love. Truly, in these 3 years, I have done nothing, because you are even more human than at the first hour. This evening all the filthiest ferments are rising in you. But it is not your fault. Save yourself, Jesus, says John, moaning. I am saving myself. Are you? Oh, may God thank you. John looks like a flower that had withered through excessive heat and becomes fresh again, standing straight on its stem. I will tell the others. Where are we going? I am going to my death. You to faith. But did you not say just now that you were going to save yourself? The beloved apostle loses heart again. Yes, I am in fact saving myself. If I did not obey my Father, I would lose myself. I obey him, so I save myself. But do not weep so. You are not so brave as the disciples of that Greek philosopher of whom I spoke to you one day. They remained with their teacher who was dying, having taken a potion of hemlock, and they comforted him with their manly sorrow. You look like a little boy who has lost his father. And is it not so? What I am losing is more than the loss of a father. I am losing you. You are not losing me, because you will continue to love me He is lost, who is separated from us by oblivion on the earth, and from God's judgment in the hereafter. But we shall never be separated, neither by this one or by that one. But John will not listen to reason. Simon comes closer to Jesus and in a low voice confides to him, Master, Simon Peter and I were hoping to do a good thing. But since you know everything, tell me, within how many hours do you think you will be arrested? As soon as the moon is at the summit of her arc. Simon makes a gesture of grief and impatience, not to say of anger. Then it was all useless. Master, I will now tell you, you almost reproached Simon Peter and me for leaving you so alone these last days. But we were away on your behalf, for your sake. Peter, frightened by your words, came to me on Monday night while I was sleeping, and he said to me, You and I can trust you, must do something for Jesus. Judas also said that he wants to attend to it. Oh, why did we not understand then? Why did you not say anything to us? But tell me, did you not tell anybody really? Perhaps you became aware of it only a few hours ago. I have always known about it, even before he became a disciple. And I tried in every way to send him away from me, so that his crime might not be perfect, both from the divine and human points of view. Those who want my death are the executioners of God. This disciple and friend of mine is also the traitor, the executioner of man. My first executioner, because he has already killed me through the effort of having him beside me at the table and having to protect him by myself against you. And does no one know? John does. I told him at the end of the supper. But what have you done? And what about Lazarus? Does Lazarus really not know anything? We went to him today because he came early this morning. He offered his sacrifice and went back without even stopping at his mansion or going to the Praetorium, because he always goes there, following a habit of his father. And as you are aware, Pilate is in town these days. Yes, they are all here. There is Rome, the New Zion, with Pilate. There is Israel, with Caiaphas and Herod. There is the whole of Israel, because Passover has gathered the children of this people at the foot of the altar of God. Have you seen Gamaliel? Yes, I have. Why are you asking me? I have to see him again tomorrow. Gamaliel is at Bethphage this evening, I know. When we arrive at Gethsemane, you will go to Gamaliel and say to him, You will shortly have the sign that you have been awaiting for 21 years. Nothing else. Then you will come back to your companions."
"But how do you know? Oh, my master, my poor master, who has not even the comfort of not being aware of deeds of other people."
"You are right. The comfort of not knowing. Poor master. Because evil deeds are more numerous than good ones. But I see also the good ones, and I rejoice at them."
"Then you know that?"
"Simon, it is the hour of my passion. To make it more complete, the Father is withdrawing his light from me as it gets nearer. Before long I shall have but darkness and the contemplation of what is darkness. That is, all the sins of men. You cannot, none of you can understand. Nobody, except who will be called by God for this special mission, will understand this passion in the great passion. And as man is material even in loving and meditating, there will be who will weep and suffer because of the scourging and the torture of the Redeemer. But this spiritual torture that, believe me, you who are listening to me, is the most atrocious one, will not be measured. So speak, Simon. Guide me along the paths where your friendship went for my sake, because I am a poor man who is becoming blind and sees ghosts, not real things." John embraces him and asks,
"What? Can you no longer see your John?"
"I can see you. But the ghosts rise from the fogs of Satan, visions of nightmares and sorrows. This evening we are all enveloped in this hellish miasma. It is striving to create cowardice, disobedience, and sorrow in me. It will create disappointment and fear in you, in other people who are neither fearful nor criminal. It will bring about delinquency and fear. In others who already belong to Satan, it will give rise to supernatural perversion. I am saying so because their perfection in evil will be such as to exceed human possibilities and achieve the perfection which is always in the supernatural. Speak up, Simon.
"Yes, as from Tuesday, we have done nothing but go around to find out, to prevent, to look for help."
"And what have you been able to do?"
"Nothing, or very little."
And that little will be nothing when fear paralyzes your hearts.
"I became irritated also with Lazarus. It is the first time that it happens to me. I was irritated because he seems to be slothful. He could take action. He is a friend of the governor. He is always Theophilus' son. But Lazarus rejected every proposal of mine. I left him shouting at him, "I think that you are the friend of whom the master speaks. You fill me with horror." And I did not want to go back to him any more. But this morning he sent for me and he said, "Can you still believe that I am the traitor? I had already seen Gamaliel and Joseph and Cusa, Nicodemus and Mammon, and finally your brother Joseph. And I could no longer believe that. I said to him, "Forgive me, Lazarus, but I feel that my mind is more deranged now than when I was condemned myself. And it is so, master. I am no longer myself. But why are you smiling?"
Because that confirms what I said just now. The fog of Satan envelops and upsets you. What did Lazarus say in reply?
He said, "I understand you. Come today with Nicodemus. I must see you." And I went, while Peter went to the Galileans, because your brother, who is so far away, is more informed than we are. He says that he was informed by chance, speaking to an old friend of Alphaeus and Joseph, a Galilean who lives near the market.
Oh, yes, a great friend of the family.
He is there with Simon and the women. There is also the family from Cana.
I have seen Simon.
Well, Joseph was told by this friend of his, who is also a friend of one of the temple, who has become his relative on women's side, that they have decided to arrest you. And he said to Peter, "I have always opposed him, but I did it out of love, and while he was still strong. But now that he has become like a child and is a prey to his enemies, I, a relative who has always loved him, am with him. It is my duty by blood and by love."
Jesus smiles, showing for a moment the serene face of joyful hours.
And Joseph said to Peter, "The Pharisees of Galilee are wicked like all the Pharisees. But Galilee is not all Pharisees. And many Galileans are here who love him. Let us go and tell them to gather together and defend him. We have nothing but knives, but also clubs are weapons when they are handled properly. And if the Roman troops do not come, we will soon get the better of those cowardly cats of the temple guards." And Peter went with him. In the meantime, I went to Lazarus with Nicodemus. We had decided to convince Lazarus to come with us and to open his house to be with you. He said to us, "I must obey Jesus and remain here, to suffer twice as much." Is it true?
It is true. I gave him that order.
But he gave me the swords. They belong to him. One for me, the other for Peter. Cusa also wanted to give me some swords. But what is the use of 2 bits of steel against the whole world? Cusa cannot believe that what you say is true. He swears that he knows nothing, and that at the court they think of nothing but enjoying the feast, a revelry as usual. so much so that he told Johanna to retire to one of their houses in Judea. But Johanna wants to remain here, closed in her mansion, as if she were not there. But she will not go away. Plautina, Anne, Nike, and the 2 Roman ladies of Claudia's household are staying with her. They weep, pray, and make innocents pray. But it is no time for prayers. It is time for blood. I feel the zealot becoming alive in me, and I am eager to kill in revenge. Simon, if I had wanted you to die as a damned soul, I would not have freed you from your desolation. Jesus is very severe. Oh, forgive me, Master, forgive me. I am like an inebriated, raving man. And what does Manaen say? Manaen says that it cannot be true, and if it were, that he would follow you to the scaffold. How you all rely on yourselves, how much pride there is in man. And what about Nicodemus and Joseph? What do they know? Nothing more than I do. Some time ago in a meeting, Joseph was angry with the Sanhedrin because he called them killers and they wanted to kill an innocent. And he said, everything is illegal in here. He is right when he says that there is abomination in the house of the Lord. This altar is to be destroyed because it has been profaned. They did not stone him because he is Joseph. But since then, they have kept him in the dark about everything. Only Gamaliel and Nicodemus have remained friendly with him. But the former does not speak, and the latter, neither he nor Joseph have been summoned any more to the Sanhedrin for the really important decisions. It meets illegally here and there at different hours, for fear of them and of Rome. Ah, I was forgetting the shepherds. They are with the Galileans as well, but we are few. If Lazarus had only listened to us and had come to the Praetor, but he would not listen to us. That is what we have done. Much and nothing. And I feel so depressed that I should like to go around the country howling like a jackal, becoming brutal in an orgy, killing like a highwayman, if only to get rid of this idea that everything is useless. As Lazarus said, as Joseph and Cusa and Manaen and Gamaliel said. The zealot no longer sees himself. What did the rabbi say? He said, I do not exactly know what Caiaphas's purpose is, but I tell you that what you say is prophesied only for the Christ. And as I do not recognize the Christ in this prophet, I see no reason to be excited. a good man, a friend of God, will be killed. But of how many like him has Zion drunk the blood? And as we insisted on your divine nature, he stubbornly repeated, "When I see the sign, I will believe." And he promised to abstain from voting for your death, and, on the contrary, if possible, he will try to convince the others not to condemn you. That, and nothing else. He does not believe. He will not believe. If only nothing happened till tomorrow. But you say it is not so. Oh, what shall we do? You will go to Lazarus, and you will try to take as many as possible with you. Not only the apostles, but also the disciples that you will find wandering about the roads in the country. See if you can find the shepherds and order them to do so. The house in Bethany is more than ever the home in Bethany, the house of kind hospitality. Those who do not have the courage to face the hatred of a whole population ought to take shelter there and wait. We will not leave you. Do not part. Divided, you would be nothing. United, you will still be a power. Simon, promise me that. You are calm, loyal. You can speak to and influence even Peter. And you have a great obligation towards me. I am reminding you of it for the first time to make you obedient. Look, we are at the Kidron. From there, you, a leper, climbed up towards me, and you departed cleansed. Give me that, for what I give you. Give the man what I gave man. I am the leper now. No, do not say that, say the two disciples, moaning. It is so. Peter and my brothers will be the most depressed. My honest Peter will feel like a criminal and will have no peace. And my brothers, they will not have the courage to look at their mother and at mine. I recommend them to you. And what about me, Lord? To whom shall I belong? Are you not thinking of me? Oh, my child, you are entrusted to your love. It is so strong that it will guide you as a mother. I give you neither order nor guide. I leave you on the waters of love. They are such a calm and deep river in you that they raise no doubt in me about your future. Simon, have you understood? Promise me. Do promise me. It is painful to see Jesus so distressed. He resumes, before the others come. Oh, thank you. May you be blessed. They all gather together again in a group. Let us part now. I am going farther up to pray. I want Peter, John, and James with me. You remain here, and if you should be overwhelmed, call us, and be not afraid. Not a single hair of your heads will be hurt. Pray for me.
Lay aside hatred and fear. It will only be a moment. And then it will be full joy. Smile, that I may have your smiles in my heart. And once again, thank you for everything, my friends. Goodbye. May the Lord not abandon you. Jesus parts from the apostles and goes ahead, while Peter makes Simon give him the torch after the latter has lit with it some resinous dry twigs that burn, crackling on the edge of the olive grove, spreading a smell of juniper. It grieves me to see Thaddeus cast such an intense and sorrowful glance at Jesus, that the latter turns round to see who has been looking at him. But Thaddeus hides behind Bartholomew, biting his lips to control himself. With his hand, Jesus makes a gesture, which is of blessing and farewell at the same time, and he goes on his way. The moon, now very high, with her light, encircles his tall figure, and seems to make it even taller, spiritualizing it, making his red garment brighter and his golden hair paler. Behind him, Peter, holding the torch, and Zebedee's 2 sons hasten their steps. They go on until they reach the edge of the first escarpment of the rustic amphitheatre of the olive grove, the entrance to which is a small irregular plain, and the tiers, the several escarpments that rise up the mountain in groups of olive trees. Jesus then says, "Stop, wait for me here while I pray, but do not fall asleep, I may need you. And I ask you this out of charity, pray. Your master is very depressed." He is, in fact, already in a state of deep depression. He already seems overburdened by a weight. Where is now the virile Jesus who spoke to the crowds, handsome, strong, with eyes of a ruler, a calm smile, a beautiful resonant voice? He already seems breathless. He is like one who has run or has wept. His voice is tired and exhausted, sad, sad, sad. Peter replies on behalf of everybody,
"Do not worry, Master. We will keep awake and pray. All you have to do is to call us, and we will come."
And Jesus leaves them, while the 3 stoop to gather leaves and twigs and light a little fire to keep them awake, and as a remedy against the dew that is beginning to fall plentifully. Turning his back to them, he walks eastwards, so that the moon shines on his face. I see that a deep sorrow dilates his eyes even more. Perhaps it is the dark rings of tiredness that enlarge them, or it is the shadow of the eyebrows. I do not know. I know that his eyes are more open and deeper set. He climbs with his head lowered. Only now and again he raises it with a sigh, as if he had difficulty in doing so and were panting. And then he casts his eyes, that are so sad, around the peaceful olive grove. He climbs up a few meters. He then goes round an escarpment that thus remains between him and the 3 apostles left further down. The escarpment, a few centimeters high at the beginning, rises continuously and is soon more than 2 meters high, so that it protects Jesus completely from being noticed by more or less discreet or friendly eyes. Jesus goes on as far as a huge rock that at a certain point blocks the path and has probably been put there to support the slope, that on one side descends more steeply and bare, as far as a desolate heap of ruins preceding the walls, beyond which is Jerusalem, and on the other rises with more escarpments and olive trees. An olive tree, all knots and twisted, dangles right above the huge rock. It looks like a bizarre question mark, placed there by nature to ask some questions. The leafy branches on the top of it answer the questions of the trunk, at times saying yes by bending towards the ground, at times no, swinging from left to right in a light breeze which blows through the branches, and at times carries the smell of the earth, at times the bitterish scent of olive trees, at times the mixed perfume of roses and lilies of the valley, that one wonders where it comes from. Beyond the little path and beneath it, there are more olive trees, and one of them, just under the rock, that has survived although split by lightning, or cleft by some other agent unknown to me, of the original trunk has made two trunks that have come up like the two strokes of a huge block letter V, with the foliage of one appearing on one side of the rock and that of the other on the other side, as if they wished to see or veil it at the same time, or form a peaceful silvery grey base for the rock. Jesus stops there. He does not look at the town that is visible down there, all white in the moonlight. On the contrary, he turns his back to it and prays, with his arms stretched out crosswise, his face towards the sky. I cannot see his face because it is in the shade, as the moon is almost perpendicular over his head. That is true, but there is also the thick foliage of the olive tree between him and the moon, that with difficulty filters through the eaves with tiny rings and needles of light in perpetual movement. A long, fervent prayer. Now and again he sighs and utters a word more clearly. It is neither a psalm nor the Our Father. It is a prayer rising from his love and his need. A true conversation with his Father. I understand it through the few words I grasp. You know. I am your son, everything. But help me. The hour has come. I no longer belong to the earth. Stop all need of help for your word. Make the man satisfy you as the Redeemer, as the word was obedient to you. As you wish. I ask you to have mercy on them. Will I save them? That is what I ask of you. This I want, that they be saved from the world, from the flesh, from the demon. May I make further requests? It is a fair question, Father, not for myself, for man, who was created by you, and who wanted to soil also his soul. I will throw that dirt into my sorrow and into my blood, so that the incorruptible essence of the Spirit, which is pleasing to you, may be reinstated. And it is everywhere. He is the King this evening, in the royal palace, and in houses, among soldiers and in the temple. The town is full of it, and it will be hell tomorrow. Jesus turns round. He leans with his back against the rock and folds his arms. He looks at Jerusalem. Jesus' face becomes sadder and sadder. He whispers, "She looks like snow, and she's all sin. And how many I cured in her, how much I spoke. Where are those who seemed loyal to me?" Jesus lowers his head and looks fixedly at the ground, covered with short grass, shining with dew. But although his head is lowered, I understand that he is weeping, because some tears shine when falling from his face on the ground. He then raises his head. He unfolds his arms. He joins them, holding them above his head, shaking them while they are so united. He then sets out. He goes back towards the 3 apostles who are sitting round the little fire of twigs, and he finds them half asleep. Peter is leaning with his back against a tree trunk, and with his arms crossed on his chest, he nods in the first drowsiness of a profound sleep. James is sitting with his brother on a large root that emerges from the ground and on which they have spread their mantles in order not to feel its ruggedness so much. But although they are not so comfortable as Peter, they are also dozing. James has rested his head on the shoulder of John, who has inclined his on the head of his brother, as if doziness had immobilized them in that posture. "Are you sleeping? Have you not been able to keep awake for 1 hour only? And I need your comfort and your prayers so much." The 3 wake up with a start and are utterly confused. They rub their eyes. They murmur an excuse, blaming their poor digestion as the cause of their drowsiness. "It's the wine, the food, but it will soon be over. It was only a moment. We did not feel like speaking, and that made us fall asleep. But we will now pray in loud voices, and it will not happen again." Yes, pray, and be on the alert, for your own sake as well. "Yes, Master, we will obey you." Jesus goes away again. The moon, now shining on his face so brightly in her silvery light, that it makes his red garment seem paler and paler, as if she were spreading it with a veil of white, shiny dust, shows me his depressed, sorrowful, aged face. His eyes are still dilated, but they seem clouded. His mouth is twisted with tiredness. He goes back to his rock more slowly and stooping more. He kneels, resting his arms on the rock, which is not smooth, but at half its height it has a kind of protrusion, as if it had been placed there deliberately, and a little plant has grown on it. I think it is a plant of those little flowers, like lilies, that I have seen also in Italy, with small pulpy leaves, round, but with indented edges and tiny little flowers on very thin stems. They look like small snowflakes spraying the grey rock and the little dark green leaves. Jesus lays his hands near them, and the little flowers tickle his cheek, because he rests his head on his joined hands and prays. Shortly afterwards, he feels the coolness of the little corollas and raises his head. He looks at them He caresses them. He speaks to them. You are here as well. You comfort me. These little flowers were also in my mother's little grotto. And she loved them because she used to say, when I was a little girl, my father used to say, you are a little lily like these, and you are completely full of heavenly dew. My mother! Oh, my mother! He bursts into tears. His head on his joined hands, a little reclined on his heels. I see and hear him weep, while his hands squeeze his fingers, tormenting them. I hear him say, also at Bethlehem, and I brought them to you, Mother. But these ones, who will bring them to you now? He then resumes praying and meditating. His meditation must be really sad, full of anguish rather than sadness. Because to divert his attention, he stands up. He goes backwards and forwards, whispering words that I do not grasp, raising his face, then lowering it, gesticulating, rubbing his eyes and his cheeks with the mechanical agitated movements of his hands, running his fingers through his hair, as is typical of one who is in great anguish. To mention it is nothing. To describe it is impossible. To see it is to share his anguish. He makes gestures towards Jerusalem. Then he begins to raise his arms again towards the sky, as if he wanted to invoke help. He takes off his mantle as if he were warm. He looks at it. But what does he see? His eyes see nothing but his torture, and everything serves to increase that torture. Even the mantle woven by his mother. He kisses it and says, "Forgive me, Mother! Forgive me!" He seems to be asking it of the cloth spun and woven by motherly love. He puts it on again. He is a prey to torment. He wants to pray to get out of his state, but recollections, concern, doubts, regrets come back to him with his prayer. It is an avalanche of names, towns, people, events. I cannot follow him because he is fast and desultory. It is his evangelic life that passes in front of him and brings Judas, the traitor, back to him. His anguish is such that in order to overcome it, he shouts the names of Peter and John, and he says, "They will come now. They are really loyal." But they do not come. He calls them again. He seems to be terrorized, as if he saw I wonder what. He runs fast towards the place where Peter and the two brothers are, and he finds them comfortably fast asleep round a few embers, which are now dying out, and show only some red zigzags among the grey ashes. "Peter, I have called you 3 times. What are you doing? Are you still sleeping? Do you not realize how much I am suffering? Pray that the flesh may not win, that it may not overwhelm you, none of you. If the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. Help me." The 3 wake up more slowly, but at last they are successful, and with dull eyes they apologize. They get up, sitting up at first and then standing. "Just fancy," murmurs Peter.
That never happened to us. It must have been that wine. It was strong. And also this cold air. We covered ourselves not to feel it.
In fact, they had covered also their heads with their mantles.
We did not see the fire anymore. We were no longer cold, so we fell asleep. Did you say that you called us? And yet, I did not seem to be so fast asleep. Come on, John. Let's get some twigs. Let's get a move on. We shall soon be wide awake. Don't worry, master, because now we'll stand up.
And he throws a handful of dry leaves on the embers, and he blows until the flame revives. And he tends the fire with the shrubs brought by John, while James brings a big branch of juniper, or of a similar plant, that he cut off a bush not far away, and he adds it to the rest. The fire blazes gaily, lighting up the poor face of Jesus. A face that is really so sad that one cannot look at it without weeping. All the brightness of that face is cancelled by a deadly tiredness. He says,
I feel an anguish that is killing me. Oh, yes, my soul is sad even unto death, my friends. My friends.
But even if he did not say so, his aspect would make one understand that he is really like a man about to breathe his last, and in the most distressing and desolate abandonment. Every word sounds like a sob. But the three are too heavy with sleep. They almost seem to be drunk, so much they stagger about with their eyes half closed. Jesus looks at them. He does not humiliate them by reproaching them. He shakes his head, sighs, and goes away to the place where he was previously. He prays once again, standing with his arms stretched out crosswise. Then on his knees as before, his face bent on the little flowers. He's pensive, silent. Then he begins to moan and sob loudly, almost prostrated. So much has he relaxed on his heels. He calls his father more and more anxiously.
Oh, he says, this cup is too bitter. I cannot. It is above my power. I have been able to bear everything, but not this. Father, take it away from your son. Have mercy on me. What have I done to deserve it?
He then collects himself and says, But Father, do not listen to my voice, if what I ask is against your will. Do not remember that I am your son, but only your servant. Let your will be done, not mine. He remains thus for some time. Then he utters a stifled cry and raises his face, looking very upset. Only for a moment. Then he drops on the ground, with his face really on the earth, and remains thus. A worn-out man, overburdened by all the sins of the world, struck by all the justice of the Father, oppressed by the darkness, the ashes, the bitterness, by that tremendous, terrible, most
dreadful thing that is the abandonment of God, while Satan torments us. It is the asphyxia of the soul. It is to be buried alive in this prison that is the world, when we can no longer feel any tie between us and God. It is to be chained, gagged, stoned by our very prayers, which fall back on us bristling with sharp points and spread with fire. It is to butt against a closed heaven, which neither the voice nor the appearance of our anguish can penetrate. It is to be the orphans of God. It is madness, agony, the doubt of having been deceived so far. It is the persuasion of being rejected by God, of being damned. It is hell. Oh, I know, and I really cannot bear the sight of the cruel suffering of my Christ, knowing that it is 1,000,000 times more dreadful than the pain that consumed me last year, and that still upsets me when I think of it. Jesus moans, having the death rattle in his throat, sobbing like one in agony. Nothing, away! The will of my Father, his will, only his will. Your will, Father, yours, not mine. In vain. I have but one Lord, the most holy God, one law, obedience, one love, redemption. No, I no longer have a mother. I have no life anymore. I have no divinity any longer. I no longer have a mission. In vain you tempt me, devil, through my mother, my life, my divinity, and my mission. Mankind is my mother, and I love it to the extent of dying for it. I am giving my life back to him who gave me it and who is now asking me for it, the supreme master of all living beings. I assert my divinity as it is capable of this expiation. I am fulfilling my mission through my death. I have nothing else except to do the will of my Lord, my God. Be off, Satan! I said so the first and the second time. I repeat it for a third time. Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass me by. But let your will be done, not mine. Be off, Satan! I belong to God. Then he speaks no more, except to say, panting, God, God, God. He calls him at each heartbeat, and at each beat, blood seems to flow out of him. The cloth on his shoulders gets soaked through in it and becomes dark, notwithstanding that the clear moonlight illuminates it completely. A brighter light appears above his head, hanging about a meter above him. It is so bright that even the prostrate mast can see it filter through his wavy hair, already weighed down by blood, and notwithstanding the veil of blood covering his eyes, he raises his head.
The moon shines on his poor face, and more brightly shines the angelic light, which is like the white-blue diamond of the star Venus. And all the dreadful agony appears in the blood transuding from his pores, his eyelashes, hair, moustaches, beard, are sprinkled and covered with blood. Blood trickles from his temples. Blood spouts from the veins of his neck. His hands drip blood. And when he stretches his hands towards the angelic light, and his wide sleeves slide back towards his elbows, Christ's forearms can be seen, sweating blood. Only his tears draw two neat lines in the red mask of his face. He takes off his mantle again and wipes his hands, face, neck, and forearms. But his sweat continues. He presses the cloth against his face several times, holding it pressed with his hands, and every time he changes its position, clear impressions appear on the dark red cloth, and as they are damp, they seem to be black. The grass on the ground is red with blood. Jesus seems on the point of fainting. He unties the neck of his tunic as if he felt that he was suffocating. He takes his hand to his heart and then to his head, and he waves it in front of his face as if he wanted to fan himself, with his mouth half open. He drags himself towards the rock, but closer to the edge of the escarpment, and he leans with his back against it, his arms hanging along his body, as if he were already dead, his head bent on his chest. He moves no more. The angelic light slowly fades away. Later, it seems to vanish in the clear moonlight. Jesus reopens his eyes. He raises his head with difficulty. He looks around. He is alone. But he is less anguished. He stretches out one hand. He draws to himself the mantle that he had left on the grass and wipes his face, hands, neck, beard, and hair again. He takes a large leaf which had grown on the edge of the escarpment and is all wet with dew, and he continues to clean himself with it, wetting his face and hands and then drying himself again. And he does the same several times with other leaves, until he wipes out the traces of his dreadful sweat. Only his tunic is stained, particularly on the shoulders and at the folds of the elbows, at the neck, waist, and knees. He looks at it and shakes his head. He looks also at his mantle, but he sees that it is too stained. He folds it and lays it on the rock, where it forms a cradle near the little flowers. With difficulty owing to weakness, he turns round and kneels down. He prays, resting his head on his mantle, on which he had already laid his hands. Then, leaning on the rock, he stands up, and still staggering a little, he goes to the disciples. His face is very pale, but it is no longer upset. It is a face full of divine beauty, although it is deadly pale and much sadder than usually. The three are sleeping soundly, all enveloped in their mantles, lying down near the fire which is out. They can be heard to breathe deeply as they begin to snore loudly. Jesus calls them in vain. He has to bend and shake Peter vigorously.
What is it? Who is arresting me?
The apostle asks as he emerges from his dark green mantle, looking bewildered and frightened. Nobody, it is I, calling you.
Is it morning?
No, it is almost the end of the second watch. Peter is completely benumbed. Jesus shakes John, who utters a cry of terror when he sees the face of a ghost. It is as white as marble, bending over him.
No, you looked like dead to me.
He shakes James, who, thinking that his brother is calling him, says,
Have they arrested the master?
Not yet, James, replies Jesus. But get up now and let us go. He who is going to betray me is close at hand. The three, still drowsy, get up. They look around. Olive trees, the moon, nightingales, a light breeze, peace, nothing else. But they follow Jesus without speaking. Also, the other 8 are more or less asleep around a fire that has gone out. Get up, orders Jesus in a thunderous voice. As Satan is arriving, show him who never sleeps and his children that the children of God are not asleep.
Yes, Master.
Where is he?
Master? Jesus? But what happened?
And amid muddled questions and answers, they put on their mantles again. Just in time to appear in order to the guards headed by Judas, as they burst into the little square, lighting it up sinisterly with many torches. It is a horde of bandits disguised as soldiers, who look like jailbirds and grin like devils. There is also an odd champion of the temple. All the apostles jump to one corner, Peter in front, the others behind him in a group. Jesus remains where he was. Judas approaches Jesus, enduring the glance of his eyes, which have become the flashing eyes of his best days. And he does not lower his face either. On the contrary, he approaches the master with a smile of a hyena and kisses his right cheek. My friend, what have you come for? Are you betraying me with a kiss? Judas bends his head for a moment, then raises it, insensible to reproach as to every invitation to repent. Jesus, after the first words uttered with the majesty of a master, speaks in the sorrowful tone of one who resigns oneself to a misfortune. The guards, shouting, come forward with ropes and clubs and try to get hold not only of Christ but also of the apostles, with the exception of Judas Iscariot, of course. Who are you looking for? Asks Jesus calmly and solemnly.
Jesus the Nazarene.
I am he. His voice is thunderous. Before the murderous world
and the innocent one, before nature and the stars. Jesus bears this clear, loyal, certain witness to himself. I should say that he is happy to be able to bear it. But if he had thrown a thunderbolt, he could not have done more. They all fall to the ground like mown sheaves of corn. No one remains standing except Judas, Jesus, and the apostles, who take fresh heart again at the sight of the overthrown soldiers. So much so that they approach Jesus, threatening Judas so explicitly that the latter makes a leap just in time to avoid a masterly stroke of Simon's sword. In vain, pursued by the stones and sticks thrown at him by the apostles not armed with swords, he escapes beyond the Kidron and disappears in a dark lane. Stand up! Who are you looking for? I ask you once again. Jesus the Nazarene! I have told you that I am he, says Jesus kindly. Yes, kindly. So let these others go. I will come. Put away swords and clubs. I am not a brigand. I have always been among you. Why did you not arrest me then? But this is Satan's hour and yours. But while he is speaking, Peter approaches the man who is holding out the ropes to tie Jesus and gives a clumsy blow with his sword. If he had struck him with the point, he would have slaughtered him like a ram, whereas all he does is to cut off part of his ear that remains hanging down, shedding much blood. The man shouts that he is dead. There is chaos because some want to come forward, while some are afraid, seeing swords and daggers shine. Put those weapons away! I order you to do that. If I wanted, I could have the angels of my Father to defend me. And you, be cured. In your soul first of all, if you can. And before stretching out his hands to be roped, he touches the ear and cures it. The apostles shout very unbecomingly. Yes, I am sorry having to say so, but it is the truth. Some say one thing, some another. Some shout, "You have betrayed us!" And some, "He's mad!" And some say, "And who can believe you?" And those who do not shout run away, and Jesus is left all alone, he and the guards. And his way begins. "15th of February, 1944. Jesus says, "You contemplated the sufferings of my spiritual agony on Thursday evening. You saw your Jesus collapse like a man struck mortally, who feels his life flee through the wounds bleeding him. Or like a person overwhelmed by a psychic trauma, exceeding his strength. You saw the growing phases of the trauma culminate in the shedding of blood brought about by the circulatory unbalance that had been provoked by the effort of controlling myself and withstanding the burden that had fallen upon me. I am, the Son of the Most High God. But I was also the Son of Man. I want this double nature of mine, equally complete and perfect, to emanate very clearly from these pages. My word, which has accents that only a God can have, bears witness to my divinity.
my necessities and passions, and the sufferings that I show you, and I suffered in my flesh of a true man, and that I propose to you as an example for your humanity, as I teach your spirits with my doctrine of true God. Bear witness to my humanity. Both my most holy divinity and my most perfect humanity in the course of ages, through the breaking up action of your imperfect humanity, have resulted disparaged and distorted in their explanation. You have made my humanity appear unreal, inhumane, as you have made my divine figure look small, denying so many parts of it, because it was not convenient for you to recognize them, or that you could no longer recognize with your spirits impaired by the tapes of vice and atheism, of humanism, of rationalism. I am coming in this tragic hour, a prodrome of universal misfortunes, to call my double figure of God and man back to your minds, so that you may know it for what it is. You may recognize it after so much obscurantism with which you have concealed it from your spirits, and you may love it and go back to it and save yourselves by means of it. It is the figure of your Saviour, and he who knows it and loves it will be saved. In these past days I have made you acquainted with my physical sufferings. They tortured my humanity. I have made you acquainted with my moral sufferings, as connected, interlaced, blended with my mother's, as are the inextricable lianas of the equatorial forests, which cannot be parted in order to cut only one. But it is necessary to break them with a single stroke of a hatchet to force one's way through, killing them all together. Just like the veins of a body, one alone of which cannot be deprived of blood, because only one liquid fills them all. Better still, as it is not possible to prevent the creature that is forming in its mother's womb from dying, if its mother dies, because it is the life, the warmth, the nourishment, the blood of the mother, that, with a rhythm responding to the movement of the mother's heart, penetrates through the internal membranes as far as the baby to be, making it a complete living being. She, oh she, my pure mother, bore me not only for the 9 months during which every woman bears the fruit of man, but for all her life. Our hearts were united by spiritual fibers, and they always beat together, and no motherly tear ever fell without leaving a trace of its salt on my heart. And there has never been any internal moaning of mine that did not resound in her, awakening her grief. You feel sorry for the mother of a son destined to death by an incurable disease, for the mother of a man condemned to death by the rigor of human justice. But think of my mother, who, from the moment she conceived me, trembled, considering that I was the condemned one. Think of this mother, who,
when she gave me her first kiss on the delicate rosy flesh of her newborn baby, felt the future wounds of a child. Think of this mother who would have given her life 10, 100, 1,000 times to prevent me from becoming a man and arriving at the moment of the sacrifice. Think of this mother who was aware of and had to desire that dreadful hour to accept the will of the Lord, for the glory of the Lord, out of kindness towards mankind. No, there has been no agony that lasted longer and ended in a greater grief than my mother's. And there has been no greater and more complete sorrow than mine. I was one with the Father. He had loved me from eternity as God alone can love. He had taken delight in me and had found his divine joy in me. And I had loved him as a God alone can love. And in my union with him, I had found my divine joy. The ineffable relationship that ab aeterno ties the Father to the Son cannot be explained to you even by my word. Because while it is perfect, your intelligence is not, and you cannot understand and know what God is until you are with him in heaven. Well, like water that rises and presses against a dam, I felt the rigor of the Father grow hourly towards me. As evidence against brute men who did not want to understand who I was during the time of my public life, he had opened heaven 3 times at the Jordan, at the Tabor, and in Jerusalem on the eve of my passion. But he had done that for men, not to give relief to me. I was already the expiator. Many times, Mary, God makes men become acquainted with one of his servants, so that through him they may be roused and dragged to him. But that happens also through the suffering of that servant. It is he who, by eating the bitter bread of God's rigor, pays personally for the comfort and salvation of his brothers. Is it not so? The victim of expiation know the rigor of God. Then comes the glory, but after justice has been appeased. It is not the same as happens with my love that kisses his victims. I am Jesus. I am the Redeemer. He who has suffered and knows, by personal experience, how painful it is to be looked at by God with severity and be abandoned by him. And I am never severe, and I never abandon anyone. I consume just the same, but through the fire of love. The more the hour of expiation approached, the more I felt the Father move away. The more I was separated from the Father, the less my humanity felt it was supported by the divinity of God. And because of that, I suffered in every possible way. The separation from God brings fear, attachment to life, languor, tiredness, boredom. The deeper it is, the stronger are its consequences.
When it is total, it leads to despair. And the more he who by God's decree experiences it, without having deserved it, the more he suffers. Because the living spirit feels the excision from God, as live flesh feels the excision of a limb. It is a sorrowful, prostrating stupor that one who has not experienced it cannot understand. I experienced it. I had to know everything in order to be able to plead with the Father for everything in your favor, even for your despair. Oh, I experienced what it means to say, I am alone. Everybody has betrayed and abandoned me. Even the Father, even God no longer assists me. And that is why I work mysterious wonders of grace in poor hearts overwhelmed by despair. And I ask my beloved ones to drink the cup of so bitter an experience, so that they, those who are shipwrecked in the sea of despair, may not decline to accept the cross that I offer as anchor and salvation, but they may grasp at it, and I may take them to the blessed shore where only peace reigns. On Thursday evening, I alone know whether I needed my Father. I was a spirit already in agony because of the effort of having to overcome the two greatest sorrows of a man: to say goodbye to a beloved mother, to have an unfaithful friend close by. They were two sores that scorched my heart, the former with her tears, the latter with his hatred. I had to share my bread with Cain. I had to speak to him in a friendly manner, in order not to denounce him to the others, as I was afraid they might react violently. And in order to avoid a crime, which in any case would have been useless, as everything was already written in the great book of life, both my holy death and Judas's suicide. Any other death was useless and disapproved of by God. No other blood but mine was to be shed, and was not shed. The halter strangled that life, shutting up his impure blood, which had been sold to Satan in the filthy sack of the traitor's body, blood that was not to be mixed, falling on the earth with the most pure blood of the innocent. Those two sores would have been sufficient to make me suffer agony in my ego. But I was the expiator, the victim, the lamb. A lamb, before being sacrificed, experiences the red-hot brand. It suffers blows. It endures being shorn and sold to a butcher. And finally, it feels the cold of the knife that cuts its throat, bleeds it, and kills it. First, it must leave everything. The pasture where it was brought up, its mother at whose breast it was nourished and warmed, the companions with which it lived, everything. I, the Lamb of God, experienced everything. That is why Satan came, when the Father was retiring in heaven. He had already come at the beginning of my mission to tempt me in order to divert me from it. He was now coming back again. It was his hour, the hour of the satanic Sabbath. Crowds and crowds of devils were on the earth that night to accomplish the seduction of hearts and make them willing to request the killing of the Christ the following day. Each member of the Sanhedrin had his own. Herod had his. So had Pilate, and every single Judean who would invoke my blood upon himself. Also beside the apostles, there were their tempters, who made them drowsy while I was languishing, and who prepared them to be cowardly. Take notice of the power of purity. John, the pure disciple, was the first among all of them to free himself from the demoniac claws. And he came at once near his Jesus and understood his unexpressed desire and brought Mary to me. But Judas had Lucifer, and I had Lucifer. Judas in his heart, I beside me. We were the two main characters of the tragedy, and Satan was attending personally to both of us. After leading Judas to the point from which he could not withdraw, he turned towards me. With perfect artifice, he showed me the torments of the flesh with unsurpassable realism. Also in the desert, he had started from the flesh. I defeated him by prayer. The Spirit dominated the fear of the flesh. He then showed me the uselessness of my death and the usefulness of living for my own sake, without worrying myself about ungrateful men, leading a rich, happy life full of love, living for my mother, ensuring that she did not suffer, living so that by means of a long apostolate, I could take back to God many men who, if I had died, would forget me, whereas, if I had been their master not for 3 years, but for many, many years, would end up by becoming one with my doctrine. His angels would help me to seduce men. Could I not see that the angels of God were not intervening to assist me? Later, God would forgive me, seeing the crowds of believers that I would lead back to him. Also in the desert, he had tried to convince me to tempt God through imprudence. I defeated him by prayer. The Spirit dominated moral temptation. He showed me my abandonment by God. He, the Father, no longer loved me. I was laden with the sins of the world. I disgusted him. He was absent and was leaving me to myself. He was surrendering me to the mockery of a cruel crowd, and he would not even grant me his divine comfort. I was alone, all alone. In that hour, there was but Satan near the Christ. God and men were absent because they did not love me. They hated me or were uninterested. I prayed to cover the satanic words with my prayers. But my prayer no longer ascended to God. It fell back on me like stones of lapidation and crushed me under its rubble. My prayer, that had always been for me like a caress given to the Father. A voice that ascended and was answered by a fatherly caress and word. was now dead, heavy, uttered in vain to a closed heaven. I then tasted the bitterness of the bottom of the cup, the flavour of despair. It was what Satan wanted, to lead me to despair, to make me a slave of his. I overcame despair, and I overcame it only with my power, because I wanted to defeat it. Only with my strength of a man. I was nothing but the man, and I was nothing but a man no longer helped by God. When God helps you, it is easy to lift even the world and hold it up like a child's toy. But when God does not help us anymore, even the weight of a flower is a burden to us. I defeated despair and Satan, its creator, in order to serve God and you by giving you the life. But I became acquainted with death, not with the physical death of crucifixion. That was not so dreadful, but with the total, conscious death of the fighter who falls after triumphing, with a broken heart and blood pouring out of him, in the trauma of an effort exceeding all endurance. And I sweated blood. I sweated blood to be faithful to God's will. That is why the angel of my sorrow showed me the hopes of all those who have been saved through my sacrifice as a medicine for my dying. Your names. Each name was a drop of medicine instilled into my veins to invigorate them and make them function. Each of them was for me life coming back, light coming back, strength coming back. During the cruel tortures, to avoid shouting my grief of man, and in order not to despair of God and say that he was too severe and unjust to his victim, I repeated your names to myself. I saw you. Since then I blessed you. Since then I have carried you in my heart. And when the time came for you to be on the earth, I leaned out of heaven to accompany your coming, rejoicing at the thought that a fresh flower of love was born in the world and would have lived for me. Oh, my blessed ones, the comfort of the dying Christ, my mother, the disciple, the pious women were present at my death, and you were there as well. My dying eyes saw, with the tormented face of my mother, also your loving ones, and they closed thus, happy to be closed, because they had saved you, who deserve the sacrifice of a God. The poem of the man God. The Passion. Chapter 600. The Various Trials. 16th of February, 1944. Jesus says, "You have by now become acquainted with all the sorrows that preceded the Passion proper. I will now let you know the sorrows of my actual passion, those sorrows that affect your minds more when you meditate on them. But you meditate very little on them. Too little. You do not consider how much you have cost me, and what torture your salvation involved. You complain of a scratch, of knocking against a corner, of a headache. But you do not consider that my body was one big sore, that those sores were envenomed with many things, that things themselves served to torture their Creator, because they tortured the already tormented God's Son, without any respect for Him who, Father of creation, had formed them. But things were not guilty. The guilty one was still and always man. Guilty since the day he listened to Satan in the earthly paradise. The things of creation up to that moment had no thorns, no poison, no cruelty for man, the chosen creature. God had made that man king. He made him in his own image and likeness, and in his fatherly love, he did not want things to be insidious to man. Satan laid the snare in the heart of man, first of all. Then, with the punishment of sin, it brought spines and thorns. So I, the man, had also to suffer things and be grieved, not only by people but also by things. The former insulted and tortured me. The latter served as their weapons. The hand that God had made for man to distinguish him from brutes. The hand that God had taught man how to use. The hand that God had coordinated with man's mind, making it the executor of the commands of the mind. This part, which is so perfect in you, and which should have had nothing but caresses for the Son of God, by whom it had only been caressed and cured, if it were diseased, turned against the Son of God and struck him with slaps and blows. It armed itself with scourges. It became pincers to tear hair and beard, and hammer to drive nails. Man's feet, which should have run nimbly only to worship the Son of God, were swift to come to arrest me, to push and drag me along the streets towards my executioners, and kick me in such a way as would be unfair, even with a restive mule. Man's mouth, which should have used words, the endowment given only to man among all animals created, to praise and bless the Son of God, filled with curses and lies, and hurled them with its slaver at my person. Man's mind, the proof of his celestial origin, exhausted itself devising tortures of refined rigor. Man, the whole man, made use of himself in his individual parts to torture the Son of God. And he called the earth with its forms to assist him in torturing. Of the stones of torrents he made projectiles to wound me. Of the branches of trees, clubs to strike me. Of twisted hemp, ropes to drag me, cutting into my flesh. Of thorns, crown of stinging fire for my tired head. Of minerals,
an exasper scourge, of a Cain, an instrument of torture, of the stones in streets, a snare for the unsteady foot of him who was going uphill, dying, to die crucified. And things of the sky combined with the things of the earth. The cold at dawn for my body already exhausted by the agony in the garden. The wind that irritates wounds. The sun that increases parching thirst. And one's temperature and brings flies and dust that dazzles tired eyes, which fastened hands cannot protect. And the fibers granted to man to cover his nakedness combine with the things of the sky, with leather that becomes a scourge, with the wool of a garment that sticks to the sores made by the scourges and causes a rubbing and lacerating torture at each movement. Everything served to torture the Son of God. He, for whom all things had been created, in the hour in which he was the victim offered to God, had everything against him in a hostile manner. Your Jesus, Mary, had no comfort from anything. Everything that exists turned against me, like fierce vipers, to bite at my flesh and increase my suffering. This is what you ought to think of when you suffer. And comparing your imperfection with my perfection and my sorrows with yours, you ought to admit that the Father loves you as he did not love me in that hour, and therefore you should love him with your whole selves, as I loved him, notwithstanding his rigor. 22nd to 25th of March, 1945. The painful journey begins along the stony lane leading from the clearing where Jesus was arrested to the Kidron, and thence along another lane to town. And jibes and torture begin at once. Jesus, his wrists and even his waist tied, as if he were a dangerous madman. The ends of the ropes, entrusted to energumens intoxicated with hatred, is tugged here and there like a rag, abandoned to the rage of a pack of puppies. But if those who behave thus were dogs, they could still be excused. But they are men, although they only have the appearance of men. And it is to give him greater pain that they have thought of tying him with two opposite ropes, one of which serves only to fasten his wrists, and it scratches and cuts into them with its coarse friction, and the other, the one round his waist, compressed his elbows against his thorax, and cuts into and presses his upper abdomen, torturing his liver and kidneys, where there is a huge knot, and where, now and again, those holding the ends of the rope slash him with them, saying, "Gee, up away, trot, donkey!" And they kick him at the same time, striking the back of the knees of the tortured one, who vacillates and does not fall on the ground only because the ropes hold him up. But that does not prevent him from knocking against low walls and tree trunks, while he is tugged to the right by the man holding the rope fastening his wrists, and to the left by him holding the rope around his waist. And he falls heavily against the parapet, as a result of a more violent jerk when crossing the little bridge on the Kidron. His bruised mouth is bleeding.
Jesus raises his tired hands to wipe away the blood soiling his beard, but does not say anything. He is really the lamb that does not bite its torturer. Some people in the meantime have gone down to the gravel bed to get pebbles and stones, and from below a shower of stones strikes the easy target. As progress is slow on the narrow, insecure little bridge, on which people crowd, hindering one another, the stones hit Jesus' head and shoulders. They hit not only Jesus, but also his torturers, who react, throwing back sticks and the same stones. And it all serves to knock Jesus again on the head and neck. But they are soon on the other side of the bridge, and the narrow lane casts shadows on the fray, because the moon, which is beginning to set, does not illuminate the twisted lane. And many torches have gone out in the turmoil. But hatred acts as light to see the poor martyr, who is exposed to torture also because of his high stature. He is the tallest among all of them, so it is easy to strike him, to seize him by the hair, compelling him to throw back his head violently, and to fling on it handfuls of filthy stuff, which, by force, goes into his mouth and eyes, causing nausea and pain. They begin to go through the suburb of Ophel, in which he dispensed so much good and so many caresses. The shouts of the people awake people who rush to their doors, and while women utter cries of sorrow and run away struck with terror, seeing what is happening, men, who have also been cured and assisted and have received friendly words from him. Men either lower their heads, remaining indifferent, simulating carelessness, to say the least, or they pass from curiosity to hatred, to sneering, to threatening gestures, or they follow the procession to join in torturing him. Satan is already at work. A man, a husband who wants to follow him to insult him, is grasped by his howling wife, who shouts at him, "Coward! You owe him your life! You filthy man, full of rottenness! Remember that!" But the woman is overwhelmed by the man, who beats her in a beastly manner, throwing her on the ground, and then runs to join the martyr, whose head he strikes with a stone. Another woman, an old one, tries to obstruct the path of her son, who is rushing, looking like a hyena and holding a stick to strike him, and she shouts at him, "As long as I live, you shall not be the killer of your Saviour!" But the poor wretch is struck by her son with a brutal kick at the groin, and she collapses on the ground, shouting, "Deicide and matricide! May you be cursed for rending my womb for the second time and for injuring the Messiah!" The scene becomes more and more violent the closer they get to town. Before arriving at the walls, the gates are already open, and the Roman soldiers, fully armed, are observing where and how the tumult is evolving, ready to interfere should the prestige of Rome be injured. There is John with Peter. I think they have arrived there by a shortcut, which they have taken crossing the Kidron upstream of the bridge, and rushing ahead of the crowd which is proceeding slowly. So much people are hindering one another. They are in the half-light of an entrance hall, near a little square before the walls. They have covered their heads with their mantles to conceal their faces. But when Jesus arrives, John drops his mantle and shows his wan, upset face in the clear moonlight that still shines there, before the moon sets behind the hill, which is beyond the walls, and which I hear is named Tophet by the hired ruffians who arrested Jesus. Peter dares not show his face, but he comes forward to be seen. Jesus looks at them, and he smiles with infinite kindness. Peter turns round and goes back to his dark corner, covering his eyes with his hands, stooping, aged, already in very poor spirits. John remains bravely where he is, and only when the howling crowd has gone by, he joins Peter. He takes him by the elbow and he guides him as if he were a boy leading his blind father. And they both enter into the town behind the clamoring crowd. I can hear the stupid, derisory, sorrowful exclamations of the Roman soldiers. Some of them curse as they had to get out of their beds because of that stupid blockade. Some mock the Jews as being able to arrest a poor little woman. Some pity the victim whom they have always known to be kind. And some say, I would have preferred to die a violent death rather than see him in those hands. He's a great man. I have two objects of veneration in this world, him and Rome. By Jove, exclaims the one of highest rank, I don't want trouble. I'll go to the ensign. Let him inform who is to be informed. I don't want to be sent to fight against the Germans. These Jews stink, and they are snakes and trouble. But life is safe here, and I am about to finish my military service, and near Pompeii I have a girl. Jesus before Annas. I miss the rest as I follow Jesus, who proceeds along the street that forms a bend uphill to go to the temple. But I see and realize that Annas' house, where they want to take him, is and is not in the labyrinthic aggregation which is the temple, and covers the whole of the Zion hill. The house is at its extremities, near a series of massive walls, which seem to be the boundaries of the town here. And from this place, they stretch along the side of the mountain with porches and yards, until they reach the enclosure of the temple proper. That is where the Israelites go for their several celebrations of cult. A tall iron door opens in the massive wall. Some voluntary hyenas rush towards it and knock loudly. And as soon as the door is slightly opened, they burst inside, almost knocking down and trampling on the maidservant who had come to open it. And they open it wide, so that the bawling crowd, with the prisoner in the middle of them, may go in. And as soon as they are in, they close and bolt the door, probably because they are afraid of Rome or of the followers of the Nazarene. His followers, where are they? They go along the entrance hall, and then they pass through a wide yard, a corridor, another porch, and another yard. And they drag Jesus up 3 steps, compelling him almost to run along a porch built onto the yard in order to arrive sooner at a richly furnished hall, where there is an elderly man wearing the robes of a priest.
May God comfort you, Annas,
says he, who seems to be the officer, if the rascal who has been in charge of those brigands can be called so.
Here is the culprit. I entrust him to your holiness, so that Israel may be cleansed of the sin.
May God bless you for your sagacity and your faith.
Fine sagacity.
Jesus' voice had been enough to make them drop to the ground at Gethsemane. Who are you? Jesus of Nazareth, the Rabbi, the Christ. And you know me. I have not acted in darkness. No, not in darkness. But you have led the crowds astray with obscure doctrines. And it is the temple's right and duty to protect the souls of the children of Abraham. The souls, priest of Israel. Can you say that you have suffered for the soul of the least or greatest person of this people? And what about you? What have you done that may be called suffering? What have I done? Why do you ask me? The whole of Israel speaks about me. From the holy city to the poorest village, even stones speak to say what I have done. I have given sight to blind people, the sight of their eyes and of their hearts. I have opened the ears of deaf people to the voices of the earth and of heaven. I have made cripples and paralytics walk, so that they might begin marching from the flesh towards God, and then proceed with their spirits. I have cleansed lepers of the leprosy pointed out by the Mosaic law, and of that which makes man polluted in the eyes of God, sin. I have raised the dead, but I do not say that it is a great deed to call a body back to life, but it is a great thing to redeem a sinner. And I have done that. I have helped the poor, teaching greedy and rich Hebrews the holy precept of love for our neighbor, and remaining poor, notwithstanding that a stream of gold passed through my hands. I have wiped more tears by myself than all of you, who possess riches. And finally, I have given a wealth that has no name. The knowledge of the law, the knowledge of God, the certainty that we are all equal, and that in the holy eyes of the Father, tears and crimes are the same, whether they are shed or committed by the tetrarch and by the pontiff, or by the beggar and the leper who dies on a cart road. That is what I have done, nothing else. Do you realize that you are accusing yourself? You say that leprosy that makes one polluted in the eyes of God and is not pointed out by Moses. You are insulting Moses and are insinuating that there are some lacunae in his law, not his, God's. It is so. More than leprosy, which is a misfortune of the flesh and comes to an end. I declare grave, and it is so. Sin, which is an eternal misfortune of the spirit. Do you dare say that you can remit sins? How can you do it? If with a little lustral water and the sacrifice of a ram it is lawful and credible to cancel a sin, expiate it, and be cleansed of it. Why will my tears, my blood, and my will not be able to do so? But you are not dead. So where is the blood? I am not yet dead, but I shall be, because it is written. In heaven, before Zion existed, before Moses existed, before Jacob existed, before Abraham existed, since the king of evil gnawed at the heart of man and poisoned it in him and in his children. It is written on the earth, in the book that contains the voices of the prophets. It is written in hearts, in yours, in Caiaphas's, in the hearts of the members of the Sanhedrin who do not know. Those hearts do not forgive me for being good. I have absolved, anticipating through my blood. I will now accomplish absolution with a purifying bath in it. You say that we are greedy and we ignore the precept of love. Is it perhaps not true? Why are you killing me? Because you are afraid that I may dethrone you. Oh, be not afraid. My kingdom is not of this world. I leave you the masters of all power. The Eternal knows when to utter the enough that will make you drop thunderstruck. Like Dorsey. He died of a fit of anger, not because he was struck by heavenly lightning. God was waiting on the other side to strike him. And you are repeating that to me, a relative of his. How dare you? I am the truth, and the truth is never cowardly, proud, and foolish. No, sincere. You accuse me of offending you, but do you all not hate? You hate one another, and now your hatred for me unites you. But tomorrow, when you have killed me, you will hate one another once again, and more fiercely, and will live with this hyena behind your backs, and this snake in your hearts. I have taught love for the world's sake. I taught people not to be greedy, to have mercy. Of what do you accuse me? Of preaching a new doctrine. Oh, priest, Israel is swarming with new doctrines. The Essenes have theirs, the Sadducites and the Pharisees have theirs. Everybody has his secret one, which for one is named pleasure, for another one gold, for another one power, and everybody has his idol, not I. I have resumed the downtrodden law of my Father, of the eternal God, and I have gone back to repeating the 10 commandments of the Decalogue in a simple way, talking myself hoarse to make them enter the hearts hearts that no longer knew them. Horror! Blasphemy! How dare you say this to me, a priest? Has Israel no temple? Are we like the exiles in Babylon? Reply to me. That is what you are, and even more. There is a temple, yes, a building. But God is not in it. He has fled before the abomination that is in his house. But why ask me so many questions, since my death has already been decided? We are not murderers. We kill, if we have the right to do so, for an evident fault. But I want to save you. Tell me, and I will save you. Where are your disciples? If you hand them over to me, I will let you go free. The names of all of them, and the secret ones more than the known ones. Tell me, is Nicodemus one of yours, and Joseph, and Gamaliel, and Eleazar, and... But with regard to this one I already know. It is not necessary. Speak up! You know that I can kill you and save you. I am powerful. You are filth. I leave to filth the business of the informer. I am light. A bravo lands a blow on his face. I am light. Light and truth. I have spoken openly to the world. I have taught in synagogues and in the temple, where the Judeans meet. And I have said nothing secretly. I repeat it. Why do you ask me? Ask those who have heard what I have said. They know. Another bravo gives him a slap in the face, shouting, Is that how you reply to the high priest? I am speaking to Annas. Caiaphas is the pontiff, and I am speaking with respect due to the old man. But if you think that I have said something wrong, prove it to me. If not, why do you strike me? Leave him alone. I am going to Caiaphas. Keep him here until I tell you otherwise, and make sure he does not speak to anybody. Annas goes out. Jesus does not speak, not even to John, who dares to stay at the door, defying the crowd of hired ruffians. But Jesus, without saying a word, must have given him an order, because John, after a sorrowful glance, goes away and I lose sight of him. Jesus before Caiaphas. Jesus remains with the torturers, blows with ropes, spittle, insults, kicks. The tearing of his hair is what is left for him, until a servant comes to say that the prisoner is to be taken to Caiaphas' house. And Jesus, still tied and ill-treated, goes out again under the porch, walks along it as far as a lobby, and then passes through a yard in which many people are warming themselves near a fire, because the night has turned cold and windy in the early hours of the Friday. Peter and John are also there, mingled among the hostile crowd, and they must be really brave to stay there. Jesus looks at them, and a faint smile appears on his lips, already swollen because of the blows received.
A long walk across porches, halls, yards, and corridors. But what kind of houses did these people of the temple have? But the crowd does not go into the enclosure of the pontiff's house. It is pushed back into Annas' entrance hall. Jesus proceeds alone, among bravos and priests. He goes into a large hall that seems to lose its rectangular shape because of the many seats placed in horseshoe shape along 3 sides, leaving an empty space in the middle, beyond which there are 2 or 3 seats placed on platforms. When Jesus is on the point of going in, Rabbi Gamaliel arrives at the same time, and the guards give the prisoner a strong pull so that he may give way to the rabbi of Israel. But the latter, as stiff as a statue, with a stately attitude, slackens his pace and, hardly moving his lips without looking at anyone, he asks, "Who are you? Tell me." And Jesus kindly replies, "Read the prophets, and you will have the answer. They contain the first sign. The other one will come." Gamaliel gathers his mantle and goes in. Jesus enters behind him. While Gamaliel goes to one of the seats, Jesus is dragged into the middle of the hall, in front of the pontiff, the true figure of a criminal, and they wait until all the members of the Sanhedrin arrive. Then the session begins. But Caiaphas notices that 2 or 3 seats are vacant, and he asks,
"Where is Eleazar? And where is John?"
A young man, a scribe, I think, stands up. He bows and says,
"They refused to come. Here is their letter. Keep it and make a note of it. They will answer for that. What have the holy members of this council to say with regard to this man?" "I will tell you. He infringed the Sabbath in my house. God bears witness that I am not lying. Ishmael ben Fabi never lies." "Is it true, defendant?"
Jesus is silent.
"I have seen him with well-known prostitutes. Feigning he was a prophet, he turned his haunt into a brothel, and with heathen women of all people. Zadok, Calasabona, and Nahum, Annas' trustee, were with me. I am telling the truth. Zadok and Calasabona, give me the lie if I deserve it." "It is true, quite true."
"What do you say?"
Jesus is silent.
"He missed no opportunity to deride us and have us ridiculed. Common people no longer love us through his fault. Do you hear them? You have profaned the holy members."
Jesus is silent.
"This man is possessed. After he returned from Egypt, he has practiced black magic."
"How can you prove it?"
"On my faith and on the tables of the law."
"A grave charge. Prove your innocence."
Jesus is silent.
"Your ministry is illegal. You know that. And liable to death. Speak up."
"This session of ours is illegal. Stand up, Simeon, and let us go," says Gamaliel.
"Rabbi, have you gone mad?" I respect formulae. It is not lawful to proceed as we are doing, and I will make a public charge against it. And Rabbi Gamaliel goes out, as stiff as a statue, followed by a man about 35 years old who looks like him. There is a little turmoil, and Nicodemus and Joseph take advantage of it to speak in favor of the martyr. Gamaliel is right. The time and the place are illicit, and the charges are not consistent. Can anybody accuse him of having notoriously despised the law? I am a friend of his, and I swear that I have always found him to be respectful of the law, says Nicodemus. And I too. And in order not to assent to a crime, I cover my head, not for him, but for us. And I go out. And Joseph is about to come down from his seat and go out. But Caiaphas shouts, "Ah! Is that what you say? Then let the sworn witness come, and listen to them. Then you will go away." Then 2 jailbird figures come in. Elusive looks, cruel sneers, sly ways. "Speak up. It is not lawful to listen to both at the same time," shouts Joseph. "I am the high priest. I give orders. Be silent." Joseph strikes the table with his fist and says, "May the fire of heaven fall upon you. As from this moment be aware that Joseph the elder is an enemy of the Sanhedrin and the friend of the Christ. And I am going at once to inform the Praetor that a man is being sentenced to death here without the approval of Rome." And he rushes out, giving a violent push to a young, thin scribe who would like to hold him back. Nicodemus goes out more calmly without saying a word. And when going out, he passes in front of Jesus and looks at him. Another turmoil. They are afraid of Rome. And Jesus is always the expiating victim. "See, all this is happening through your fault. You corrupter of the best Judeans. You have prostituted them." Jesus is silent. "Let the witnesses speak," shouts Caiaphas. "Yes, he was making use of the we know. What is the name of that thing?" "The tetragram, perhaps?" That's it. You have said it. He evoked the dead. He taught people to rebel against the Sabbath and to desecrate the altar. We swear it. He said that he wanted to destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days with the assistance of demons. No, he said it will not be built by man. Caiaphas comes down from his seat and approaches Jesus. Small, excessively fat, ugly. He looks like a huge toad, close to a flower. Because Jesus, although wounded, bruised, dirty and unkempt, is still so handsome and solemn. "Are you not replying? What horrible charges they are bringing against you. Speak, to clear yourself of such shame." But Jesus is silent. He looks at him, but does not speak. "Reply to me, then. I am your pontiff. I adjure you by the living God. Tell me, are you the Christ, the Son of God? You have said it, I am. And you will see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of the power of the Father, come on the clouds of the sky. Moreover, why do you ask me? I have spoken in public for 3 years. I have not said anything secretly. Ask those who have heard me. They will tell you what I have said and what I have done. One of the soldiers who is holding him strikes his mouth, making it bleed once again, and he shouts, "Is that how you reply, O Satan, to the high pontiff?" And Jesus replies meekly to this one, as he had replied to the previous one. If I have spoken the truth, why do you strike me? If I have said something wrong, why do you not tell me where I am wrong? I tell you once again, I am the Christ, the Son of God. I cannot lie. I am the high priest, the eternal priest. And I alone wear the true rationale on which it is written, doctrine and truth. And I am faithful to both, even to death. Ignominious in the eyes of the world, holy in the eyes of God. And until the blissful resurrection, I am the anointed one, pontiff and king I am. And I am about to take my scepter, and with it, as with a winnowing fan, I will clear the threshing floor. This temple will be destroyed, and it will rise again, new and holy. Because this one is corrupt, and God has abandoned it to its destiny. Blasphemer! They all shout in chorus. Will you do that in 3 days, you silly possessed man? Not this one. But mine will rise again. The temple of the true, living, holy, 3 times holy God. Anathema! They howl again in chorus. Caiaphas raises his clucking voice. He tears his linen garments with affected horror, and he says, "What else have we to hear from witnesses? He has blasphemed. So what shall we do?" And all in chorus, "He deserves to die." And with disdainful, scandalized gestures, they go out of the hall, leaving Jesus to the mercy of the bravos and of the mob of false witnesses, who with slaps, blows, spitting, blinding his eyes with a rag, and then pulling his hair violently, drive him here and there with his hands tied, so that it knocks against tables, chairs, and walls, while they ask him, "Who hit you? Guess!" And several times they trip him and make him fall flat on his face, and they split their sides with laughter, seeing how hardly able he is to stand up again, his hands being tied. Some hours go by so, and the tired torturers decide to have a little rest. They take Jesus to a closet, making him go through many yards among the insults of the mob, already numerous in the enclosure of the pontiff's house. Jesus arrives in the courtyard where there is Peter near a fire, and he looks at him. But Peter escapes his notice. John is no longer there. I cannot see him. I think he has gone away with Nicodemus. Dawn is breaking, and the sky looks greenish. An order is given. The prisoner is to be taken back to the council hall for a more legal trial. It is just the moment in which Peter for the third time denies that he knows the Christ, when the latter is passing by, already marked by sufferings. And in the greenish dawn light, his bruises look even more dreadful on his wan face, and his eyes more sunken and glassy. A Jesus made dull by the sorrow of the world. A derisory, sarcastic, mischievous cock crowing rends the air just beginning to stir at dawn. And at this moment of deep silence, brought about by the appearance of the Christ, only Peter's harsh voice is heard to say,
"I swear it, woman! I do not know him!"
A resolute, decided statement, to which replies at once, like a sneer, the cheeky crowing of the cockerel. Peter gives a start. He turns round to run away, and he finds himself facing Jesus, who looks at him with infinite compassion, with such sad, deep sorrow that breaks my heart, as if after that I should see my Jesus vanish forever. Peter sobs, and he goes out, staggering, as if he were drunk. He runs away behind the two servants, who go out into the street, and he disappears down the semi-dark street. Jesus is taken back into the hall. In chorus, they repeat the captious question. "In the name of the true God, tell us, are you the Christ?" And when they receive the same reply as the previous one, they sentence him to death, and they give orders to take Jesus to Pilate. Jesus, escorted by all his enemies, except Annas and Caiaphas, goes out, passing once again through those courts of the temple, in which so many times he had spoken, helped, and cured people. And through the embattled enclosure, he goes into the streets of the town. And more dragged than led, he descends towards the town, which is turning pinkish in the first announcement of dawn. I think that for the only purpose of torturing him longer, they make him take a long, tedious walk round Jerusalem, passing on purpose by the markets, the stablings, the hostels full of people at Passover, and both the waste vegetables in marketplaces and the excrement of animals in stablings become projectiles for the innocent, whose face shows larger and larger bruises and small bleeding cuts, and is veiled by the various dirty things spread over it. His hair, already weighed down and slightly stretched by blood sweat, looks duller and hangs uncombed, strewn with bits of straw and dirt falling over his eyes, because they ruffle it to veil his face. The people at marketplaces, buyers and vendors, leave everything to follow the poor wretch, but not out of love. Grooms and inn-servants come out in groups, deaf to the calling and orders of their mistresses, who, to tell the truth, like almost all the other women, are, if not all against the insults, at least indifferent to the tumult. And they withdraw, grumbling at being left alone with so many people to serve. So the howling train grows bigger every moment, and minds and features seem to change nature through a sudden epidemic, as the former become the minds of criminals, and the latter masks of ferocity in faces green with hatred or red with anger. Hands become claws, and mouths take the shape and howling of wolves, and eyes look sinister, red, squinted like those of madmen. Jesus only is always the same, although by now he is covered with dirt spread all over his body, and his features are disfigured by bruises and swellings. At an archivolt that narrows the street like a ring, while everything becomes obstructed and slows down, a cry rends the air. Jesus! It is Elias, the shepherd, who tries to make his way by swinging a heavy club. Old, powerful, menacing and strong, he almost succeeds in approaching the master. But the crowd, defeated by the first assault, closes its ranks and separates, dives back and overwhelms the solitary disciple who struggles against a whole crowd. Master! He shouts, while the vortex of the crowd absorbs and rejects him. Go, my mother, I bless you. And the procession passes through the narrow spot. And like water that finds an open space after a dam, it pours uproariously into a wide avenue, built above the hollow between two hills, with wonderful buildings of wealthy people at its ends. I see the temple once again on the top of its hill, and I realize that the vicious circle they made the convict go round, to expose him to the ridicule of the whole town and allow everybody to insult him, while the insulters increase at each step, it's coming to its end by going back to where it started. A horseman comes out of a building at a gallop. The purple caparison on the white Arab horse and the magnificence of its appearance, his sword brandished naked and landed with its flat or edge on backs and heads that begin to bleed, make him look like an archangel. When in a caracole, in the prance of the horse that curvets, using its hooves as a weapon to defend itself and its master, and as the best means to make its way through the crowd, it makes the rider's purple and gold veil fall from its head, where it was held tight by a gold strip. I recognize Manaen. Back! He shouts. How dare you disturb the Tetrarch's rest? But that is only an excuse to justify his intervention and attempt to reach Jesus. This man! Let me see him! Stand aside, or I will call the guards. The people, because of the hail of blows with the flat of the sword, of the kicks of the horse, and of the threats of the horseman, open out, and Manaen can reach the group of Jesus and of the temple guards who are holding him. Go away! The Tetrarch is more important than you are, you filthy servants! Back! I want to speak to him! And he is successful by charging the most ruthless jailer with his sword. Master! Thank you. But go away. And may God comfort you. And, as best he can with his tied hands, he makes a gesture of blessing. The crowds hiss from afar, and as soon as they see Manaen withdraw, they take vengeance for being driven back by throwing a hail of stones and rubbish on the convict. Along the avenue, which is uphill,
and already warm in the sunshine, they go towards the Antonia Tower, the mass of which is already visible in the distance. The shrill cry of a woman rends the air.
Oh, my Saviour! My life for his! Oh, eternal!
Jesus turns his head round, and on the high, flowery loggia surrounding a beautiful house he sees Johanna of Cusa, among maids and servants, and with little Mary and Matthias around her, raise her arms towards the sky. But heaven does not listen to prayers today. Jesus raises his arms and makes a gesture of farewell blessing.
Death! Death to the blasphemer, the corrupter, the devil! Death to his friends!
And hisses and stones are slung towards the high terrace. I do not know whether anybody is injured. I hear a very shrill cry, and then I see the group break up and disappear. And on, going up. Jerusalem displays her houses in the sunshine, empty, emptied by the hatred that drives the whole town, with its real inhabitants and the temporary ones who have come here for the Passover against a defenseless man. Some Roman soldiers, a whole maniple, run out from the Antonia with their lances pointed at the mob, who disperse shouting. In the middle of the street there is Jesus left with the guards, the chief of the priests, of the scribes, and of the elders of the people.
This man, this sedition, you will answer to Rome for this,
says the centurion haughtily.
He is liable to death according to our law. And since when has the jus gladii et sanguinis been given back to you?
Asks once again the senior centurion, a real Roman, with a severe face and the cheek marked by a deep scar. And he speaks with the contempt and disgust with which he would speak to lousy galley slaves.
We are aware that we do not have that right. We are loyal subjects of Rome. Ha 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 ha! Listen to them, Longinus. Loyal subjects, rotters. I would reward you with the arrows of my archers. Too noble a death. Too noble a death. The backs of mules want nothing but the lash,
replies Longinus with ironic coolness. The chief priests, scribes, and elders are foaming with poison, but they want to attain their object and are silent. They swallow the insult without showing that they have understood it, and bowing to the two officers, they ask that Jesus be led to Pontiff Pilate, so that he may judge and condemn with the well-known honest justice of Rome. Listen to them. We have become wiser than Minerva. Here, give him to us, and march ahead of us. One never knows. You were stinking jackals. It is dangerous to have you behind our backs. Go on. We cannot. Why not? When one accuses, one must be before the judge with the defendant. That is the rule of Rome. The house of a heathen is unclean in our eyes, and we are already purified for Passover. Oh, poor little things. They become contaminated by coming in. And the murder of the only Hebrew who is a man, and not a jackal and a reptile like you. Does that not pollute you? All right, then remain where you are, not one step forward, or you will be pierced by the spears. Let a decury stand round the defendant.
The others against this rabble that smells of badly washed billy-goat.
Jesus before Pontius Pilate. Jesus enters into the Praetorium in the middle of the 10 soldiers, who are armed with lances and form a square of halberds around his person. The 2 centurions go on, while Jesus stops in a large entrance hall, beyond which there is a courtyard that can be seen indistinctly behind a curtain moved by the wind. They disappear behind a door. They come back in with the governor, who is wearing a snow-white toga with a scarlet mantle on top of it. Perhaps that is how they dressed when respecting Rome officially. He comes in lazily, with a skeptical smile on his shaven face. He rubs some leaves of lemon-scented verbena and smells them voluptuously. He goes to a sundial and comes back after looking at it. He throws some grains of incense into the brazier placed at the feet of a deity. He has citron water brought to him, and he gargles his throat. He gazes at his hair, completely wavy in a mirror of highly polished metal. He seems to have forgotten the convict, who is waiting his approval to be killed. He would make even stones fly into a rage. Since the front of the hall is completely open and is raised by 3 high steps with respect to the lobby, which opens onto the street and is 3 more steps higher than it, the Jews can see everything very well, and they are fretting and fawning, but they dare not rebel, as they fear the lances and javelins. At last, after going round and round the large hall, Pilate goes straight towards Jesus. He looks at him and asks the 2 centurions,
This one? Yes, this man. Let his accusers come.
and he goes and sits on the chair placed on the platform. Above his head, the insignia of Rome interlace with the golden eagle and their powerful initials.
They cannot come. They become contaminated. Phew, better so. We shall save streams of essences to remove their goatish smell from this place. Make them come nearer, at least. Down here? And make sure they do not come in, as they do not wish to do so. This man could be a pretext for a sedition.
A soldier departs to take the order of the Roman procurator. The others draw up in front of the entrance hall at regular distances, as handsome as 9 statues of heroes. The chief priests, scribes, and elders come forward, and they bow servilely and stop in the little square which is before the Praetorium, beyond the 3 steps of the lobby.
Speak up and be quick. You are already at fault for disturbing the peace of the night and having the gates opened with violence. But I will have that verified, and the principals and mandatories will answer for disobeying the ordinance.
Pilate has gone towards them, remaining in the hall.
We have come to submit a verdict on this man to Rome, whose divine emperor you represent. What charges do you bring against him? He seems innocent to me. If he were not an evildoer, we would not have brought him to you.
And in their eagerness to accuse him, they come forward.
Repel this populace 6 steps beyond the 3 steps in the square. The 2 sentries to arms.
The soldiers obey promptly. 100 draw up on the top outer step
with their backs to the entrance hall, and 100 in this little square, onto which the main door of Pilate's abode opens. I said main door. I should say huge portal or triumphal arch, because it is a very wide opening, delimited by a gate, now wide open, which admits into the hall through the long corridors of the lobby, at least 6 meters wide, so that what takes place in the raised hall is clearly visible. Beyond the wide lobby, one can see the beastly faces of the Jews look threateningly and diabolically towards the inside. Beyond the armed barrier, that side by side presents 200 sharp pointed spears to the chicken-hearted killers. I ask you once again, which charge are you bringing against this man? He has committed crimes against the law of our forefathers. And have you come to bother me about that? Take him and judge him according to your laws. We cannot sentence anybody to death. We are not learned. Jewish jurisprudence is a mentally deficient child as compared with the perfect law of Rome. As ignorant people and subjects of Rome, the mysteries we are in need. Since when have you become honey and butter? But you have spoken the truth, O masters of falsehood. You are in need of Rome, yes. To get rid of this man who causes trouble to you, I see. And Pilate laughs, looking at the clear sky that is framed like a rectangular sheet of dark turquoise among the marble snow-white walls of the hall. Tell me, which crimes has he committed against your laws? We have found out that he was causing disturbances in our country and was preventing people from paying the tribute to Caesar, saying that he is the Christ, the King of the Jews. Pilate goes back to Jesus, who is in the middle of the hall, left there by the soldiers, tied, but without escort. So obvious is his meekness. And he asks him, Are you the King of the Jews? Are you asking this of your own accord, or through the insinuations of other people?
And what do you expect me to care for your kingdom? Am I a Jew? Your country and its leaders have handed you over to me, that I may judge you. What have you done? I know that you are loyal. Speak. Is it true that you aspire at reigning?
My kingdom does not come from this world. If it were a kingdom of this world, my ministers and my soldiers would have fought to prevent the Jews from arresting me. But my kingdom is not of the earth, and you know that I do not seek power.
That is true, I know. I have been told. But you do not deny that you are a king.
You asserted, I am a king. That is why I came into the world, to bear witness to the truth. Those who are on the side of the truth, listen to my voice.
What is the truth?
Are you a philosopher? It does not serve when facing death. Socrates died just the same. But it served him in his lifetime to live honestly, and also to die well, and to enter into the other life without being called a traitor of civic virtues.
By Jove,
Pilate looks at him for some moments, full of admiration. Then he resumes his skeptical sarcasm. He makes a gesture of boredom, turns his back on him, and goes towards the Judeans. I find no fault in him. The crowd riots, seized with the panic fear of losing the prey and the spectacle of the capital punishment, and they shout, He's a rebel, a blasphemer! He encourages libertinism! He instigates people to rebel! He refuses respect for Caesar! He feigns that he is a prophet! He practices magic! He is a devil! He stirs up the people, teaching all over in Judea, where he came from, Galilee teaching. Death to him! Death to him! Is he a Galilean? Are you a Galilean? Pilate goes back to Jesus. Do you hear how they accuse you? Prove your innocence. But Jesus is silent. Pilate is pensive, and he decides. Let a century take him to Herod to be judged. He is Herod's subject. I acknowledge the right of the Tetrarch, and I assent to his verdict in advance. Tell him, go. And Jesus, surrounded like a rascal by 100 soldiers, passes through the town again. And once more he meets Judas Iscariot, whom he had already met near a market. I forgot to mention this before, disgusted as I was with the brawl of the populace. The same merciful glance at the traitor. It is now more difficult to strike him with kicks and clubs, but there is no shortage of stones and rubbish. And if the stones hit the Roman helmets and armor, resounding without injuries, they do leave marks when they hit Jesus, who is proceeding with only his tunic on, as he left his mantle at Gethsemane. When entering Herod's sumptuous palace, he sees Cusa, who cannot look at him, and runs away, not to see him in that state, covering his head with his mantle. Jesus before Herod. He is now in the hall, in front of Herod, and behind him there are the scribes and Pharisees, who feel at their ease here, and who come in to make their false charges. Only the centurion and 4 soldiers escort him towards the Tetrarch. Herod descends from his seat and walks round Jesus, while listening to the accusations of his enemies. And he smiles and flouts. He then feigns compassion and respect, which do not upset the martyr, as his raillery did not perturb him. You are great, I know. I inquired about you, and I was pleased that Cusa was your friend and Manaen your disciple. Aye, the worries of the state. But how anxious I was to say that you are great. I ask you to forgive me. John's eyes, his voice, accuse me, and are always before me. You are the saint who cancels the sins of the world. Absolve me, O Christ. Jesus is silent. I heard that they accuse you of rebelling against Rome. Are you not the promised rod to strike Assur? Jesus is silent. They told me that you predict the end of the temple and of Jerusalem. But is the temple not eternal as a spirit, since it was wanted by God who is eternal? Jesus is silent. mad? Have you lost your power? Is Satan preventing you from speaking? Has he abandoned you? Herod is laughing now. He then gives an order, and some servants rush in carrying a greyhound, which has a broken leg and is yelping sorrowfully, and a stableman who is dull-witted, with a big empty head, a slavering mouth, an abortion, the laughing-stock of the servants. The scribes and priests run away, shouting at the sacrilege when they see the stretchers of the dog. Herod, false and mocking, explains, "It's Herodias's pet, a gift of Rome. It broke its leg yesterday and she is weeping. Order it to be cured. Work a miracle." Jesus looks at him severely and is silent. "Have I offended you?" "This one, then. He's a man, although he is little more than a wild beast. Give him intelligence, since you are the intelligence of the Father. Is that not what you say?" And he laughs offensively. Another more severe glance of Jesus, who is still silent. "This man is too abstinent and is now stunned by scorn. Bring wine and women here, and untie him." They untie his hands, and while a large number of servants bring amphorae and cups, some dancers come in, covered with nothing. A many-coloured linen fringe is the only garment girding their thin waists and hips. Nothing else. As they are Africans, they are of bronze complexion and are as agile as young gazelles, and they begin a silent, lascivious dance. Jesus refuses the cups and closes his eyes without speaking. Herod's courtiers laugh at his disdain. "Take the woman you wish. Live! Learn to live!" suggests Herod. Jesus seems a statue, with folded arms, closed eyes. He does not stir even when the lewd dancers touch him lightly with their nude bodies. "Enough! I treated you as God, and you did not act as God. I treated you as a man, and you have not acted as a man. You are mad. A white garment? Clothe him with it, so that Pontius Pilate may know that the Tetrarch took his subject to be mad. Centurion, please tell the proconsul that Herod humbly presents his respect to him and venerates Rome. Go!" And Jesus, tied once again, goes out, with a linen tunic reaching down to his knees on top of his red woolen garment. And they go back to Pilate. Now, when the century, with difficulty, squeezed through the crowd, which did not get tired, waiting in front of the proconsular building, and it is strange to see so many people in that place and its neighborhood, while the rest of the town seems to be empty. Jesus sees the shepherds in a group, and they are all there. That is, Isaac, Jonathan, Levi, Joseph, Elias, Matthias, John, Simeon, Benjamin, and Daniel, together with a small group of Galileans, among whom I recognize Alphaeus and Joseph of Alphaeus, with two more whom I do not know, but judging by their hairstyle, I should say they are Judeans. And farther away, he sees John, who has slipped into the hall, half hidden behind a column with a Roman, who I think is a servant. He smiles at this one and at those, his friends. But what are these few people and Johanna and Manna and Cusa in the middle of an ocean boiling with hatred? The centurion salutes Pontius Pilate and reports. Here again. Phew! Cursed be this race. Make the mob come forward and bring the accused here. Oh, what a nuisance. He goes towards the crowd, stopping again in the middle of the hall. Jews, listen. You have brought me this man as an instigator of the people. I have examined him in your presence, and I have not found in him any of the crimes of which you accuse him. Herod did not find more than I did, and he has sent him back to us. He does not deserve death. Rome has spoken. But, in order not to displease you, depriving you of the amusement, I will give you Barabbas, and I will order him to be given 40 lashes. That is enough. No, not Barabbas! Not Barabbas! Death to Jesus, and a dreadful death! Release Barabbas and condemn the Nazarene to death! But listen! I said I will have him lashed. Is that not enough? I will have him scourged then. It is terrible, you know. He may die through it. What wrong has he done? I can find no fault in him, and I will set him free. Crucify him! Crucify him! Death to him! You are the protector of criminals! Heathen! You are Satan too! The crowd advances, and the first formation of soldiers wavers as they cannot make use of their lances. But the second line, descending one step, swing their lances and free their companions. Let him be scourged, Pilate orders a centurion. How many blows? As many as you like. In any case, the matter is over, and I'm bored. Go. The scourging at the pillar. Jesus is led by 4 soldiers to the courtyard beyond the hall. In the middle of that courtyard, which is all paved with coloured marbles, there is a high column like the one in the porch. At about 3 meters from the floor, it has an iron bar protruding at least a meter and ending with a ring, to which Jesus is tied, with his hands joined above his head, after he has been undressed. He has on only short linen drawers and sandals. His hands, tied at his wrists, are raised up as far as the ring, so that, although tall, he rests only the tip of his toes on the floor, and even that position is a torture. I have read, I do not know where, that the column was low and that Jesus was bent over it. That may be. I say what I see. Behind him stands one who looks like an executioner, with a clear Jewish profile. In front of him, another man, looking like the previous one. They are armed with scourges, made of 7 leather strips tied to a handle, and ending with small lead hammers. They begin to strike him rhythmically, as if they were practicing, one in front and one behind, so that Jesus' trunk is in a whirl of lashes and scourges. The 4 soldiers to whom he has been handed are indifferent and are playing dice with other 3 soldiers who have just arrived. And the voices of the players follow the rhythm of the sound of the scourges, which hiss like snakes and then resound like stones, striking the stretched skin of a drum. They beat the poor body, which is so slender and as white as old ivory, and then becomes covered with stripes that at first are a brighter and brighter pink shade, then violet. Then it displays blue swellings full of blood. Then the skin breaks, letting blood flow from all sides. They redouble their cruelty on his thorax and abdomen, but there is no shortage of blows given to his legs, arms, and even to his head, so that no fragment of his skin may be left without pain. And not a moan. If he were not held up by the rope, he would fall. But he does not fall and does not groan. Only his head hangs over his chest after so many blows, as if he had fainted. "Hey, stop! He must be alive when he is killed!" shouts a soldier scoffingly. The 2 executioners stop and wipe their perspiration. "We are exhausted," they say. "Give us our pay, so that we may have a refreshing drink." "I would give you the gallows, but here you are." And the decurion throws a large coin to each executioner. "You have done a good job. It looks like a mosaic. Titus, do you mean that this man was really Alexander's love? We must let him know, so that he may mourn over his death. Let us untie him." They untie him, and Jesus falls on the floor like a dead body. They leave him there, pushing him now and again with their feet shod with calice to see whether he moans. But he is silent. "Is he dead? Is it possible? He's a young man and a handicraftsman, so I'm told, and he looks like a delicate lady." "I will take care of him," says the soldier, and he sits him with his back against the column. Clots of blood appear where he was. He then goes towards a fountain gurgling under the porch. He fills a tub with water and pours it on Jesus' head and body. "That's it! Water is good for flowers." Jesus draws a deep sigh and tries to stand up, but his eyes are still closed. "Oh, good. Come on, darling. Your dame is waiting for you." But Jesus in vain presses his hands against the floor, trying to stand up. "Come on, quick! Are you weak? Here is some refreshments," says another soldier sneeringly, and with the shaft of his halberd he delivers a blow to Jesus' face, striking it between the right cheekbone and the nose, that begins to bleed. Jesus opens his eyes and looks round. His eyes are veiled. He stares at the soldier who struck him, wipes the blood with his hand, and then, with much effort, he stands up. "Get dressed! It is immodest to stay like that, you lewd man." They all laugh, standing around him. And he obeys without speaking. But when he bends, and he alone knows how much he suffers when stooping to the ground, contused as he is, as his wounds open even more when the skin is stretched, and more are formed as the blisters burst. A soldier gives a kick to his garments and scatters them, and every time Jesus reaches them, staggering to where they lie, a soldier pushes them away or throws them in a different direction. And Jesus, suffering bitterly, goes after them without uttering a word, while the soldiers deride him obscenely. He can dress himself again at last, and he can put on also the white tunic, which was left in a corner and is still clean. He seems to wish to conceal his poor red garment, which only yesterday was so beautiful and now is filthy with rubbish and stained with the blood sweated at Gethsemane. Furthermore, before putting on his short vest, he dries his wet face with it, cleaning it of dust and spittles. And the poor, holy face looks clean, marked only by bruises and small cuts. And he tidies his hair, which is hanging ruffled, and his beard, out of an inborn need to be personally tidy. Then he squats in the sunshine, because my Jesus is shivering. Fever begins to torture him with its cold shivers, and he feels weak because of the blood he has lost, of fasting and walking so much. The crowning with thorns. They tie his hands once again, and the rope begins to cut into his wrists, where the excoriated skin has left a mark like a red bracelet.
And now, what shall we do with him? I am bored. Wait, the Jews want a king. Now we will give them one. Him,
says a soldier. And he runs out to a court that is in the back, from which he comes back with a bunch of branches of wild hawthorn, still flexible, because springtime keeps the branches relatively tender, whilst the long, sharp thorns are hard. With a dagger they remove leaves and buds. They bend the branches, forming a circle, and they place them on his poor head. But the cruel crown falls down on his neck.
It does not fit. Make it narrower. Take it off.
They take it off and scratch his cheeks, risking to blind him, and they tear off his hair in doing so. They make it smaller. Now it is too small, and although they press it down, driving the thorns into his head, it threatens to fall. They take it off once again, tearing more of his hair. They adjust it again. It now fits. At the front, there are 3 thorny cords. At the back, where the ends of the 3 branches interweave, there is a real knot of thorns that penetrate into the nape of his neck.
Do you see how well you look? Naturally bronze and real rubies. Look at yourself, O king, in my cuirass,
says the inventor of the torture, scoffingly.
A crown is not sufficient to make a king. Purple and sceptre are required. In the stable there is a Cain, and in the sewer there is a red chlamys. Get them, Cornelius!
And once they have them, they put the dirty red rag on Jesus' shoulders, and before putting the cane in his hands, they beat his head with it, bowing and greeting. "Hail, King of the Jews!" And they roar with laughter. Jesus does not react. He lets them sit him on the throne, a tub turned upside down, certainly used to water horses. He lets them strike and scoff at him without ever uttering a word. He only looks at them, casting glances of such kindness and such atrocious sorrow that I cannot bear them without feeling heartbroken. Ecce homo. The soldiers stop sneering at him only when the harsh voice of a superior orders them to take the guilty prisoner to Pilate. Guilty of what? Jesus is taken back again to the entrance hall, which is now covered with a precious velarium because of the sun. He still has the crown, the chlamys, and the cane. "Come forward, that I may show you to the people." Jesus, although exhausted, straightens himself up with dignity. Oh, he really is a king. "Listen, Jews! Here is the man. I have punished him. But now, let him go." "No, no! We want to see him! Out! That we may see the blasphemer!" "Bring him out, and make sure they do not take him." And as Jesus goes out into the lobby and is visible in the square formed by the soldiers, Pontius Pilate points to him with his hand, saying, "Here is the man, your king. Is that still not sufficient?" The sun, in a sultry day, is shining almost perpendicular, because it is between the 3rd and the 6th hour, and it lights up and makes eyes and faces conspicuous. Are those people human beings? No. They are rabid hyenas. They shout. They shake their fists. They want his death. Jesus is holding himself upright, and I assure you that he never had such a noble bearing as now, not even when he performed the most wonderful miracles. Nobility of sorrow, but so divine as to suffice to mark him with the name of God. But in order to say that name, it is necessary to be at least men. And Jerusalem has no men today, but only demons. Jesus looks around at the crowd, and in the sea of rancorous faces he looks for and finds some friendly faces. How many? Less than 20 friends among thousands of enemies. And he lowers his head, struck by such abandonment. A tear falls, and another, and another. The sight of his tears does not engender compassion, but gives rise to fiercer hatred. He is taken back to the hall. "So, let him go, it is justice. No! Death to him! Crucify him! I will give you Barabbas. No! The Christ! In that case, take him yourselves, and crucify him by yourselves, because I find no fault in him to do that. He said that he is the Son of God. Our law inflicts death on whoever is guilty of such blasphemy." Pilate becomes pensive. He goes back in and sits on his little throne. He rests his forehead in his hands and his elbow on his knee, and scrutinizes Jesus. "Come near me," he says. Jesus goes to the foot of the platform. "Is it true? Tell me." Jesus is silent. "Where do you come from? Who is God?" He is the all. And then, what does the all mean? What is the all for one who is dying? You are mad. God does not exist. I do. Jesus is silent. He has let the great word drop, and then he envelops himself in silence. "Pontius, Claudia Proclus, freed woman, asks permission to come in. She has a note for you." "Domine, women also now. Let her come in." A Roman woman comes in and kneels down, handing a waxed tablet. It must be the one with which Procula begs her husband not to condemn Jesus. The woman withdraws backwards, while Pilate reads, "I am advised to avoid your being put to death. Is it true that you are more than a haruspex? You frighten me." Jesus is silent. "Do you know that I have the power to free you or to crucify you?" "You would have no power if it were not given to you from above. Therefore, he who handed me over to you is more guilty than you are." "Who is it? Your God?" "I fear." Jesus is silent. Pilate is on tenterhooks. He would like, and he would not like to. He is afraid of God's punishment. He is afraid of Rome. He fears Judean revenges. For a moment he overcomes the fear of God. He goes to the front of the hall and, in a thundering voice, he shouts, "He is not guilty! If you say so, you are no friend of Caesar's. He who proclaims himself king is his enemy. You want to free the Nazarene? We will inform Caesar of that." Pilate is seized with the fear of man. "So, you want him dead? Let it be so. But the blood of this just man is not to stain my hands." And having a basin brought to him, he washes his hands in the presence of the people who appear to be seized with frenzy while they shout, "His blood on us! His blood be on us and on our children! We are not afraid of him! Crucify him! Crucify him!" Pontius Pilate goes back to his little throne, and he calls the centurion Longinus and the slave. He orders the slave to bring him a board, on which he places a notice and has the words written on it, "Jesus Nazarene, King of the Jews." And he shows it to the people. "No, not so! Not King of the Jews, but that he said that he is King of the Jews." Many of them shout so. "What I have written, says Pilate severely. And standing upright, he stretches his hand forward with its palm turned down, and he orders, "Let him go to the cross! Soldier, go! Prepare the cross!" And he descends from his throne without even looking towards the uproarious crowd or at the wan, condemned man. He leaves the hall. Jesus is left in the middle of it, guarded by the soldiers, awaiting the cross. Friday, 10th of March, 1944. Jesus says, I want you to meditate on the point concerning my meetings with Pilate. John, who is the most accurate witness and a narrator, as he was almost always present, or at least very close, relates how I was taken to the Praetorium when I left Caiaphas's house. And it specifies early in the morning. In fact, you saw that it was daybreak. He also specifies they, the Jews, did not enter in order not to be contaminated and thus be able to eat the Passover. Being hypocritical as usual, they thought that it was dangerous to trample on the dust of a Gentile's house, as they might be contaminated. But they did not consider it a sin to kill an innocent. And with their spirits satisfied with the crime they had accomplished, they were able to enjoy their Passover even more. They have many followers even nowadays. All those who do wrong internally, but externally profess respect for religion and love for God are like them. Formulae, but not true religion. I regard them with disgust and disdain. As the Jews would not go into Pilate's house, Pilate came out to hear what the bawling crowd wanted and experienced as he was in governing and judging. At a glance, he realized that not I, but that population intoxicated with hatred was guilty. By looking at each other, we read each other's heart. I judged the man what he was. He judged me for what I was. I felt pity for him because he was weak, and he felt pity for me because I was innocent. He tried to save me from the very beginning, and as the right to administer justice with regard to criminals was remitted and reserved to Rome, he tried to save me by saying, "Judge him according to your law." Hypocrites, for the second time. The Jews refused to condemn me. It is true that Rome had the right of justice, but when, for instance, Stephen was stoned, Rome still ruled over Jerusalem, and notwithstanding all that, they passed sentence and had the capital sentence executed, disregarding Rome. With regard to me, whom they hated and feared and did not love, they would not believe that I was the Messiah, but did not want to kill me materially, in case I were. They acted in a different way and accused me of being an instigator against the power of Rome. You would say a rebel, in order to get Rome to judge me. In their ill-famed court of justice, and several times in the 3 years of my ministry, they had accused me of being a blasphemer and false prophet, and as such, I should have been stoned or killed in any way. But now, to avoid committing the crime materially, as by instinct they felt they would be punished for it, they made Rome do it, accusing me of being a criminal and a rebel.
When the crowds are perverted and the leaders have become devils, there is nothing easier than accusing an innocent to give vent to their thirst for ferocity and usurpation, and to get rid of those who are an obstacle and a judgment. We have gone back to those days. The world, after an incubation of perverted ideas, explodes now and again in such displays of perversion. Like a huge, pregnant woman, the crowd, after nourishing its monster in its womb with doctrines of wild beasts, gives birth to it so that it may devour. So that it may devour the best people first, and then itself. Pilate goes back into the Praetorium and calls me near him. And he questions me. He had already heard people speak of me. Among his centurions, there were some who repeated my name with grateful love, with tears in their eyes and smiles in their hearts, and who spoke of me as of a benefactor. In their reports to the Praetor, when they were questioned about this prophet, who attracted the crowds to himself and preached a new doctrine, which mentioned a strange kingdom, inconceivable to a heathen mind, they had always replied that I was a meek, kind man who did not seek the honors of the earth, and that I inculcated and practiced respect and obedience to those who are the authorities. More sincere than the Israelites, they saw and witnessed the truth. The previous Sunday, when his attention was attracted by the shouts of the crowd, he had leaned out of the window and he had seen a disarmed man pass by, riding a little donkey and blessing, surrounded by children and women. He had realized that that man could certainly not be a danger to Rome. So he wants to know whether I am a king. In his ironic pagan skepticism, he wanted to have a little laugh at that royalty that rides a donkey, that has barefooted children, smiling women, and common men as courtiers. At that royalty that for 3 years has preached that it has no interest in riches and power, and that speaks of no conquests but those of the spirit and the soul. What is the soul for a heathen? Not even his gods have souls. And can man have it? Also now, this king with no crown, with no palace, with no court, with no soldiers, repeats to him that his kingdom is not of this world. So much so that no minister and no army rises to defend their king and free him from his enemies. Pilate, sitting on his seat, scrutinizes me, because I am an enigma to him. If he cleared his soul of human cares, of the pride of his office, of the error of heathenism, he would understand at once who I am. But how can light enter where too many things obstruct the openings, preventing light from entering? It is always like that, my children, even now. How can God and his light enter where there is no more room for them? And doors and windows are closed and defended by pride, by humanity, by vice, by usury, by so many guards at the service of Satan against God. Pilate cannot understand what my kingdom is. And what is more painful, he does not ask me to explain it to him. To my invitation to know the truth, he, the untamable heathen, replies, "What is the truth?" And with a shrug of his shoulders, he lets the matter drop. Oh, my children! Oh, my pilots of the present times! You also, like Pontius Pilate, let the most vital matters drop with a shrug of your shoulders. You consider them useless, old-fashioned things. What is the truth? Money? No. Women? No. Power? No. Physical health? No. Human glory? No. Then forget about it. It is not worth running after a chimera. Money, women, power, good health, comforts, honors are the real, useful things that one must love and attain at all costs. That is how you reason. And worse than Esau, you barter eternal goods for coarse food that is harmful both to your physical health and to your eternal salvation. Why do you not persist in asking, what is the truth? It, the truth, asks for nothing but to be known in order to teach what it is. It is before you as it was for Pilate, and looks at you with eyes full of suppliant love, imploring you, question me, I will teach. Did you notice how I looked at Pilate? I look at all of you in the same way. And if I look with serene love at those who love me and ask for my words, I cast glances of sorrowful love at those who do not love me, do not seek me, do not listen to me. But it is always love, because love is my nature. Pilate leaves me where I am, without asking more questions, and he goes towards the wicked people who speak in coarser voices and impose themselves through their violence. And he, a real wretch, listens to them, whilst he did not listen to me, and shrugging his shoulders, he declined my invitation to become acquainted with the truth. He listens to falsehood, idolatry, whatever its form may be, is always inclined to venerate and accept falsehood, whatever it may be. And falsehood, when accepted by the weak, leads the weak to crime. And yet Pilate, on the threshold of crime, still wants to save me, and it tries twice. It is at this point that he sends me to Herod. He knows very well that the shrewd king, who keeps in with both Rome and his people, will act in such a way as not to damage Rome and not irritate the Jewish people. But like all weak people, he puts off for a little while the decision that he does not feel like taking, hoping that the plebeian rising will abate. I said, when you speak, say yes if you mean yes, no if you mean no. But he did not hear that, and if somebody repeated it to him, he shrugged his shoulders as usual. In order to succeed in the world, to have honors and profits, It is necessary to be able to make a no of a yes, and a yes of a no, according to what common sense, read human sense, advises. How many pilots there are in the 20th century? Where are the Christian heroes who said yes, constantly yes, to the truth and for the sake of the truth, and no, constantly no, to falsehood? Where are the heroes who are able to face danger and events with brave strength and tranquil quickness, and do not postpone, because good is to be accomplished at once, and evil shunned at once, without buts and ifs? On my return from Herod, there is Pilate's fresh compromise, scourging. And what did he expect? Did he not know that the crowd is a wild beast that becomes merciless when it begins to see blood? But I had to be crushed to expiate your sins of the flesh, and I am crushed. There is not a shred of my body that has not been struck. I am the man of whom Isaiah speaks, and to the torture that had been ordered, there is added another that was not ordered, but was created by human cruelty, that of the thorns. Men, do you see your Saviour, your King, crowned with sorrow to free your heads of so many sins fermenting in them? Do you not consider the pain that my innocent head suffered to expiate on your behalf? Your sinful thoughts that are more and more dreadful and are transformed into deeds. You who feel offended even when there is no reason for feeling so. Look at your offended king, and he is God, with his ironic mantle of torn purple, with a cane as his scepter and the crown of thorns. He is already dying, and they slap his face with their hands and with mockery. And you are not moved to pity. Like the Jews, you continue to show me your fists, shouting, "Away, we have not other God but Caesar." O idolaters, who do not worship God but yourselves, and those who are more overbearing among you. You do not want the Son of God. He gives you no help for your crimes. Satan is more obliging, so you want Satan. You are afraid of the Son of God, like Pilate. And when you feel him impend over you with his power and stir within you with the voices of your consciences that reproach you in his name, like Pilate, you ask, "Who are you?" You know who I am. Also those who deny me know what and who I am. Do not lie. There are 20 centuries around me, and they illustrate who I am, and they make you acquainted with my miracles. Pilate is more excusable. You are not, as you have a heritage of 20 centuries of Christianity to support your faith or to inculcate it in you. But you will not hear of it. And yet, I was more severe with Pilate than with you. I did not reply. I do speak to you. And even so, I do not succeed in persuading you that it is I, and that you owe me adoration and obedience. Even now, you accuse me of being my own ruin in you, because I do not listen to you. You say that you lose your faith because of that. Oh, liars! Where is your faith? Where is your love? When do you pray to me and live with love and faith? Are you great people? Remember that you are such because I allow it. Are you anonymous in the crowd? Remember that there is no other God but I. No one is greater than I am, and no one is ahead of me. So give me that cult of love that is due to me, and I will listen to you. Because you will no longer be illegitimate children, but the sons of God. And here is the last attempt of Pilate to save my life. If it were possible to save it, after the cruel, endless flagellation. He shows me to the crowd. Here is the man. I arouse human pity in him. He hopes in collective pity. But before the resisting harshness and the advancing threats, he is not capable of accomplishing a supernaturally just deed, and therefore a good one, saying, I am setting him free because he is innocent. You are guilty people, and if you do not disperse, you will become acquainted with the severity of Rome. That is what he should have said, had he been a just man, without taking into account the future detriment that would befall him. Pilate is a false good man. Longinus is good, because although he was less powerful than the Praetor and less defended, in the middle of the street and surrounded by few soldiers and a hostile multitude, he dares to defend me, help me, grant me a rest, to be consoled by the pious women, be assisted by the man from Cyrene, and finally to have my mother at the foot of the cross. He was a hero of justice, and so he became a hero of Christ. Be aware, O men, who worry only about your material welfare, that God intervenes also in its favor when he sees you behave faithfully towards justice, which is emanation of God. I always reward those who act righteously. I defend those who defend me. I love them and succor them. I am always the one who said, he who gives a glass of water in my name will be rewarded. To those who give me love, the water that quenches the thirst of my lips, of the divine martyr, I give myself. That is protection and blessings. The poem of the Man God. The Passion. Chapter 601. Death of Judas of Kerioth. The behaviour of Mary towards Judas cancels Eve's bearing towards Cain. 31st of March, 1944. Friday in Passion Week, 2 a.m. Here is my very painful vision in these early hours of Passion Friday, as it appeared to me while I was saying the prayers of the hour of Our Lady of Sorrows. In fact, I had thought that spending the night before my profession in the company of the Virgin of Seven Sorrows was the best preparation for the profession. I see Judas. He's alone. He's dressed in light yellow with a red cord round his waist. My internal warner informs me that Jesus has been captured a short time ago, and that Judas, who had run away after the arrest, is a prey to contrasting ideas. In fact, the Iscariot looks like a furious wild beast, hunted down by a pack of mastiffs. Every breath of wind, rustling among leaves, any noise in the streets, the gurgling of a fountain make him start and turn round suspiciously and with terror, as if an executioner had caught up with him. He looks round with his head lowered, his neck twisted, rolling his eyes like one who wants to see but is afraid of seeing. And if a play of moonlight forms a shadow with a human appearance, he opens his eyes wide, jumps back, he becomes more livid than he normally is. He stops for a moment and then runs away, headlong, retracing his steps, slipping away along other narrow streets until another noise, another play of light, makes him stop or run away in a different direction. In his crazy running, he goes towards the center of the town. But the clamor of people makes him realize that he is near Caiaphas's house, and then, pressing his head with his hands and stooping as if those shouts were stones lapidating him, he runs away. And in doing so, he runs along a lane that takes him straight towards the house where the supper was consumed. He becomes aware of that when he's in front of it, because there is a little fountain that trickles just there. The drops of water that fall into the small stone basin, and the light whistle of the wind that blowing along the narrow lane produces a kind of repressed groan, must sound to him like the tears and the moaning of the betrayed, tortured master. He covers his ears with his hands in order not to hear, and runs away with his eyes closed in order not to see that door which he had entered with the master a few hours earlier, and from which he had come out to go and get the armed guards to arrest him. While running so blindly, he bumps against a stray dog. The first dog I have seen since I had visions, a big, grey, hairy dog that moves to one side, snarling, ready to hurl itself upon the disturber. Judas opens his eyes and meets the two phosphorescent ones staring at him, and he sees the white, uncovered fangs that seem to be laughing in a diabolic manner. He gives a shriek of terror. The dog, that perhaps takes it for a cry of menace, rushes upon him, and they both roll in the dust. Judas underneath, paralyzed by fear, the dog on top of him. When the animal leaves the prey, perhaps considered unworthy of a struggle, Judas is bleeding because of 2 or 3 bites, and his mantle is badly torn. One bite has injured Judas's cheek, exactly where he kissed Jesus. His cheek is bleeding, and the blood stains the neck of Judas's yellowish garment. It forms a sort of collar of blood, soaking the red cord that fastens the garment round the neck, making it even redder. Judas, touching his cheek with his hand and looking at the dog that is going away, but he looks at it from the opening of a door, whispers, "Beelzebub!" And with a fresh shriek he runs away, chased by the dog for some time. He runs as far as the little bridge near Gethsemane. Here, either because it was tired of chasing him or because it was rabid and the water turns it away, the dog abandons the prey and goes back, snarling. Judas, who had rushed into the torrent to get stones to throw at the dog, when he sees it go away, looks around and realizes that the water reaches halfway up his calves. Without bothering about his garments, which are getting wetter and wetter, he bends down as far as the water and drinks, as if he were parched by fever, and he washes his cheek that is bleeding and must be painful. In the light of daybreak he climbs out of the gravel bed on the other side, as if he were still afraid of the dog and did not dare to go back towards the town. He walks a few meters and finds himself at the entrance to the Garden of the Mount of Olives. He shouts, "No, no!" when he recognizes the place. Then, I do not know through which irresistible force, or through which satanical criminal sadism he proceeds in that place. He looks for the place where Jesus was arrested. The earth of the path, trampled on by many feet. The grass ruffled at a certain point and some blood on the ground. Perhaps Malchus's make him understand that there he pointed out the innocent to the executioners. He looks and looks, and then he utters a hoarse cry and jumps backwards. He shouts, "That blood! That blood!" And he points it out. To whom? With his hand stretched out and his forefinger pointed to it. In the increasing light, his face is ashen and ghastly. He looks like a madman. His eyes are wide open and shiny as if he were delirious. His hair, ruffled by his running and his terror, looks shaggy on his head. His cheek, which is swelling, twists his mouth in a grin. His tunic torn, covered with blood, wet, muddy, because the dust that had stuck to the wet cloth has become mud. Make him look like a beggar. His mantle, which is also torn and muddy, hangs down from one shoulder like a rag, and he gets caught in it when, continuing to shout, "That blood! That blood!" he steps back, as if that blood had become a sea that rises and submerges. Judas falls back and hurts the back of his head against the stone. He moans with pain and fear. "Who is it?" he shouts. He must have thought that somebody had made him fall to strike him. He turns round, terrified. There is no one. He stands up. Blood is now dripping also at the back of his neck. The red circle widens on his garment. It does not fall to the ground, because there is not much of it. His garment absorbs it. The red halter now seems to be already round his neck. He walks. He finds the traces of the little fire lit by Peter at the foot of an olive tree. But he does not know that it is Peter's work, and he must think that Jesus was there. He shouts, "Away! Away!" And with both hands stretched out in front of him, he seems to be driving back a ghost that torments him. He runs away and ends up just against the rock of the Agony. By now, daybreak is clear and one can see well and immediately. Judas sees Jesus' mantle, left folded on the rock. He recognizes it. He wants to touch it. He's afraid. He stretches out his hand and withdraws it. He wants and does not want, but that mantle fascinates him. He moans, "No! No!" He then says, "Yes, by Satan, yes, I want to touch it. I am not afraid. I am not afraid." He says that he is not afraid, but his teeth are chattering with terror, and the noise made above his head by a branch of an olive tree that is blown by the wind against the nearby trunk makes him shout once again. And yet he makes an effort and gets hold of the mantle, and he laughs, the laughter of a madman, of a demon, a hysterical, broken, lugubrious, never-ending laughter, because he has overcome his fear. And he says so. "You do not frighten me, Christ! I am no longer afraid. I was so much afraid of you because I thought that you were a god and a strong man. Now, you no longer frighten me because you are not God. You're a poor madman, a weakling. You did not know how to defend yourself. You did not reduce me to ashes, neither did you read betrayal in my heart. My fears? What a fool! When you spoke, even yesterday evening, I thought you knew, but you knew nothing. It was my fear that gave the tone of prophecy to your common words. You are nothing. You have allowed yourself to be sold, pointed out, caught like a mouse in its hole. Your power, your origin. Buffoon! Satan is the strong one, stronger than you. He defeated you! The prophet, the Messiah, the King of Israel. And you subjugated me for 3 years. With fear always in my heart. And I had to lie to deceive you subtly when I wanted to enjoy life. But even if I had stolen and fornicated without all the cunning I used to employ, you would not have done me anything. Faint-hearted fool, coward. Take this! Take this! Take this! I was wrong in not doing to you what I am now doing to your mantle, to revenge myself for the time you kept me the slave of fear. Fear of a rabbit. Take this! Here! Take this! At each, take this. Judas bites the cloth of the mantle and tries to tear it. He rumples it with his hands. But in doing so, he unfolds it, and the stains wetting it appear. Judas stops in his fury. He stares at those stains. He touches them. He smells them. It is blood. He spreads out the whole mantle. The impression left by the 2 hands stained with blood, when Jesus pressed the cloth against his face, is clearly visible. Ah! Blood! Blood! His! No! Judas drops the mantle and looks around. Also on the rock, where Jesus leaned with his back when the angel comforted him. There is a dark mark of blood that is clotting. There! Blood! Blood! He lowers his eyes in order not to see, and he sees the grass all stained with the blood that has dropped on it. As it has been diluted by the dew, it looks as if it has just been dripped. It is red and shines in the early sunshine.
No! I do not want to see it! I cannot look at that blood! Help!
And he holds his throat with his hands and gropes about as if he were drowning in a sea of blood.
Leave me, cursed! But this blood is a sea! It covers the earth! And on the earth there is no room for me, because I cannot look at that blood that covers it. I am the Cain of the innocent!
I think that the idea of suicide entered his heart at this moment. Judas's face is frightening. He jumps from the terrace and runs away through the olive grove without going back the way he came. He looks like one chased by wild beasts. He goes back to town. He envelops himself in his mantle as best he can, and he tries to cover his wound and his face as much as possible. He turns his steps towards the temple. But while going there, at a crossroad, he finds himself in front of the rabble who are dragging Jesus to Pilate. He cannot withdraw because other people press him from behind as they flock to see. And tall as he is, he dominates forcibly and sees. And he meets Jesus' eyes. They exchange glances for a moment. Then Jesus, tired and beaten, passes by. And Judas falls on his back as if he had fainted. The crowds trample on him pitilessly, and he does not react. He obviously prefers to be trodden on by the whole world rather than meet those eyes. When the D-side pack has gone by with the martyr, and the street is empty, he stands up again and runs to the temple. He bumps against and almost overthrows a guard on duty at the gate of the enclosure. Other guards run to prevent the frantic man from entering, but like a furious bull, he routs them all. One of them, who clings to him to prevent him from going into the hall of the Sanhedrin, where they are all still gathered discussing, is seized by the throat, strangled, and thrown down the 3 steps, if not dead, certainly at the point of death.
I don't want your money! May you be damned!
He shouts, standing in the middle of the hall, just where Jesus was previously. He looks like a demon who has come out of hell, bleeding, unkempt, in a state of delirious fury, slavering, his hands like claws. He shouts and seems to be barking, so shrill and hoarse is his howling voice.
I don't want your money, you cursed ones! You have ruined me! You have made me commit the gravest sin! I am cursed like you! I am betrayed innocent blood! May the blood and my death fall upon you! Upon you! No!
Judas sees the floor stained with blood.
Even here! Is there blood even here? Everywhere! His blood is everywhere! Cursed be this profaned temple! Cursed be the decide pontiff! Cursed be the unworthy priests! The false doctors! The hypocritical Pharisees! The cruel Judeans! The sly scribes! May I be accursed! Curse me! Keep your money and may it strangle your souls in your throats as the halter strangles me! And he throws the purse in Caiaphas's teeth and goes away howling, while the coins tinkle, spreading out on the floor after striking Caiaphas's mouth and making it bleed. No one dare stop him. He goes out. He runs along the streets. And he fatally meets with Jesus twice again, as he goes and comes back from Herod. He departs from the town centre, taking the poorest lanes at random, and he ends up again at the house of the supper. It is all closed, as if it were abandoned. He stops. He looks at it. "The mother," he whispers. "The mother." He's undecided. "I have a mother as well, and I have killed a son of a mother. And yet I want to go in, to see that room again. There is no blood in there." He knocks at the door. He knocks again and again. The mistress of the house comes to open and half opens the door, ajar. And seeing the man so agitated and altered beyond recognition, she utters a cry and tries to close the door again, but Judas opens it wide with a push of his shoulder, and knocking down the terrified woman, he goes in. He runs towards the little door that lets into the supper room. He opens it and goes in. A beautiful sunshine enters through the wide open windows. Judas breathes a sigh of relief. He proceeds. Everything is calm and silent here. The dishes are still as they were left. One understands that nobody has taken care of them. One might think that they are about to sit at the table. Judas goes towards the table. He looks where there is any wine in the amphorae. There is. He drinks it greedily out of the amphora itself, lifting it with both hands. Then he sits down and rests his head on his arms, folded on the table. He does not notice that he has sat just where Jesus was seated, and that in front of him there is the chalice used for the Eucharist. He remains still for some time, until his panting after so much running calms down. He then looks up and sees the chalice, and he realizes where he has sat down. He stands up as if he were possessed, but the chalice enchants him. A little red wine is still in the bottom of it, and the sun, shining on the metal, it looks like silver, inflames the liquid. Blood! Blood! Blood also here! His blood! His blood! Do this in memory of me. Take this and drink it. This is my blood. The blood of the New Testament that will be shed for you.
I am cursed! It can no longer be shed for me to remit my sin. I do not ask to be forgiven, because he cannot forgive me. Away! Away! There is no place where the Cain of God may find peace. Death! Death to me!
He goes out. He finds himself in front of Mary, who is standing at the door of the room where Jesus left her. Hearing a noise, she has looked out, hoping perhaps to see John, who has been away such a long time. She looks as pale as if she had lost all her blood. Grief has made her eyes resemble even more those of her son. Judas meets those eyes that look at him with the same sorrowful, conscious knowledge with which Jesus looked at him in the street. And uttering a frightened, "Oh!" he leans against the wall. "Judas," says Mary. "Judas, why have you come?" The same words as Jesus's. And they are spoken with sad love. Judas remembers them and shouts. "Judas," repeats Mary, "what have you done? To so much love have you replied by betraying?" Mary's voice is a trembling caress. Judas is about to run away. Mary calls him with a voice that should have converted a demon. "Judas! Judas! Stop! Stop! Listen! I am telling you in his name. Repent, Judas! He forgives!" Judas has run away. Mary's voice, her appearance, have been the coup de grace, or rather of disgrace, because he resists her. He goes away precipitately. He meets John, who is going towards the house to get Mary. The sentence has been passed. Jesus is about to go to Calvary. It is time to take Mary to her son. John recognizes Judas, although there is little left of the handsome Judas of not long ago.
"You here?"
John says to him with obvious disgust.
"You here? May you be cursed, you killer of the Son of God! The Master has been condemned! Rejoice if you can, but get out of the way! I am going to get the mother. Do not let her, the other victim of yours, meet you, you reptile!"
Judas runs away. He has enveloped his head in the tatters of his mantle, leaving only a small opening for his eyes. People, the few people who are not near the Praetorium, avoid him as if they saw a madman, and that is what he looks like. He wanders about the country. Now and again the wind carries an echo of the clamour made by the crowds who follow Jesus cursing him. Every time such echo reaches Judas, he howls like a jackal. I think that he has really gone mad, because he continuously knocks his head against the low stone walls. Or he has been hydrophobic, because every time he sees a liquid, water, milk carried in a vessel by a child, oil dripping from a goatskin, he howls and shouts, "Blood! Blood! His blood!" He would like to drink at streams and fountains, but he cannot, because water seems blood to him. And he says so. "It's blood! It's blood! It's drowning me! It is
burning me. I am on fire. I'm on fire. He gave me his blood yesterday, and it has become fire in me. May I be accursed, and you too.
He goes up and down the hills around Jerusalem, and his eyes are irresistibly attracted towards Golgotha. And twice from afar he sees the procession wind uphill. He looks and howls. It is now on the top. Judas also is on top of a little hill covered with olive trees. He has gone in by opening a rustic paling, as if he were the owner, or at least well acquainted with the place. I am under the impression that Judas did not have much consideration for other people's property. Standing upright under an olive tree on the edge of a terrace, he looks towards Golgotha. He sees the crosses being erected, and he realizes that Jesus has been crucified. He cannot bear to see or hear. But his mental derangement, or an act of witchcraft by Satan, make him see and hear as if he were on the top of Calvary. He looks, and looks like one bewitched. He struggles.
No, no, don't look at me. Don't speak to me. I cannot bear it. Die, die, you cursed one. Let death close those eyes that frighten me, that mouth that curses me. But I also curse you because you did not save me.
His face is so troubled that one cannot look at it. 2 fine streams of saliva run down from his howling mouth. The cheek that was bitten is livid and swollen, and so his face looks twisted. His sticky hair, his very dark beard that has grown on his cheeks during these hours, make his face look dismal. And his eyes, they roll, are squint and phosphorescent, the eyes of a real demon. He tears away from his waist the cord of thick red wool that encircles it 3 times. He tests its solidity by winding it round an olive tree and pulling it with all his strength. It resists. It is solid. He chooses a suitable olive tree. Here it is. This one, protruding beyond the terrace with its ruffled foliage. It is all right. He climbs on the tree. He fastens a noose solidly to the strongest branch, hanging out over the empty space. He has already tied a slip knot. He looks at Golgotha for the last time. He then puts his head into the slip knot. He now seems to have 2 red necklaces round the bottom part of his neck. He sits on the terrace. Then with a jerk, he lets himself slip into the empty space. The knot squeezes his throat. He struggles for some moments. He rolls his eyes strangely, becomes black with suffocation. He opens his mouth. The veins of his neck swell and become black. He kicks the air 4 or 5 times in his last convulsions. Then his mouth opens and his dark, slobbery tongue hangs out. His eyeballs remain uncovered, protruding showing the whitish globes stained with blood. The irides disappear in the upper part. He is dead. The strong wind that has risen with the impending storm makes the macabre pendulum swing and whirl like a horrible spider hanging from the thread of a cobweb. The vision ends thus, and I hope I shall soon forget all this, because I can assure you that it is a dreadful vision. Jesus says, dreadful, but not useless. Too many people think that Judas did something of little importance. Some even go to the extent of saying that he is well deserving, because redemption would not have taken place without him, and that he is therefore justified in the eyes of God. I solemnly tell you that if hell did not already exist and was not perfect in its torments, it would have been created even more dreadful and eternal for Judas. Because of all sinners and damned souls, he is the most damned and the biggest sinner. And throughout eternity, there will be no mitigation of his sentence. Remorse could have also saved him, if he had turned remorse into repentance. But he would not repent. And to the first crime of betrayal, still compatible because of the great mercy that is my loving weakness, he added blasphemy, resistance to the voices of grace that still wanted to speak to him through recollections, through terror, through my blood and my mantle, through my glances, through the traces of the institution of the Eucharist, through the words of my mother. He resisted everything. He wanted to resist, as he had wanted to betray, as he wanted to curse, as he wanted to commit suicide. It is one's will that matters in things, both in good and in evil. When one falls without the will to follow, I forgive. Consider Peter. He denied me. Why? Not even he knew why. Was Peter a coward? No. My Peter was not cowardly. Facing the cohort and the guards of the temple, he had dared to wound Marcus to defend me, risking his own life thereby. He then ran away without the will to do so. Then he denied me without the will to do it. Later he did remain and proceed on the bloody way of the cross, on my way, until he reached death on a cross. And then he bore witness to me very efficiently, to the point of being killed because of his fearless faith. I defend my Peter. His bewilderment was the last one of his human nature. But his spiritual will was not present at that moment, dulled by the weight of his humanity. It was asleep. When it awoke, it did not want to remain in sin, but it wanted to be perfect. I forgave him at once. Judas did not want. You say that it seemed mad and hydrophobic. He was so through satanic fury. His terror in seeing the dog, a rare animal particularly in Jerusalem, was a consequence of the fact that from time immemorial that form was attributed to Satan to appear to men. In books of magic, it is stated that one of the forms preferred by Satan to appear to men is that of a mysterious dog or cat or billy goat. Judas, already a prey to terror, brought about by his crime, being convinced that he belonged to Satan because of his crime, saw Satan in that stray animal. He who is guilty sees shadows of fear in everything. It is his conscience that creates them. Then Satan instigates such shadows, which might still bring a heart to repent, and turns them into horrible ghosts that lead to despair. And despair leads to the last crime, suicide. What is the use of throwing away the price of the betrayal when such deprivation is only the fruit of wrath and is not corroborated by a righteous will of repentance? Only in such case, the act of divesting oneself of the fruits of evil deeds becomes meritorious. But he did not do that. A useless sacrifice. My mother. And she was grace that was speaking. And my treasurer that was granting forgiveness in my name said to him, "Repent, Judas, he forgives." Oh, I would have forgiven him if he had only thrown himself at the feet of my mother, saying, "Mercy." She, the merciful mother, would have picked him up as a wounded man, and on his satanic wounds, through which the enemy had imbued him with the crime, she would have shed her tears that save. And she would have brought him to me, to the foot of the cross, holding him by the hand, so that Satan might not snatch him, and the disciple might not strike him. She would have brought him so that my blood might fall first of all on him, the greatest of all sinners. And she would have been the admirable priestess on her altar, between purity and guilt, because she is the mother of virgins and saints. But she is also the mother of sinners. But he did not want. Meditate on the power of free will, of which you are the absolute arbiters. Through it, you can have heaven or hell. Meditate on what persisting in sin means. The crucified, he who is holding his arms stretched out and nailed, to tell you that he loves you, and that he does not want and cannot strike you because he loves you, and prefers to deprive himself of the possibility of embracing you, his only sorrow in his being nailed to the cross, rather than have the freedom to punish you. Christ crucified, the object of divine hope for those who repent and want to abandon sin, becomes for the unrepentant the object of such horror that makes them curse and be violent against themselves. They become the murderers of their spirits and bodies through their persistence in sin. And the sight of the meek Saviour, who allowed himself to be sacrificed in the hope of saving them, takes the appearance of a horrifying ghost. Mary, you complained of this vision. But my dear daughter, this is the Friday of Passion Week. You must suffer. To the sufferings you endure because of Mary's sufferings and mine, you must add your own, caused by the bitterness in seeing sinners remain sinners. That was our suffering. It must be yours. Mary suffered and still suffers because of that, as she suffered because of my tortures. So you must suffer that. Rest now. In 3 hours' time, you will be completely mine and Mary's. I bless you, sweet little violet of my passion and passion flower of Mary. 2nd of April, 1944, Palm Sunday. Jesus says, the couple, Jesus-Mary, is the antithesis of the couple, Adam and Eve. It is the one destined to cancel all the behavior of Adam and Eve and take humanity back to the point in which it was when it was created, rich in grace and in all the gifts granted to it by the Creator. Humanity has undergone a complete regeneration through the deeds of the couple, Jesus-Mary, who have thus become the new founders of the human family. All the previous time has been cancelled. The time and story of man are reckoned as from this moment, in which the new Eve, through a complete change and inversion of creation, and through the deed of the Lord, from her immaculate womb, generates the new Adam. But in order to cancel the behavior of the two first parents, the cause of deadly illness, of perpetual mutilation, of impoverishment, even more, of spiritual indigence, because after their sin, Adam and Eve found themselves completely despoiled of everything, and it was infinite wealth the Holy Father had given them. These two second ones had to act in everything in a manner completely opposed to the way of dealing of the two first parents. So, they had to carry their obedience as far as the perfection that lowers itself and sacrifices itself in its flesh, feelings, thoughts, and will, in order to accept everything that God wants. So, they had to carry their purity to the degree of absolute chastity, whereby the flesh, what was the flesh to us, two pure ones, a veil of water on the triumphant spirit, the caress of the wind on the sovereign spirit, a crystal that isolates the Spirit Lord and does not corrupt it, an impulse that elevates and not a weight that oppresses. That is what the flesh was to us. Less heavy and sensitive than a linen garment, a light substance
placed between the world and the brightness of the ego that had become superhuman. The means to work what God wanted, nothing else. Did we possess love? We certainly did. We possessed the perfect love. Men, the hunger for sensuality that urges you to eagerly glut yourselves with the flesh is not love. It is lust, nothing else. So much so that by loving one another thus, you think it is love. You are unable to bear with each other, to help and forgive each other. So what is your love? It is hatred. It is nothing but paranoiac frenzy that drives you to prefer the flavor of putrid meals to the wholesome corroborating food of chosen sentiments. We possessed the perfect love. We, the perfect chaste ones. This love embraced God in heaven, and being united to him, as branches are to the tree trunk, nourishing them, it spread and descended, lavishing rest, shelter, nourishment, comfort on the earth and its inhabitants. No one was excluded from this love, neither our fellow creatures, nor the inferior beings, nor the vegetable nature, nor the waters and stars. Not even the wicked were excluded from this love, because they also, although dead limbs, were still limbs of the great body of creation. And before we saw in them the holy image, although disfigured and soiled by their wickedness, of the Lord, who had formed them in his image and likeness. Rejoicing with good people, weeping over people who were not good. Praying, active love that expresses itself by impenetrating and attaining protection for those whom one loves. Praying for good people that they might become even better in order to be even more able to approach the perfection of the good Lord, who loves us from heaven. Praying for those wavering between goodness and wickedness, so that they might be fortified and thus be able to persevere on the holy path. Praying for the wicked, that goodness might speak to their spirits, and might even strike them with the thunderbolt of his power, but might convert them to the Lord their God. We loved as nobody else loved. We carried love to the summits of perfection, so that with our ocean of love we might fill the abyss excavated by the lack of love of the first parents, who loved themselves more than they loved God, as they wished to have what it was not lawful to have, in order to become superior to God. So, to the purity, obedience, charity, detachment from all the riches of the earth, sensuality, power, riches, the trinomial of Satan, opposed to the trinomial of God, faith, hope, charity. So, to hatred, lust, wrath, pride, the four perverted passions, antithesis of the four holy virtues, fortitude, temperance, justice, prudence. We had to add a constant practice of everything that was the opposite to the way of acting of the couple Adam-Eve.
And if it was easy for us to do quite a lot, through our good, limitless wills, only the Eternal knows how heroical it was to fulfill that practice in certain moments and in certain occasions. I want to speak of one only now, of my mother and not of myself, of the new Eve, who, since her most tender years, had rejected the blandishments used by Satan to induce her to bite the fruit and taste its flavor that had made Adam's companion insane. Of the new Eve, who had not confined herself to rejecting Satan, but had defeated him by crushing him under such a vast will of obedience, love, chastity, that he, the cursed one, was overwhelmed and subjugated. No, Satan will not rise from under the heel of my virgin mother. He slavers and foams, he roars and curses, but his slaver dribbles downwards, and his howling does not touch the atmosphere that surrounds my holy mother, who does not smell the demoniac stench or hear the hellish cachinnation, and does not even see the revolting slaver of the eternal reptile, because celestial harmonies and scents dance lovingly around her beautiful person, and because her eyes, which are purer than lilies and more loving than those of a cooing dove, look fixedly only at her eternal Lord, whose daughter she is, as well as mother and spouse. When Cain killed Abel, the mouth of their mother uttered curses that were suggested by her spirit, separated from God, against her closest neighbor, the son of her womb, profaned by Satan and soiled by an indecent desire. And that curse was the stain in the kingdom of human morals, as Cain's crime was the stain in the kingdom of human animals. Blood on the earth, shed by a brotherly hand. The first blood that, like an age-old magnet, attracts all the blood shed by man's hand, drawing it from man's veins. Curse on the earth, uttered by man's mouth, as if the earth were not sufficiently cursed because of man's rebellion against his God, and if it had not had to become acquainted with spines and thorns and the hardness of the soil, with drought, hail, forest, dog days. Whilst it had been created perfect and equipped with perfect elements, in order to be a comfortable, beautiful abode for man, its king. Mary has to cancel leave. Mary sees the second Cain, Judas. Mary knows that he is the Cain of her Jesus, of the second Abel. She knows that the blood of this second Abel has been sold by that Cain and is already being spread. But she does not curse. She loves and forgives. She loves and calls back. Oh, maternity of Mary, martyr! Maternity as sublime as your virginal, divine maternity. God presented you with the latter, but you
Holy Mother, co-redeemer, presented yourself with the former, because you alone in that hour, with your heart torn to pieces by the scourges that had torn my flesh to pieces, you alone were able to speak those words to Judas. And you alone in that hour, when you felt the cross break your heart, were able to love and forgive. Mary, the new Eve. She teaches you the new religion that urges love to forgive him who has killed a son. Do not be like Judas, who closes his heart to this mistress of grace and despairs, saying, "He cannot forgive me," questioning the words of the Mother of Truth, and consequently my words, which had always repeated that I had come to save and not to lose, to forgive those who came to me repentant. Mary, the new Eve, had also a new son from God, in place of Abel killed by Cain. But she did not have him in an hour of brutal enjoyment that soothed sorrow with the fumes of sensuality and the tiredness of satisfaction. She had him in an hour of complete sorrow at the foot of a cross, among the death rattle of the dying man who was her son, among the insults of the deicide crowd, and an undeserved total grief, because even God no longer comforted her. The new life for mankind and for individual men begins from Mary. Her virtues and her way of living are your school, and in her grief, in which all aspects appeared, also that of forgiveness for the killer of her son, is your salvation.
Jesus says, "One day I will tell you more about Cain and the first parents. There is much to be said and to be meditated on." The poem of the man God. The Passion. Chapter 602. Other teachings on the first parents and on the parallelism between Cain and Judas. 5th of April, 1944. Jesus says, in Genesis, we read, "Then Adam named his wife Eve, because she is the mother of all those who live." Oh yes, woman was born of the virago, whom God had formed as a companion for Adam, building her from the rib of man. She was born with her sorrowful destiny, because she had wanted to be born in that way. That is, with her sorrowful destiny. Because she had wanted to know what God had concealed from her, reserving for himself the joy of giving her the joy of posterity without any debasement of sensuality. Adam's companion had wanted to become acquainted with the good concealed in evil, and above all, with the evil concealed in good, in apparent good. Because enticed as she was by Lucifer, she had craved for knowledge that God alone could possess without any danger, and she had made herself creatress. But by using such power of good unworthily, she had corrupted it into an evil deed, because it was disobedience to God and malice and greediness of the flesh. By this time she was the mother. Infinite lamentation of things over the innocence of their profaned queen, and a desolate lamentation of the queen over her desecration, of which she understands the importance and its impossible annulment. If darkness and cataclysms accompanied the death of the innocent, darkness and storm also accompanied the death of innocence and grace in the hearts of the first parents. Grief was born on the earth, but God's providence did not want it to be eternal, as after years of sorrow, He gave you the joy of coming out of sorrow to enter joy, if you know how to live with righteous minds. Woe to man if he had had to make himself the master of life in a human way, and if he had had to live with the memory of his crimes and the continual increase of them. Because it is more impossible for you to live without sinning than it is to live without breathing. You creatures who had been created to know the light and whom darkness has poisoned, making you its victims. Darkness. It circumvents you continuously. It entangles you, awakening what the sacrament has cancelled. And as you do not oppose it with the will of being of God, it succeeds in corrupting you again with its poison that baptism had made harmless. As the signs of man's disobedience were evident, God the Father removed him from the place of heavenly delights, so that he might not sin once again, and more gravely, by raising his thieving hand to the tree of life. The Father could no longer trust his children, neither could he feel safe in his earthly paradise. Satan had entered at once to lay snares for his dearest creatures, and if he had succeeded in inducing them to sin when they were innocent, with greater ease he would be able to do it again now that they were no longer innocent. Man had wanted to possess everything, not leaving to God the treasure of being the generator. Let him therefore go away with his riches acquired through violence, and let him take them with him to the land of his exile, to remind him always of his sin. A downcast king, despoiled of his gifts. The paradisiac creature had become an earthly creature, and ages of sorrow had to go by, until the only one who could stretch out his hand to the fruit of life should come and pick that fruit for all mankind. And he should pick it with his pierced hands and give it to men, so that they might become again co-heirs to heaven and possessors of the life that lives forever. Genesis says also, Adam then had intercourse with his wife Eve. They had wanted to know the secrets of good and of evil. It was fair that now they should also experience the pain of having to reproduce themselves in flesh, having God's direct help only for what man cannot create, the spirit, the spark that departs from God, the breath that is infused by God, the seal that on the flesh affixes the sign of the eternal Creator. And Eve gave birth to Cain. Eve was burdened with her sin. At this point, I will draw your attention to a fact that escapes most people. Eve was burdened with her sin, and pain had not yet been suffered in a manner sufficient to diminish her sin. Like an organism laden with toxins, she had conveyed to her son what abounded in her. And Cain, Eve's first son, was born hard, envious, quick-tempered, lascivious, wicked, little different from wild animals with regard to instinct, much superior with regard to the supernatural, because in his fierce ego he denied respect to God, whom he considered an enemy, believing that it was lawful for him not to have a sincere cult for him. Satan instigated him to deride God, and he who derides God does not respect anybody in the world. Therefore, those who are in touch with the deriders of God are acquainted with the bitterness of tears, because they have no hope of respectful love from their offspring, no certainty of faithful love in their consort, no certainty of honest friendship in friends. Abundant tears streamed down Eve's face, and her heart swelled with bitter tears because of the hardness of her son. And those tears sowed the germ of repentance in her heart, and they obtained a diminution of her fault, as God forgives, because of the sorrow of those who repent. And Eve's second son had his soul washed in his mother's tears, and he was kind and respectful to his parents, and devout to his Lord, whose omnipotence he perceived shine from the heavens. He was the joy of his impoverished mother. But the way of Eve's sorrow was to be long and painful, proportionate to her way in the experience of sin. In the latter, thrills of senses; in the former, shivers of pain. In the latter, kisses; in the former, blood. From the latter, a son; from the former, the death of a son. Of the one dearest to her because of his goodness, Abel becomes the means of purification for the guilty mother. What a painful purification! With her howling, she filled the earth, terrified by the fratricide, and she mixed the tears of a mother with the blood of a son, while he, who had shed it out of hatred for God and for his brother, loved by God, was running away chased by remorse. The Lord says to Cain, "Why are you angry? If you fail in your duty towards me, why do you grow angry because I do not look at you benignly? How many Cains there are on the earth! Their cult for me is derisory and hypocritical, or is non-existent, and yet they want me to look at them with love and to fill them with happiness. God is your king, not your servant. God is your father, but a father is never a servant, if one judges according to justice. God is just. You are not. But He is. As He exceedingly fills you with His favors, if you only love Him a little, He cannot certainly avoid punishing you, since you derided Him. Justice does not follow two paths. One is its path. As you do, so you receive. If you are good, you receive good. If you are wicked, you receive evil. And believe me, the good you receive is much more than the bad you should have for your way of living, rebelling against the divine law. God has said, is it not true that if you do good, you will have good? And if you do wrong, sin will be immediately at your door. In fact, good leads to a constant spiritual elevation and makes one more and more capable of performing greater and greater good deeds, till one reaches perfection and becomes holy. Whereas it is enough to yield to evil, to degrade oneself and deviate from perfection, becoming acquainted with the power of sin that enters hearts and by degrees makes them descend to greater and greater guiltiness. But God also says, under you lies the desire of it, and you must control it. Yes, God did not make you slaves of sin. Passions are under you, not above you. God has given you intelligence and strength to control yourselves. Also to the first men, struck by God's severity, He left intelligence and moral strength. And now, since the Redeemer has consumed the sacrifice on your behalf, you have the streams of grace to assist your intelligence and strength, and you can and must dominate evil desires. Through your will, fortified by grace, you must do it. That is why the angels at my birth sang to the earth, peace to men of good will. I had come to bring grace back to you, and through its union with your good wills, peace would come to men. Peace, the glory of God's heaven. And Cain said to his brother, let us go out. A lie, concealing a murderous betrayal under a smile. Delinquency is always mendacious, both with regard to its victims and to the world it tries to deceive. And it would like to deceive even God, but God reads hearts. Let us go out. Many centuries later, one said, Hail, Master, and kissed him. The two Cains concealed their crimes under harmless appearances and vented their envy, anger, arrogance, and all wicked instincts on the victim, because they had not controlled themselves, but had made their spirits the slaves of their corrupted egos. In her expiation, Eve rises. Cain descends towards hell. Despair seizes him and makes him fall into the abyss. And with despair comes the physical, cowardly fear of human punishment. The last
deadly blow to the spirit already languishing because of its crime. No longer a being mindful of heaven, man with a dead soul is an animal that trembles with fear for his animal life. Death, whose appearance is a smile for the just, because through it they go to the joy of possessing God, is terrifying for those who are aware that to die means to pass from the hell of one's heart to the hell of Satan forever. And like people entranced, they see revenge everywhere, ready to strike them. But you must know, I am speaking to the just, you must know that if remorse and the darkness of a guilty heart allow and foster the hallucinations of a sinner, no one is allowed to set himself up as judge of his brother, and least of all as executioner. Only one is the judge, God. And if the justice of men has created its law courts, the task of administering justice is to be remitted to them. And woe to those who profane that name and judge instigated by their own passions or pressed by human powers. Malediction upon him who makes himself the private executioner of one of his fellows. But a greater malediction upon him who, not through the influence of rash wrath, but out of cold human interest, unjustly sends a man to death or to the disgrace of jail. Because if he who kills a man who is killed will be given a punishment 7 times greater, as the Lord said would happen to anybody who struck Cain, he who condemns without justice, through enslavement to Satan in the capacity of human overbearingness, will be struck 77 times by God's severity. You should always bear that in your minds, men, particularly at the present moment, since you kill one another to make of those who have fallen in the base of your triumph, and you do not realize that you are digging under your feet the pit into which you will fall, cursed by God and by men. Because I have said, you shall not kill. Eve rises on her way of expiation. Repentance grows deeper in her before the proofs of her sin. She wanted to know good and evil, and the remembrance of the good she had lost is for her like the remembrance of the sun for someone who has become suddenly blind. And evil is in front of her in the mortal remains of her murdered son, and around her because of the void left by her homicide fugitive son. And Seth was born, and Seth begot Enos, the first priest. Your minds swell with the rivers of your science, and you speak of evolution as of a sign of your spontaneous generation. The animal man, evolving, will become the Superman. That is what you say. Yes, it is so. But in my way, in my field, not in yours, not by passing from the state of quadrumana to that of men, but passing from the state of men to that of spirits. The more the Spirit grows, the more you will evolve. You who speak of glands and fill your mouths speaking of hypophysis or of the pineal gland, and place in it the seed of life, take not in the time in which you live, but in the days that preceded and that will follow your present life, must know that your true gland, the one that makes you the eternal possessors of life, is your spirit. The more it develops, the more you will possess divine lives and will evolve from men to gods, to immortal gods. And so, without contravening God's desire, his order concerning the tree of life, you will obtain the possession of this life exactly as God wants you to possess it. Because on your behalf, he created it eternal and bright, a beatific embrace with his eternity that absorbs you in itself and communicates its properties to you. The more your spirits are evolved, the more you will know God. To know God means to love him and serve him, and thus be able to invoke him on your own behalf and on behalf of other people. It means to become the priests who from the earth pray for their brothers. Because who is consecrated is a priest, but also the convinced, loving, faithful believer is a priest. And the priest, above all, is the victim soul that sacrifices itself out of an impulse of charity. God does not look at the garment, but at the mind. And I solemnly tell you that my eyes see many tonsured people who have nothing sacerdotal except their tonsures, and they see many laymen in whom the charity that possesses them, and by which they allow themselves to be consumed, is the oil of ordination that makes them my priests, unknown to the world, but known to me, and I bless them. The poem of the man God. The Passion. Chapter 603. John goes to get Mary. 10:30 a.m. Good Friday, 1944. 7th of April, 1944. My internal warner tells me that that was the time when John went to Mary. I see the favourite apostle, who looks even paler than when he was in Caiaphas' courtyard with Peter. Perhaps because the light of the fire there gave a reflection of heat to his cheeks, which now look hollow, as if he had suffered from a serious disease and was bloodless. His face emerges from his lilac tunic like that of a drowned man, so death-like is it. His eyes also are dimmed. His hair is dull and ruffled. His beard, which has grown during these hours, lays a veil of light shade on his cheeks and chin. And as it is very fair, it makes him look even paler. There is nothing left in him of the kind, joyful John, or of the angry John, who shortly before, his face flushed with indignation, with difficulty restrained himself from manhandling Judas. He knocks at the door of the house, and, as if from inside, someone, fearing he might find Judas in front of him again, were asking who was knocking. He replies, "It is I, John."
The door is opened, and he goes in. He also goes into the supper room, without replying to the mistress who had asked him, "But what is happening in town?" He locks himself in and falls on his knees against the seat in which Jesus had sat, and he weeps, calling him sadly. He kisses the tablecloth on the spot where Jesus had joined his hands. He caresses the chalice that he held with his fingers. Then he says, "Oh, most high God, help me! Help me to tell the mother. I have not got the heart, and yet I must tell her. I must tell her, because I am the only one left." He stands up and is pensive. He touches the chalice again, as if he wished to draw strength from that object that the master had touched. He looks around. In the corner in which Jesus had placed it, he sees the purificator used by the master to dry his hands after washing the apostles' feet, and the other one with which he had girded his waist. He takes them, folds them, caresses them, and kisses them. He stands perplexed in the middle of the empty room. He says, "Let us go." But he does not go towards the door. On the contrary, he goes back to the table and takes the chalice and the bread, a corner of which had been broken off by Jesus to give a morsel to Judas after dipping it in the dish. He kisses them. He takes them, and with the two purificators, he presses them to his heart like reliefs. He repeats, "Let us go," and sighs. He walks towards the little staircase and climbs it with stooping shoulders and dragging his reluctant feet. He opens the door and goes out. "John, have you come?" Mary has reappeared at the door of her room, leaning on the doorpost as if she did not have enough strength to stand up by herself. John raised his head and looks at her. He would like to speak, and he opens his mouth, but he does not manage. Two large tears stream down his cheeks. He lowers his head, ashamed of his weakness. "Come here, John, do not weep. You must not weep. We have always loved him and made him happy. May that comfort you." These words open the floodgates to the tears of John, who cries so loud and noisily that the mistress appears with Mary Magdalene, Zebedee's wife, and the other women. "Come with me, John." Mary departs from the doorpost and takes the disciple by the wrist and drags him into the room as if he were a little boy, and she closes the door gently, to be alone with him. John does not react, but when he feels Mary's trembling hand rest on his head, he falls on his knees, laying on the floor the objects he was holding against his heart, and with his face on the floor, holding the edge of Mary's mantle pressed on his excited face, he says, sobbing, "Forgive me. Forgive me.
Mother, forgive me.
Mary, who is standing and is utterly distressed, with one hand pressed against her heart and the other one hanging by her side, says in a heart-rending voice, "What must I forgive you, my poor son? What? Forgive you?" John raises his head, showing it as it is, with no longer any trace of manly pride, the face of a poor, weeping child, and he shouts,
For abandoning him! For running away! For not defending him! Oh, my master! Oh, master, forgive me! I should have died rather than abandon you! Mother, who will ever rid me of this remorse?
"Peace, John. He forgives you. He has already forgiven you. He has never taken your bewilderment into consideration. He loves you." Mary speaks with pauses between short sentences, as if she were panting, holding one hand on John's head and pressing the other to her poor heart that is throbbing with anguish.
But even yesterday evening, I was not able to understand. And I slept while he was asking us to be awake and comfort him. I left my Jesus all alone. And then I ran away when that cursed man came with the rascals.
John, do not curse. Do not hate John. Let the Father judge that. Listen, where is he now? John falls again with his face on the floor, weeping loud. Tell me, John, where is my son?
Mother, Mother, he is, Mother.
He has been condemned, I know. I am asking you, where is he just now?
I did everything in my power so that he might see me. I tried to apply to the mighty ones to obtain compassion, to make him suffer less. They have not hurt him very badly.
Do not lie, John. Not even out of pity for a mother, you would not succeed. And it would be useless. I know. Since yesterday evening, I have followed him in his sorrow. You cannot see it, but my flesh is bruised by the same scourges as his. The same thorns are piercing my forehead. I felt the blows, everything. But now I no longer see. Now I do not know where my son is, who has been condemned to the cross. To the cross. To the cross. Oh, God, give me strength. He must see me. I must not feel my sorrow while he feels his. Then, when everything is over, then
Let me die, O God, if you so wish.
Not now. No, for his sake, so that he may see me. Let us go, John. Where is Jesus?
He's leaving Pilate's house. There's clamour as the crowd, shouting around him, tied as he is on the steps of the Praetorium, awaiting the cross, or already on his way to Golgotha.
Inform your mother, John, and the other women, and let us go. Take that chalice, that bread, those linens, put them here. We shall find solace in them later, and let us go. John picks up the objects left on the floor and goes out to call the women. Mary waits for him, rubbing her face with those linens as though she wanted to find the caress of her son's hand in them. And she kisses the chalice and the bread and places everything on a shelf. And she envelops herself in her mantle, which she lowers as far as her eyes, over the veil that wraps her head and is folded round her neck. She does not weep, but she is trembling, and she seems to be short of breath, as she pants so much with her mouth open. John comes back in, followed by the weeping women. My dear daughters, be silent. Help me not to weep. Let us go. And she leans on John, who guides and supports her, as if she were blind. The vision ends thus. It is 12:30, that is 11:30 solar time. The poem of the Man God. The Passion. Chapter 604. The Way of the Cross from the Praetorium to Calvary. 26th of March, 1945. Some time goes by so. Not more than half an hour, perhaps even less. Then Longinus, who is entrusted with the task of superintending the execution, gives his orders. But before Jesus is taken outside into the street to receive the cross and set out, Longinus, who has looked at him 2 or 3 times, with a curiosity that is already tinged with compassion and with the expert eye of one who is accustomed to certain situations, approaches Jesus with a soldier and offers him a refreshment. A cup of wine, I think. In fact, he pours a light, blonde, rosy liquid out of a real military canteen.
It will do you good. You must be thirsty, and the sun is shining outside, and the way is a long one.
And Jesus replies to him,
May God reward you for your compassion, but do not deprive yourself of it. I am healthy and strong. I am not depriving myself, and even if I were, I would do it willingly, to give you some solace. A draught, to show me that you do not hate heathens.
Jesus no longer refuses, and takes the draught of the drink. As his hands are already untied, and he no longer has the cane or the chlamys, he can do it by himself. But he refuses to take more, although the good, cool drink should be a great relief to his fever, which is already showing itself in the red streaks that inflame his pale cheeks and his dry lips.
Take some. Take it. It is water and honey. It will give you strength and quench your thirst. I feel pity for you. Yes, pity. It was not you who was to be killed among the Jews. Who knows? I do not hate you, and I will try to make you suffer only what is necessary.
But Jesus does not drink anymore. He is really thirsty. The dreadful thirst of those who have lost much blood and are feverish. He knows that it is not a drink with narcotics, and he would drink it willingly. But he does not want to suffer less. But I realize, as I understand what I am saying through an internal light, that the compassion of the Roman is of greater solace to him than the water sweetened with honey. May God reward you with his blessings for this solace, he then says, and he smiles again. A heart-rending smile with his swollen, wounded lips, which move with difficulty, also because the severe contusion between his nose and his right cheekbone, caused by the blow with a cudgel he received in the courtyard after the flagellation, is swelling considerably. The two robbers arrive, each surrounded by a decory of soldiers. It is time to go. Longinus gives the last instructions. A sentry is set out in two lines at about 3 meters from each other, and moves thus into the square, where another sentry has formed a square barrier to drive the crowd back, so that it may not obstruct the procession. In the little square there are already some mounted soldiers, a cavalry decory with a young, non-commissioned officer who commands it and has the ensign. A foot soldier is holding the bridle of the centurion's black horse. Longinus mounts and goes to his place, about 2 meters in front of the 11 mounted soldiers. The crosses are brought. Those of the two robbers are shorter. Jesus's is much longer. I say that the vertical stake is not less than 4 meters long. I see that it is already assembled when they bring it. With regard to this matter, I read, when I used to read, that is, years ago, that the cross was assembled on the top of Golgotha, and that along the way the condemned men carried only the 2 poles bundled together on their shoulders. Everything is possible, but I see a true cross, well formed, solid, perfectly mortised at the crossing of the 2 arms and well reinforced with nails and screw bolts at the junction. And in fact, if one considers that it was destined to support a substantial weight, such as the body of a grown-up person, and had to sustain it also in its last convulsions, one understands that it could not be assembled there and then on the narrow, uncomfortable top of Calvary. Before giving the cross to Jesus, they tie the board with the inscription, Jesus, Nazarene, King of the Jews, round his neck. And the rope that holds it gets entangled with the crown, which is moved, and scratches where it is not already scratched, and pierces new parts, causing fresh pain and making fresh blood spout. The people laugh with sadistic joy. They abuse and curse. They are now ready, and Longinus gives the order of march.
First the Nazarene, behind him the 2 robbers. A decury around each of them. The other 7 decuries
positioned on the flank as reinforcements. And the soldier who allows the condemned men to be wounded mortally will be held responsible.
Jesus comes down the 3 steps that from the lobby take one into the square. And it is immediately clear that Jesus is in an extremely weak condition. He staggers coming down the 3 steps, hampered by the cross weighing on his shoulder, all covered with sores, by the board of the inscription that sways in front of him, cutting into his neck, by the oscillations caused to the body, by the long stake of the cross, which bounces on the steps and on the uneven ground. The Jews laugh, seeing him stagger along like a drunk man, and they shout to the soldiers,
"Push him! Make him fall! In the dust, the blasphemer!"
But the soldiers do only what they have to do, that is, they order the condemned one to stay in the middle of the road and walk. Longinus spurs his horse, and the procession begins to move slowly. And Longinus would also like to make haste, taking the shortest route to Golgotha, because he is not sure of the resistance of the condemned one. But the unrestrained mob, and it is even an honor to call it so, does not want that. Those who are more cunning have already run ahead to the crossroads where the road forks, going towards the walls along one way and towards the town along the other, and they riot, shouting, when they see Longinus try to take the way towards the walls.
"You must not do that! You must not! It is not legal! The law prescribes the condemned men are to be seen in the town where they sinned."
The Jews at the rear of the procession realize that at the front they are trying to defraud them of a right, and they join their shouts to those of their colleagues. For peace' sake, Longinus turns along the way that takes towards the town and goes a short distance along it, but he beckons a decurion to approach him. I say decurion because he is the non-commissioned officer, but perhaps he is what we would call an orderly officer. And he says something to him in a low voice. This man trots back, and as he meets each decury commander, he conveys the order. He then goes back to Longinus to inform him that it has been done. And finally, he goes to the place where he was previously, in the line behind Longinus. Jesus proceeds panting. Each hole in the ground is a trap for his staggering feet, a torture for his shoulders covered with wounds, and for his head crowned with thorns, also because the sun, which is exceedingly warm, although now and again it hides behind a leaden awning of clouds, shines perpendicular on it. So, even if it is concealed, it still burns. Jesus is congested with fatigue, fever, and heat. I think that also the light and the howling must be a torture for him. And if he cannot stop his ears in order not to hear so much coarse shouting, he half closes his eyes not to see the road dazzling in the sunshine. But he must also reopen them, because he stumbles over stones and holes, and each stumble is painful as it jerks the cross, which knocks against the crown, which rubs against the wounded shoulder, widening the sores and increasing the pain. The Jews cannot hit him directly any longer, but odd stones and blows with cudgels still strike him. The former, particularly in the little squares crowded with people, The latter, instead, at bends, along the narrow streets, with frequent steps going up or down, at times 1, at times 3, at times more, because of the continuous variations of the ground. The procession is compelled to slow down at such places, and there is always some volunteer who challenges the Roman lances, if only to add a finishing touch to the masterpiece of torture that Jesus is by now. The soldiers defend him as best they can, but they strike him as well, while trying to defend him, because the long lances waved about in such narrow spaces knock against him and make him stumble. But upon arriving at a certain spot, the soldiers make a perfect maneuver, and notwithstanding shouts and threats, the procession deviates abruptly along a street that goes directly towards the walls, downhill, a good shortcut to the place of the execution. Jesus is panting more and more. Perspiration is streaming down his face, together with the blood that trickles from the wounds of the crown of thorns. And dust sticks to his wet face, leaving queer stains on it, because also the wind is blowing now. Continual gusts at long intervals, during which the dust falls after being raised in whirlwinds by each gust and is blown into eyes and throats. Many people have already assembled at the judicial gate, that is, those who providently and in good time have chosen a good place to see. But shortly before arriving there, Jesus almost falls. Only the quick intervention of a soldier, on whom he almost falls, prevents him from falling on the ground. The rabble laugh and shout.
Leave him! He used to say to everybody, "Rise! Let him rise now!"
Beyond the gate there is a stream and a little bridge. Walking on the uneven boards is a new fatigue for Jesus, as the long stake of the cross bounces on them even more violently, and there is a new mine of projectiles for the Jews. The stones of the stream fly and hit the poor mart. The ascent to Calvary begins. A barren road, without the least shade, paved with uneven stones, that goes straight up the hill. Here again, when I used to read, I read that Calvary was a few meters high. It may be so. It is certainly not a mountain, but it is a hill, not certainly lower than the Mount of the Crosses, with respect to the Lugani, where the Basilica of Saint Miniato is in Florence. Someone may say, "Oh, not much." Yes, for one who is healthy and strong, it is not much, but it is enough to have a weak heart to feel whether it is much or little. I know that after I began to suffer from heart trouble, even if only in a mild form, I could no longer go up that hill without suffering a great deal, and I was compelled to stop now and again, and I had no load on my shoulders. And I think that Jesus' heart must have been in a very bad state after the flagellation and sweating blood. And I take only these two things into consideration. So Jesus suffers tremendously in climbing, also because of the weight of the cross, which, being so long, must be very heavy. He finds a protruding stone, and as he is exhausted, he can lift his feet only a little. So he stumbles and falls on his right knee, but he can hold himself up with his left hand. The crowd howls with joy. He gets up again. He proceeds, bending and panting more and more, congested, feverish. The board that swings in front of him obstructs his sight. His long tunic, the front part of which trails on the ground, as he now walks bending, hampers his steps. He stumbles again and falls on both knees, hurting himself where he is already wounded. And the cross, which slips out of his hands and falls, after striking his back violently, compels him to bend, to pick it up, and to toil painfully to put it back on his shoulder. While he does so, one can clearly see on his right shoulder the wound made by the rubbing of the cross, which has opened the many sores of the scourges, making them all into one, from which serum and blood transsude, so that spot of his white tunic is all stained. The people even applaud for the joy of seeing him fall so badly. Longinus urges to make haste, and the soldiers, striking with the flat of their daggers, press poor Jesus to proceed. He sets out again, more and more slowly, despite all solicitations. Jesus seems completely intoxicated as he sways so much, knocking against one or the other lines of soldiers, wandering all over the road, and the people notice it and shout, "His doctrine has gone to his head! Look how he staggers!" And others, and they are not of the people, but priests and scribes, say with a grin, "No! It is still the fumes of the banquet in Lazarus's house. Were they good? Take our food now!" And other sentences of the kind. Longinus, who turns round now and again, feels sorry for him and orders a few minutes' stop. And the rabble insults him so much that the centurion orders the soldiers to charge them. And the faint-hearted crowds, at the sight of the shining, threatening lances, run away, shouting and hurling themselves here and there down the mountain. It is here that, among the few people who have remained, I again see the small group of the shepherds appear from behind some ruins, probably of a collapsed low wall. They are desolate, upset, dusty, in rags, and with the power of their glances, they attract the master's attention. He turns his head round. He sees them. He looks at them fixedly as if they were the faces of angels. He seems to quench his thirst and fortify himself with their tears. And he smiles. The order to resume the march is given, and Jesus passes just in front of them. And he hears their anguished weeping. With difficulty he turns his head round from under the yoke of the cross, and he smiles once again. His solace. 10 faces. A rest in the burning sun. And immediately afterwards the pain of the third fall, a complete one. And this time he does not stumble. He falls because of a sudden lack of strength due to a syncope. He falls headlong, knocking his face on the uneven stones, and he remains in the dust under the cross that falls on him. The soldiers try to raise him. But as he seems to be dead, they go and inform the centurion.
While they go and come back, Jesus comes to himself and slowly, with the help of 2 soldiers, one of whom lifts the cross and the other helps the condemned one to stand up, he puts himself in his place again. But he's really exhausted. "Make sure that he dies only on the cross!" shout the crowd. "If you let him die beforehand, you will answer to the proconsul. Bear that in your minds. The culprit must arrive alive at the execution place," say the chief scribes to the soldiers. The latter cast withering glances at them, but discipline prevents them from speaking. But Longinus is just as afraid as the Jews that the Christ may die on the road, and he does not want to have troubles. Without needing to be reminded, he knows what is his duty as officer responsible for the execution, and he takes action. He takes action disconcerting the Jews who have already ran ahead along the road that they have reached from all over the mountain, sweating, scratching themselves to pass among the few thorny bushes of the bare, burnt mountain, falling on the rubble, encumbering it as if it were a dump for Jerusalem, without feeling any pain except that of missing the panting of the martyr. One of his sorrowful glances, a gesture, even an involuntary one, of suffering, and with no other fear but that of not being successful in having a good place. So Longinus gives the order to take the longer road that winds up the mountain, and is therefore not so steep. This road seems a path that by dint of being used by many people has changed into a rather comfortable road. This crossroad is situated about halfway up the mountain. But I see that further up, the straight road is crossed 4 times by this one, which climbs with a slighter slope, and to compensate for this is much longer. And many people are going up this road, but they do not participate in this shameful uproar of people possessed, who follow Jesus to take delight in his tortures. They are mostly women, weeping and veiled, and some small groups of men, very small ones indeed, who are much ahead of the women and are about to pass from sight when going on their way. The road turns round the mountain. Calvary here looks somehow pointed in its odd structure, which is snout-shaped on one side, whilst on the other side it drops sheer. The men disappear behind the stony point, and I lose sight of them. The people following Jesus are shouting with rage. It was more pleasant for them to see him fall. While hurling obscene imprecations at the condemned one and at those leading him, some follow the judicial procession, and some go on almost running up the steep road to make up for the disappointment received by having a very good position on the top. The women, who are proceeding weeping, turn round upon hearing the shouts, and see the procession turn towards them. Then they stop, leaning against the mountain, lest they should be pushed down by the slope by the violent Jews. They lower their veils on their faces even more, and there is one completely covered with a veil, like a Muslim, leaving only her very dark eyes free. They are sumptuously dressed, and they have a strong old man to defend them. But all enveloped as he is in his mantle, I cannot see his face clearly. I can only see his long beard, which is more white than dark, stick out of his very dark mantle.
When Jesus arrives near them, they weep more loudly and bow low to him. Then they move forward resolutely. The soldiers would like to drive them back with their lances, but the one who is all covered like a Muslim moves her veil aside for a moment before the ensign, who has just arrived on horseback to see what is the cause of this new hindrance, and he orders the soldiers to let her pass. I cannot see her face or her dress, because the shifting of the veil is done with the speed of a flash, and the dress is all concealed under a heavy mantle that reaches down to the ground and is completely closed by a set of buckles. The hand that comes out from there for a moment to shift the veil is white and beautiful, and it is the only thing, in addition to her very dark eyes, that can be seen of this tall matron, who is certainly influential if she is so promptly obeyed by Longinus's adjutant. They approach Jesus weeping and kneel at his feet, while he stops, panting. And yet he still knows how to smile at those compassionate women and at their escort, who uncovers himself to show that he is Jonathan. But the guards do not let him pass, only the women. One of them is Johanna of Cusa, and she is more haggard than when she was dying. Only the traces of her tears are red. All her face is snow white, with her kind, dark eyes, which, dimmed as they are, seem to have become a very dark violet shade, like certain flowers. In her hand she has a silver amphora and offers it to Jesus, but he refuses it. In any case, he is so breathless that he would not even be able to drink. With his left hand he wipes the sweat and blood that trickles into his eyes, and that streaming down his purple face and neck, the veins of which are swollen through the laboured throbbing of his heart, wets all his tunic at the chest. Another woman, who is accompanied by a young maidservant, holding a small casket in her arms, opens it and takes out a square piece of very fine linen cloth and offers it to the Redeemer. He accepts it, and as he cannot manage by himself with one hand only, the compassionate woman helps him to take it to his face, watching not to knock against his crown. And Jesus presses the cool linen cloth to his poor face and holds it there, as if he felt a great relief. He then hands the linen cloth back, and he says, "Thank you, Johanna. Thank you, Nike, Sarah, Marcella, Eliza, Lydia, Anne, Valeria, and you." But do not weep for me, daughters of Jerusalem, but for your sins, and for those of your town. Bless Johanna for not having more sons. See, it is God's mercy not to have sons, because they suffer
for this. And you, too, Elizabeth. Better as it was than among these sons. And you, mothers, weep for your sons, because this hour will not pass without punishment. And what a punishment, if it is so, for the innocent. You will weep then for having conceived, suckled, and for having more sons. The mothers of those days will weep, because I solemnly tell you that he will be lucky who then will be the first to fall under the ruins. I bless you. Go home. Pray for me. Goodbye, Jonathan. Take them away. And in the midst of the loud noise of weeping women and cursing Judeans, Jesus sets out again. Jesus is once again completely wet with perspiration. Also the soldiers and the other 2 condemned men are perspiring, because the sun, this stormy day, is as burning as flames, and the side of the mountain, very warm by itself, increases the heat of the sun. What this sun must feel like on Jesus' woolen garment, placed on the wounds of the scourges, one can easily imagine and be horror-stricken at the idea. But he never moans. But although the road is not so steep as the other one, and it is not strewn with uneven stones which were so dangerous to his feet that he is now dragging, he is staggering more and more, and once again he knocks first into one line of soldiers and then into the other, and is bent more than previously. They decide to overcome the difficulty by passing a rope round his waist and holding the 2 ends as if they were reins. It does in fact support him, but it does not make his load any lighter. On the contrary, the rope, knocking against the cross, shifts it continuously on his shoulder and makes it strike the crown, which by now has turned Jesus' forehead into a bleeding tattoo mark. Further, the rope rubs against his waist, where there are many wounds, and it certainly makes them bleed again. In fact, his white tunic is tinged with pale red at the waist. So in order to help him, they make him suffer more. The road continues. It goes round the mountain. It comes back almost to the front, towards the steep road. Here, there is Mary with John. I should say that John has taken her to that shady place behind the slope of the mountain to give her some relief. It is the steepest part of the mountain. There is no other road going round it. Above and under it, the slope rises or descends steeply, and that is why the cruel people have abandoned it. It is shady there, because I should say that it is the north, and Mary, leaning as she is on the mountainside, is protected from the sun. She is leaning against the slope, standing,
but already exhausted, panting, as white as death, in her very dark blue dress, which is almost black. John looks at her with desolate pity. He has no trace of colour on his face either, and he looks wan, with wide, open, tired eyes, unkempt, and his cheeks are sunken, as if he were suffering from a disease. The other women, Mary and Martha of Lazarus, Mary of Alphaeus and Mary of Zebedee, Susanna from Cana, the mistress of the house, and some more whom I do not know, are all in the middle of the road, looking to see whether the Saviour is coming. And when they see Longinus arrive, they rush towards Mary to inform her, and Mary, supported by John, who is holding her by the elbow, departs from the hillside, stately in her grief, and places herself resolutely in the middle of the road, moving aside only at the arrival of Longinus, who from the height of his black horse looks at the pale woman and at her blonde, wan companion, whose meek eyes are blue like hers. And Longinus shakes his head while passing by, followed by the 11 soldiers on horseback. Mary tries to pass through the dismounted soldiers who, being warm and in a hurry, strive to drive her back with their lances. All the more that stones are thrown from the paved road as a protest against so much compassion. It is the Jews who once again curse because of the halt brought about by the pious women and say,
"Quick! It is the Sabbath tomorrow! Everything must be accomplished by this evening. You are accomplices who deride our law, oppressors, death to the invaders and to their Christ. They love him. Look how they love him. Well, take him. Put him in your cursed eternal city. We surrender him to you. We don't want him. Let rotters be with rotters and leprosy with lepers."
Longinus gets tired, and followed by the 10 lancers, he spurs his horse against the reviling pack of hounds who run away for the second time. And in doing so, he sees a cart standing still, which has certainly come up from the vegetable gardens at the foot of the mountain, and is waiting for the crowds to pass, so that it may go down towards the town with its load of greens. I think that curiosity has made the man from Cyrene and his sons go up there, because it was not necessary for him to do so. The 2 sons, lying on the top of the green pile of vegetables, look and laugh at the fleeing Judeans. The man instead, a very strong man, about 40-50 years old, standing near the little donkey, which is frightened and tries to draw back, looks attentively at the procession. Longinus looks him up and down. He thinks that he can be useful, and says to him in a commanding voice,
"Man, come here."
The man from Cyrene feigns he has not heard, but one cannot trifle with Longinus. He repeats the order in such a way that the man throws the reins to one of his sons and approaches the centurion.
"Do you see that man?"
he asks, and in doing so, he turns round to point out Jesus, and he sees Mary, who is imploring the soldiers to let her pass. He takes pity on her and he shouts,
"Let the woman pass!"
He then resumes speaking to the man from Cyrene.
"He cannot proceed further, laden as he is. You are strong. Take his cross and carry it, in his stead, as far as the summit." "I cannot. I have the donkey. It is restive. The boys cannot hold it."
But Longinus says,
"Go, if you do not want to lose your donkey and get 20 blows as punishment."
The man from Cyrene dare no longer react. He shouts to the boys,
"Go home and be quick, and say that I am coming at once."
And he then goes towards Jesus. He reaches him just when Jesus turns towards his mother, whom only now he sees coming towards him, because he is proceeding so bent and with his eyes almost closed, as if he were blind. And he shouts, "Mother!" Since he began being tortured, it is the first word that expresses his sufferings. Because in that cry there is the confession of everything, and all the dreadful sorrow of his spirit, of his morale, of his body. It is the heartbroken and heartbreaking cry of a little boy who dies all alone among torturers and the most cruel torturers, and who goes so far as to be afraid of his own breathing. It is the wailing of a raving little boy, tormented by nightmare visions, and once his mummy, his dear mummy, because only her fresh kisses soothe the ardor of his fever. Her voice dispels phantoms. Her embrace makes death less fearful. Mary presses her hand against her heart as if she had been stabbed, and she staggers lightly. But she collects herself, quickens a step, and while going towards her tortured son with outstretched arms, she shouts, "Son!" But she says so in such a way that whoever has not got the heart of a hyena feels it is breaking because of so much grief. I notice signs of compassion even among the Romans, and yet they are soldiers accustomed to slaughters, marked by scars. But the words, mother and son, are always the same for all those who, I repeat it, are not worse than hyenas. They are understood everywhere, and they raise waves of compassion everywhere. The man from Cyrene feels such pity, and as he sees that Mary cannot embrace her son because of the cross, and that after stretching her arms out she lets them drop, convinced that she is unable to do so, and she only looks at him, striving to smile with her smile of a martyr to encourage him, while her trembling lips drink her tears. And he, turning his head round from under the yoke of the cross, tries in his turn to smile at her and send her a kiss with his poor lips, wounded and split by blows and fever. He hastens to remove the cross, and he does so with the gentleness of a father, in order not to give a shove to the crown or rub against his sores. But Mary cannot kiss her son. Even the lightest touch would be a torture for his torn flesh. And Mary refrains. And then, the most holy feelings have a profound modesty, and they exact respect, or at least compassion, whilst here there is curiosity, and above all, mockery. Only the two anguished souls kiss each other. The procession, which sets out again under the pressure of the waves of the furious people, divides them, pushing the mother against the mountain to be sneered at by all the people. Behind Jesus, there is now the man from Cyrene with the cross. And Jesus, freed of that weight, is proceeding more easily. He is panting violently. He often presses his hand against his heart, as if he had a great pain or wound there, in the sternum, hard region. And now, since his hands are no longer tied and he is able to do so, he pushes his hair, which had fallen forward and is sticky with blood and perspiration, behind his ears, to feel some air on his cyanotic face. He unties the cord round his neck, as it makes him suffer in breathing. But he can walk better. Mary has withdrawn with the women. She follows the procession once it has passed. And then, along a shortcut, she turns her steps towards the top of the mountain, defying the insults of the cannibalistic populace. Now that Jesus can walk freely, the last stretch of the road around the mountain is soon covered, and they are already close to the top, crowded with shouting people. Longinus stops and orders his men to inexorably repel everybody farther down, so that the top, the place of the execution, may be free. And one half of the century carries out the order, rushing to the spot and mercilessly driving back whoever is there, making use of their daggers and lances to do so. The hail of blows with the flat swords and clubs makes the Jews run away from the top, and they would like to stop in the open space below. But those already there do not give in, and the people begin to brawl fiercely. They all seem to be mad. As I told you last year, the top of Calvary is shaped like an irregular trapezium, slightly higher on the right side, after which the mountain descends steeply for more than half of its height. In this little open space there are already 3 deep holes, lined with bricks or slates, that is, built for a special purpose. Near them there are stones and earth, ready to prop the crosses. Other holes, instead, are full of stones. It is obvious that they empty them each time according to the number required. Under the trapezoidal summit, on the side of the mountain that does not descend steeply, there is a kind of platform that slopes down gently, forming a second little open space. 2 wide paths depart from it, going round the top, which is thus isolated and raised, at least 2 meters in height on all sides. The soldiers who have driven the people away from the top, with convincing blows of their lances, subdue quarrels and make room, so that the procession may pass without any hindrance on the last stretch of the road. And they remain there, forming a double hedge, while the 3 condemned men, surrounded by soldiers on horseback and protected behind by the other half of the century, arrive at the spot where they are stopped, at the foot of the natural raised platform that is the summit of Golgotha. While that takes place, I see the Marys, and a little behind them there is Johanna of Cusa, with the other 4 ladies mentioned previously. The others have withdrawn, and they must have gone by themselves, because Jonathan is still there, behind his mistress. The one we call Veronica, and whom Jesus called Nike, is no longer there, and also her maidservant is absent. And also the one who was all covered with a veil and was obeyed by the soldiers is no longer there. I can see Johanna, the old woman named Eliza, Anne, the mistress of the house where Jesus went for the vintage in the first year of his public life, and 2 more whom I cannot identify. Behind these women and the Marys, I can see Joseph and Simon of Alphaeus, and Alphaeus of Sarah, with a group of the shepherds. They have scuffled with those who wanted to repel them, insulting them, and the strength of these men, increased by their love and grief, has been so powerful that they defeated their opponents, forming a free semicircle at which the very pusillanimous Jews dare only to hurl cries of death and shake their fists. But nothing else, because the crooks of the shepherds are knotty and heavy, and these valiant men lack neither strength nor the ability to aim accurately. And I am not wrong in saying so. It takes real courage for a few men, known as Galileans or followers of the Galilean master, to oppose a hostile population. It is the only place on the whole of Calvary in which Christ is not cursed. The mountain on the 3 sides, on which the slopes descend gently towards the valley, is all crowded with people. The yellowish barren earth can no longer be seen. In the sun that appears and disappears, it looks like a flowery meadow with corollas of all colours. So numerous and close together are the headgears and mantles of the sadists standing there. More people are beyond the torrent, on the road, and more beyond the walls. And there are more on the terraces, which are closer. The rest of the town is deserted, empty, silent. They are all here. All the love and all the hatred. All the silence that loves and forgives. All the clamour that hates and curses. While the men responsible for the execution prepare their instruments, finishing emptying the holes, and the men condemned await in the middle of the square, informed by the soldiers. The Jews, who have taken shelter in the corner opposite the Marys, insult them. They insult also the mother.
Death to the Galileans! Death! Galileans! Galileans, curse them! Death to the Galilean blasphemer! Nail on the cross also the womb that bore him! Away from here, the vipers that give birth to demons! Death to them! Clear Israel of the females who copulate with the billy goat!
Longinus, who has dismounted, turns round and sees the mother. He orders his men to stop the uproar. The 50 soldiers who were behind the condemned men charge the rabble and clear the second esplanade completely, as the Jews run away along the mountain, treading on one another. Also the other soldiers dismount, and one takes the 11 horses, in addition to that of the centurion, and takes them to a shady spot behind the ridge of the mountain. The centurion sets out towards the top. Johanna of Cusa moves forward and stops him. She gives him an amphora and a purse. She then withdraws, weeping, and goes towards the edge of the mountain with the other women. Everything is ready on the summit. They make the condemned men go up. And once again, Jesus passes near his mother, who utters a groan, which she tries to stifle by pressing her mantle against her lips. The Jews notice it. They laugh and deride. John, the meek John, who has one arm round Mary's shoulders to support her, turns round and glares at them.
Even his eyes are phosphorescent. If he did not have to protect the women, I think that he would grip one of the cowards by the throat. As soon as the condemned men are on the fatal platform, the soldiers surround the open space on the three sides. Only the one that drops a sheer is empty. The centurion orders the man from Cyrene to go away, and he goes away, unwillingly now, and I would not say out of sadism, but out of love. In fact, he stops near the Galileans, sharing with them the insults that the crowds give liberally to these haggard believers of the Christ. The true robbers throw their crosses on the ground, swearing. Jesus is silent. The sorrowful way has come to its end. The poem of the Man God. The Passion. Chapter 605. The Crucifixion. 27th of March, 1945. 4 brawny men who look like Judeans, and Judeans more worthy of the cross than the condemned men, certainly of the same category as the scourgers, jump from a path onto the place of the execution. They are wearing short sleeveless tunics, and in their hands they're holding nails, hammers, and ropes, which they show to the condemned men, scoffing at them. The crowd is excited with cruel frenzy. The centurion offers Jesus the amphora, so that he may drink the anesthetic mixture of myrrhed wine, but Jesus refuses it. The 2 robbers instead drink a lot of it. Then the amphora, with a wide flared mouth, is placed near a large stone, almost on the edge of the summit. The condemned men are ordered to undress. The 2 robbers do so without shame. On the contrary, they amuse themselves, making obscene gestures towards the crowd, and in particular towards a group of priests who are all white in their linen garments, and who have gone back to the lower open space little by little, taking advantage of their caste to creep up there. The priests have been joined by 2 or 3 Pharisees and other overbearing personages, whom hatred has made friends. And I see people I know, such as the Pharisees, Johanan and Ishmael, the scribes, Zadok and Eli of Capernaum. The executioners offer the condemned men 3 rags, so that they may tie them round their groins. The robbers take them, uttering the most horrible curses. Jesus, who strips himself slowly because of the pangs of the wounds, refuses it. He perhaps thinks that he can keep on the short drawers, which he had on also during the flagellation. But when he is told to take them off as well, he stretches out his hand to beg for the rag of the executioners to conceal his nakedness. He is really the annihilated one, to the extent of having to ask a rag of criminals. But Mary has noticed everything, and she has removed the long, thin white veil covering her head under her dark mantle, and on which she has already shed so many tears. She removes it without letting her mantle drop and gives it to John so that he may hand it to Longinus for her son. The centurion takes the veil without any objection and
when he sees that Jesus is about to strip himself completely, facing the side where there are no people, and thus turning towards the crowd, his back furrowed with bruises and blisters and covered with sores and dark crusts that are bleeding again, he gives him his mother's linen veil. Jesus recognizes it and wraps it round his pelvis several times, fastening it carefully so that it may not fall off. And on the linen veil, so far soaked only with tears, the first drops of blood begin to fall, because many of the wounds, just covered with blood clots, have reopened again as he stooped to take off his sandals and lay down his garments, and blood is streaming down again. Jesus now turns towards the crowd, and one can thus see that also his chest, legs, and arms have all been struck by the scourges. At the height of his liver there is a huge bruise, and under his left costal arch there are 7 clear stripes in relief, ending with 7 small cuts, bleeding inside a violaceous circle. A cruel blow of a scourge in such a sensitive region of the diaphragm. His knees, bruised by repeated falls that began immediately after he was captured and ended on Calvary, are dark with hematomas, and the kneecaps are torn, particularly the right one, by a large bleeding wound. The crowds scoff at him in chorus.
"Oh, handsome! The most handsome of the sons of men! The daughters of Jerusalem adore you!"
And in the tone of a psalm, they intone,
"My beloved is fresh and ruddy, to be known among 10,000. His head is pure as gold, his locks are palm fronds, as silky as the feathers of ravens. His eyes are like 2 doves, bathing in streams not of water, but of milk. In the milk of his orbit, his cheeks are beds of spices, his lips are purple lilies, distilling precious myrrh. His hands are rounded like the works of a goldsmith, ending in rosy hyacinths. His trunk is ivory veined with sapphires. His legs are perfect columns of white marble on bases of gold. His majesty is like that of Lebanon. He is more majestic than the tall cedar. His conversation is drenched with sweetness, and he is altogether delightful."
and they laugh and shout also.
The leper! The leper! So, have you fornicated with an idol if God has struck you so? Have you mumbled against the saints of Israel, as Mary of Moses did? If you have been punished so, the perfect one, are you the Son of God? Certainly not. You are the abortion of Satan. At least he, Mammon, is powerful and strong. You are in rags. You are the powerless and revolting.
The robbers are tied to the crosses, and they are carried to their places, one to the right, one to the left, with regard to the place destined to Jesus. They howl, swear, curse, particularly when the crosses are carried to the holes, and they hurt them, making the ropes cut into their wrists. Their oaths against God, the law, the Romans, the Judeans, are hellish. It is Jesus' turn. He lies on the cross meekly. The two robbers were so rebellious that, as the 4 executioners were not sufficient to hold them, some soldiers had to intervene to prevent them from kicking away the torturers who were tying their wrists to the cross. But no help is required for Jesus. He lies down and places his head where they tell him. He stretches out his arms and his legs as he is told. He only takes care to arrange his veil properly. Now his long, slender white body stands out against the dark wood and the yellow ground. 2 executioners sit on his chest to hold him fast, and I think of the oppression and pain he must have felt under that weight. A third one takes his right arm, holding him with one hand on the first part of his forearm, and the other on the tips of his fingers. The fourth one, who already has in his hand the long, sharp-pointed, quadrangular nail, ending with a round, flat head, as big as a large coin of bygone days, watches whether the hole already made in the wood corresponds to the radius ulnar joint of the wrist. It does. The executioner places the point of the nail on the wrist. He raises the hammer and gives the first stroke. Jesus, who has closed his eyes, utters a cry and has a contraction because of the sharp pain, and opens eyes flooded with tears. The pain he suffers must be dreadful. The nail penetrates, tearing muscles, veins, nerves, shattering bones. Mary replies to the cry of her tortured son with a groan that sounds almost like the moaning of a slaughtered lamb. And she bends, as if she were crushed, holding her head in her hands. In order not to torture her, Jesus utters no more cries. But the strokes continue, methodical and hard, iron striking iron. And we must consider that a living limb receives them. The right hand is now nailed. They pass on to the left one. The hole in the wood does not correspond to the carpets. So they take a rope. They tie it to the left wrist, and they pull it until the joint is dislocated, tearing tendons and muscles, besides lacerating the skin already cut into by the ropes used to capture him. The other hand must suffer as well, because it is stretched as a consequence, and a hole in it widens round the nail. Now, the beginning of the metacarpus, near the wrist, hardly arrives at the hole. They resign themselves and they nail the hand where they can, that is, between the thumb and the other fingers, just in the middle of the metacarpus.
The nail penetrates more easily here, but with greater pain, because it cuts important nerves, so that the fingers remain motionless, whilst those of the right hand have contractions and tremors that denote their vitality. But Jesus no longer utters cries. He only moans in a deep, hoarse voice, with his lips firmly closed, while tears of pain fall on the ground after falling on the wood. It is now the turn of his feet. At 2 meters and more from the foot of the cross, there is a small wedge, hardly sufficient for 1 foot. Both feet are placed on it to see whether it is in the right spot, and as it is a little low, and the feet hardly reach it, they pull the poor martyr by his malleoli, so the coarse wood of the cross rubs on the wounds, moves the crown that tears his hair once again, and is on the point of falling. One of the executioners presses it down on his head again, with a slap. Those who were sitting on Jesus' chest now get up to move to his knees, because Jesus, with an involuntary movement, withdraws his legs upon seeing the very long nail, which is twice as long and thick as those used for the hands, shine in the sunshine. They weigh on his flayed knees and press his poor, bruised shins, while the other two are performing the much more difficult operation of nailing 1 foot on top of the other, trying to combine the 2 joints of the tarsi. Although they try to keep the feet still, holding them by the malleoli and the toes on the wedge, the foot underneath is shifted by the vibrations of the nail, and they have almost to unnail it, because the nail, which has pierced the tender parts and is already blunt, having pierced the right foot, is to be moved a little closer to the centre. And they hammer and hammer and hammer. Only the dreadful noise of the hammer striking the head of the nail is heard, because all Calvary is nothing but eyes and ears, to perceive acts and noises and rejoice. The harsh noise of iron is accompanied by the low, plaintive lament of a dove. The hoarse groaning of Mary, who bends more and more at each stroke, as if the hammer wounded her, the martyr mother. And one understands that she's about to be crushed by such torture. Crucifixion is dreadful, equal to flagellation with regard to pain. It is more cruel to be seen, because one sees the nails disappear in the flesh, but in compensation it is shorter, whereas flagellation is enervating because of its duration. I think that the agony at Gethsemane, the flagellation, and the crucifixion are the most dreadful moments. They reveal all the torture of the Christ to me. His death relieves me, because I say, it is all over. But they are not the end. They are the beginning of new sufferings.
The cross is now dragged near the hole, and it jerks on the uneven ground, shaking the poor crucified. The cross is raised, and twice it slips out of the hands of those raising it. The first time it falls with a crash. The second time it falls on its right arm, causing terrible pains to Jesus, because the jerk he receives shakes his wounded limbs. But when they let the cross drop into its hole, and therefore being made fast with stones and earth, it sways in all directions, continuously shifting the poor body hanging from 3 nails, and the suffering must be atrocious. All the weight of the body moves forward and downwards, and the holes become wider, particularly on one of the left hand, and also the hole of the feet widens out, while the blood drips more copiously. And if that of the feet trickles along the toes onto the ground and along the wood of the cross, that of the hands runs along the forearms, as the wrists are higher up than the armpits because of the position, and it trickles down the sides from the armpits towards the waist. When the cross sways before being fastened, the crown moves, because the head falls back, knocking against the wood, and drives the thick knot of the thorns at the end of the prickly crown into the nape of the neck. Then it lies again on the forehead, scratching it mercilessly. At long last, the cross is made fast, and there is only the torture of being suspended. They raise the robbers who, once they are placed in a vertical position, shout as if they were being flayed alive, because of the torture of the ropes that cut into their wrists and cause their hands to turn dark with the veins swollen like ropes. Jesus is silent. The crowd instead is no longer silent. The people resume bawling in a hellish way. Now the top of Golgotha has its trophy and its guard of honor. At the top, there is the cross of Jesus. At the sides, the other 2 crosses. Half a century of soldiers in fighting trim is placed all round the summit. Inside this circle of armed soldiers, there are the 10 dismounted soldiers who throw dice for the garments of the condemned men. Longinus is standing upright between the cross of Jesus and the one on the right, and he seems to be mounting guard of honor for the martyr king. The other half-century at rest is on the left path and on the lower open space under the orders of Longinus's adjutant, awaiting to be employed in case of need. The indifference of the soldiers is almost total. Only an odd one now and again looks at the crucified men. Longinus instead watches everything with curiosity and interest. He makes comparisons and judges mentally. He compares the crucified men, and the Christ in particular, and the spectators. His piercing eye does not miss any detail. And to see better, he shades his eyes with his hand, because the sun must be annoying. The sun is, in fact, strange. It is yellow-red like a fire. Then the fire seems to go out all of a sudden because of a huge cloud of pitch that rises from behind the chains of the Judean mountains and soars swiftly across the sky, disappearing behind other mountains. And when the sun comes out again, it is so strong that the eye endures it with difficulty. While looking, he sees Mary just under the slope, with her tormented face raised towards the sun. He calls one of the soldiers who are playing dice and says to him,
If his mother wants to come up with the son who is escorting her, let her come. Escort her and help her.
And Mary, with John, who is believed to be her son, climbs the steps cut in the tufaceous rock, I think, and passes beyond the cordon of soldiers, and goes to the foot of the cross, but a little aside, to be seen and see her Jesus. The crowds shower the most disgraceful abuses on her at once, associating her with her son in their curses. But with her trembling white lips, she tries only to comfort him with an anguished smile that wipes the tears which no willpower can refrain. The people, beginning with priests, scribes, Pharisees, Sadducees, Herodians, and the like, amuse themselves by going on a kind of roundabout, climbing the steep road, passing along the elevation at the end, and descending along the other road, or vice versa. And while they pass at the foot of the summit, on the second open space, they do not fail to offer their blasphemous words as a compliment to the dying victim. All the baseness, cruelty, hatred, and folly which men are capable of expressing with their tongues is amply testified by those infernal mouths. The fiercest are the members of the temple, with the assistance of the Pharisees.
Well, you, the Saviour of mankind, why do you not save yourself? Has your king Beelzebub abandoned you? Has he disowned you?
Shout 3 priests. And the group of Judeans shout,
You, who were more than 5 days ago, with the help of the demon, made the Father say, that he would glorify you. How come you do not remind him to keep his promise?
and the 3 Pharisees add,
Blasphemer! He said that he saved the others with the help of God, and he cannot save himself. Do you want us to believe you? Then work the miracle. Hey, are you no longer able? Your hands are now nailed, and you are naked.
and some Sadducees and Herodians say to the soldiers,
Watch his witchcraft. You who have taken his garments, he has the infernal sign within himself.
A crowd howls in chorus,
Descend on the cross and we will believe you. You who want to destroy the temple? Fool! Look at it over there, the glorious and holy temple of Israel. It is untouchable, O profaner, and you are dying.
Other priests say,
Blasphemous! You, the Son of God! Come down from there, then! Strike us by lightning! If you are God, we are not afraid of you and we spit at you!
Others who are passing by shake their heads, saying,
He can but weep. Save yourself, if it is true that you are the chosen one.
And the soldiers remark,
So, save yourself. Burn to ashes this Sabara of the Sabara. Yes, you are the Sabara of the empire, you Judean rabble. Do so! Rome will put you on capital and will worship you as a god.
the priests and their accomplices say,
The arms of women were more pleasant than those of the cross, were they not? But look,
and they utter a disgraceful word.
are already there, waiting to receive you. You have the whole of Jerusalem as your matchmaker.
And they hiss like snakes. Others throw stones, shouting,
Change these into bread, since you multiply loaves.
Others, mimicking the hosannas of Palm Sunday, throw branches and shout,
Curses on him who comes in the name of the demon! Cursed be his kingdom! Glory to Zion that cuts him off the living!
A Pharisee stands in front of the cross. He raises his hand in an indecent gesture and says,
I entrust you to the God of Sinai, did you say? Now, the God of Sinai is preparing you for the eternal fire. Why don't you call Jonah so that he may repay your kindness?
Another one says,
Don't ruin the cross with the strokes of your head. It is to be used for your followers. A whole legion of them will die on your cross. I swear it on Jehovah. And Lazarus will be the first one I'll put there. We shall see whether you free him from death now. Yes, let us go to Lazarus. Let us nail him on the other side of the cross.
and parrot-like they speak slowly as Jesus did, saying,
Lazarus, my friend, come out. Unbind him and let him go. No, he used to say to Martha and Mary, his women, I am the resurrection and life. The resurrection cannot drive death back, and the life is dying. There is Mary with Martha over there. Let us ask them where Lazarus is, and let us look for him.
and they come forward towards the women, asking arrogantly,
Where is Lazarus? At his mansion?
and while the other women, struck with terror, run behind the shepherds, Mary Magdalene comes forward, and finding in her grief the ancient boldness of her days of sin, she says,
Go. You will already find the soldiers of Rome in the mansion, with 500 armed men of my land. and they will castrate you like old billy goats, destined to feed the slaves of millstones. Impudent, is that how you speak to priests? Sacrilegious, filthy, cursed! Turn round, on your backs, I can see them. You have tongues of infernal flames.
Mary's assertion sounds so certain that the cowards who are really struck with terror turn round. But if they have no flames on their shoulders, they have the sharp, pointed Roman lances at their backs. In fact, Longinus has given an order, and the 50 soldiers who were resting have come into action, and they prick the buttocks of the first Judeans they find. The latter run away shouting, and the soldiers stop to block the entrances to the 2 roads and protect the open space. The Judeans curse, but Rome is the stronger. The Magdalene lowers her veil again. She had raised it to speak to the revilers and goes back to her place. The other women join her. But the robber on the left-hand side continues to insult from his cross. He seems to have summarized all the curses of the other people, and he repeats them all and ends by saying,
Save yourself and save us. If you want people to believe you, the Christ, you are mad. The world belongs to crafty people, and God does not exist. I do. That is true, and everything is permitted to me. God? Nonsense! Invented to keep us quiet. Long live our egos! Man's ego alone is king and God!
The other robber, who is on the right-hand side with Mary, almost near his feet, and looks at her almost more than he looks at Jesus, and for some moments he has been weeping, murmuring, "My mother," says,
Be silent! Do you not fear God even now that you suffer this pain? Why do you insult him who is good? And his torture is even greater than ours. And he has done nothing wrong.
But the robber continues to curse. Jesus is silent, panting as a result of the effort he has to make because of his position, because of his fever and heart and breathing conditions. The consequence of the flagellation he suffered in such a violent form, and also of the deep anguish that had made him sweat blood. He tries to find some relief by reducing the weight on his feet, pulling himself up with his arms and hanging from his hands. Perhaps he does so also to overcome the cramp that tortures his feet and is revealed by the trembling of his muscles. But the same trembling is noticeable in the fibres of his arms, which are constrained in that position and must be frozen at their ends, because they are higher up and deprived of blood, which arrives at the wrists with difficulty and trickles from the holes of the nails, leaving the fingers without circulation. Those of the left hand in particular are already cadaveric and motionless, bent towards the palm. Also the toes of the feet show their pain, especially the big toes move up and down and open out, probably because their nerves have not been injured so seriously. And the trunk reveals all its pain with its movement, which is fast but not deep, and tires him without giving any relief. His ribs, wide and high as they are, because the structure of his body is perfect, are now enlarged beyond measure, as a consequence of the position taken by the body and of the pulmonary edema that has certainly developed inside. And yet, they do not serve to relieve the effort in breathing, all the more that the abdomen with its movement helps the diaphragm, which is becoming more and more paralyzed. And the congestion and asphyxia increase every minute, as is shown by the cyanotic color that emphasizes the lips, which the fever has made bright red, and by the red-violet streaks which tinge the neck along the turgid jugular veins, and widen out as far as the cheeks, towards the ears and temples, while the nose is thin and bloodless, and the eyes are sunken in a circle, which is livid where no blood has trickled from the crown. Under the left costal arch, one can see the throbbing imparted by the point of the heart, an irregular but violent palpitation, and now and again, owing to an internal convulsion, the diaphragm has a deep pulsation, which is revealed by a total stretching of the skin, for what it can stretch on that poor, wounded, dying body. The face already has the aspect we see in photographs of the Holy Shroud, with the nose diverged and swollen on one side, and the likeness is increased by the fact that the right eye is almost closed, owing to a swelling on this side. The mouth, instead, is open, with the wound on the upper lip by now turned into a crust. His thirst, caused by the loss of blood, by the fever and by the sun, must be burning, so much so that he, with automatic movements, drinks the drops of his perspiration and his tears, as well as those of blood that run down from his forehead to his moustache, and he wets his tongue with them. The crown of thorns prevent him from leaning against the trunk of the cross to help the suspension on his arms and lighten the weight on his feet. His kidneys and all his spine are curved outwards, detached from the cross, from his pelvis upwards, owing to force of inertia that makes a body suspended like his hang forward. The Judeans, driven beyond the open space, do not stop insulting, and the unrepentant robber echoes their insults. The other one, who now looks at the mother with deeper and deeper compassion and weeps, answers him back sharply when he hears that she also is included in the insult.
Be silent! Remember that you were born of a woman, and consider that our mothers have wept because of their sons, and they were tears of shame because we are criminals. Our mothers are dead. I would like to ask Mike to forgive me with the sorrow I gave her. I am a sinner. Who will forgive me? Mother, in the name of your dying son, pray for me.
The mother for a moment raises her tortured face and looks at him. The poor wretch, who, through the remembrance of his mother and the contemplation of the mother, moves towards repentance. And she seems to caress him with her kind, gentle eyes. Disma weeps louder, which raises even more the mockery of the crowd and of his companion. The former shout,
Very well, take her as your mother, so she will have 2 criminal sons.
The latter aggravates the situation, saying,
She loves you because you are a smaller copy of her darling.
Jesus speaks for the first time.
Father, forgive them, because they do not know what they are doing.
This prayer overcomes all fear in Disma. He dares to look at the Christ and says,
Lord, remember me when you are in your kingdom. It is just that I should suffer. But give me mercy and peace hereafter. I heard you speak once, and I foolishly rejected your words. I now repent. And I repent of my sins before you, the Son of the Most High. I believe that you come from God. I believe in your power. I believe in your mercy. Christ, forgive me in the name of your mother and of your most holy Father.
Jesus turns round and looks at him with deep compassion. And he smiles a still beautiful smile with his poor tortured lips. He says, I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. The repentant robber calms down, and as he no longer remembers the prayers he learned when a child, he repeats as an ejaculation,
Jesus, Nazarene, King of the Jews, have mercy on me. Jesus, Nazarene, King of the Jews, I hope in you. Jesus, Nazarene, King of the Jews, I believe in your divinity.
the other robber continues, cursing. The sky becomes duller and duller. Now the clouds hardly ever open to let the sun shine. On the contrary, they cluster on top of one another in leaden, white, greenish strati. They disentangle according to the caprices of a cold wind, which at times blows in the sky, then descends to the ground, and then drops again. And when it drops, the air is almost more sinister, sultry and dull, than when it hisses, blowing, biting and fast. The light, previously exceedingly bright, is becoming greenish, and the faces look strange. The profiles of the soldiers, under their helmets and in their armour, which were previously shining, and have now become rather tarnished in the greenish light, and under an ashen grey sky, are so hard that they seem to be chiselled. The Judeans, the complexion, hair, and beard of whom are mostly brown, seem drowned people. So wan are their faces. The women look like statues of bluish snow because of their deadly paleness, which is accentuated by the light. Jesus seems to be turning ominously livid because of a beginning of putrefaction, as if he were already dead. His head begins to hang over his chest. His strength fails him rapidly. He shivers, although he is burning with fever. And in his weakness he whispers the name that so far he has only uttered in the bottom of his heart. Mother, Mother. He murmurs it in a low voice like a sigh, as if he were already lightly delirious, and thus prevented from holding back what his will would not like to reveal. And each time Mary makes an unrestrainable gesture of stretching her arms as if she wished to succour him. And the cruel people laugh at such pangs of him who is dying, and of her who suffers agonies. Priests and scribes climb up again as far as the shepherds, who, however, are on the lower open space. And as the soldiers want to drive them back, they react, saying,
"Are these Galileans staying here? We want to stay here as well, as we have to ascertain that justice is done to the very end. And from afar in this light we cannot see."
In fact, many begin to be upset by the light that is enveloping the world, and some people are afraid. Also the soldiers point to the sky and to a kind of cone that seems of slate, so dark it is, and that rises like a pine tree from behind the top of a mountain. It looks like a water spout. It rises and seems to produce darker and darker clouds, as if it were a volcano belching smoke and lava. It is in this frightening twilight that Jesus gives John to Mary and Mary to John. He lowers his head, because the mother has gone closer to the cross to see him better. And he says,
"Woman, this is your son. Son, this is your mother."
Mary looks even more upset after this word, which is the will of Jesus, who has nothing to give his mother but a man. He, who out of love for man deprives her of the man God born of her. But the poor mother tries to weep only silently, because it is impossible for her not to weep. Tears stream down her cheeks, notwithstanding all the effort to refrain them, even if on her lips there is a heartbroken smile to comfort him. Jesus' suffering increases more and more, and the light fades more and more. It is in this sea-bottom light that Nicodemus and Joseph appear from behind some Judeans, and they say,
"Step aside! You are not allowed. What do you want?"
asked the soldiers.
"To pass. We are friends of the Christ."
The chief priests turn round.
"Who dare profess himself a friend of the rebel?"
ask the priests indignantly. And Joseph replies resolutely,
"I, Joseph of Arimathea, the elder and noble member of the Supreme Council, and Nicodemus, the head of the Judeans, is with me. Those who side with the rebel are rebels, and those who take sides with murderers are murderers. Eleazar of Amas. I have lived as a just man, and now I am old and close to death. I do not want to become unjust, while heaven is already descending upon me, and the eternal judge with it. And you, Nicodemus, I'm surprised. So am I. And of one thing only, that Israel is so corrupt that you cannot even recognize God anymore. You disgust me. Move aside then, and let me pass. That is all I want. To become even more contaminated? If I have not become contaminated being with you, nothing else will ever contaminate me. Soldier, here is the purse and my pass."
And he gives the decurion, who is closest to him, a purse and a waxed board. The decurion examines them and says to the soldier,
"Let the two men pass."
And Joseph and Nicodemus approach the shepherds. I do not know whether Jesus can see them in the thick fog that is getting thicker and thicker, and with his eyes that are already veiled by agony. But they see him, and they weep without any respect for public opinion, although the priests now abuse them. The sufferings are worse and worse. The body begins to suffer from the arching typical of tetanus, and the clamour of the crowd exasperates it. The death of fibres and nerves extends from the tortured limbs to the trunk, making breathing more and more difficult. Diaphragmatic contraction weak, and heart beating irregular. The face of Christ passes in turns, from very deep red blushes to the greenish paleness of a person bleeding to death. His lips move with greater difficulty, because the overstrained nerves of the neck and of the head itself, that for dozens of times have acted as a lever for the whole body, pushing on the crossbar, spreads the cramp also to the jaws. His throat, swollen by the obstructed carotid arteries, must be painful and must spread its edema to the tongue, which looks swollen and slow in its movements. his back, even in the moments when the tetanizing contractions do not bend it in a complete arch from the nape of his neck to his hips, leaning as extreme points against the stake of the cross, bends more and more forwards, because the limbs are continuously weighed down by the burden of the dead flesh. The people cannot see this situation very clearly, because the light now is like dark ashes, and only those who are at the foot of the cross can see well. At a certain moment, Jesus collapses forwards and downwards, as if he were already dead. He no longer pants. His head hangs inertly forward. His body, from his hips upwards, is completely detached from the cross, forming an angle with its bar. Mary utters a cry. "He's dead!" A tragic cry that spreads in the dark air. And Jesus seems really dead. Another cry of a woman replies to her, and I see a bustle in the group of the women. Then some 10 people go away holding something, but I cannot see who goes away so. The foggy light is too faint. It looks as we are immersed in a cloud of very dense volcanic ash.
"It is not possible!"
shout some of the priests and of the Judeans.
"It is a simulation to make us go away. Soldier, prick him with your lance. It is a good medicine to give his voice back to him."
And as the soldiers do not do so, a volley of stones and clods of earth fly towards the cross, hitting the martyr and falling back on the armor of the Romans. The medicine, as the Judeans say ironically, works the wonder. Some of the stones have certainly hit the target, perhaps the wound of a hand or the head itself, because they were aiming high. Jesus moans pitifully and recovers his senses. His thorax begins to breathe again with difficulty, and his head moves from left to right, seeking where it may rest in order to suffer less, but finding nothing but greater pain. With great difficulty, pressing once again on his tortured feet, finding strength in his will, and only in it, Jesus stiffens on the cross. He stands upright, as if he were a healthy man with all his strength. He raises his face, looking with wide open eyes at the world stretched at his feet, at the faraway town, which one can see just indistinctly as a vague whiteness in the mist, and at the dark sky where every trace of blue and of light has disappeared, and to this closed, compact, low sky, resembling a huge slab of dark slate, he shouts in a loud voice, overcoming with his willpower and with the need of his soul, the obstacle of his swollen tongue and his edematous throat. "Eloi! Eloi! Lama sabachthani!" I hear him say so. He must feel that he is dying, and in absolute abandonment by heaven, if he confesses his Father's abandonment with such an exclamation. People laugh and deride him. They insult him, saying,
"God has nothing to do with you. Demons are cursed by God."
Other people shout,
Let us see what Elijah, whom he is calling, will come to save him. And others say, Give him some vinegar, that he may gargle his throat. It helps one's voice. Elijah, oh God, as it is uncertain what this madman wants so far away. A loud voice is required to make oneself heard.
And they laugh like hyenas or like demons. But no soldier gives him vinegar, and no one comes from heaven to give comfort. It is the solitary, total, cruel, also supernaturally cruel agony of the great victim. The avalanches of desolate grief, which had already oppressed him at Gethsemane, come back again. The waves of the sins of all the world come back to strike the shipwrecked innocent, to submerge him in their bitterness. And above all, what comes back is the sensation more crucifying than the cross itself, more despairing than any torture, that God has abandoned him, and that his prayer does not rise to him. And it is the final torture, the one that accelerates death, because it squeezes the last drops of blood out of the pores, because it crushes the remaining fibers of the heart, because it ends what the first knowledge of this abandonment has begun. Death. Because of that, as first cause, my Jesus died, O God, who have struck him for us. Because after your abandonment, through your abandonment, what does a person become? Either insane or dead. Jesus could not become insane, because his intelligence was divine, and sincere intelligence is spiritual. It triumphed over the total trauma of him whom God had struck. So he became a dead man, the dead man, the most holy dead man, the most innocent dead man. He who was the life was dead, killed by your abandonment and by our sins. Darkness becomes deeper. Jerusalem disappears completely. The very slope of Calvary seemed to vanish. Only the top is visible, as if darkness held it high up to receive the only and last surviving light, laying it as an offering with its divine trophy on a pool of liquid onyx, so that it may be seen by love and by hatred. And from that light, which is no longer light, comes the plaintive voice of Jesus. I am thirsty. A wind, in fact, is blowing, which makes even healthy people thirsty. A strong wind that now blows continuously and is full of dust, cold and frightening. And I think of what pain its violent gusts must have caused to the lungs, the heart, the throat of Jesus, and to his frozen, benumbed, wounded limbs. Everything has really combined to torture the martyr. A soldier goes towards a jar in which the assistants of the executioner have put some vinegar with gall, so that with its bitterness it may increase the salivation of those condemned to capital punishment. He takes the sponge immersed in the liquid, he sticks it on a thin yet stiff cane, which is already available nearby, and offers the sponge to the dying victim. Jesus leans eagerly forward towards the approaching sponge. He looks like a starving baby, seeking the nipple of its mother. Mary, who sees and certainly has such a thought, leaning on John, says with a moan,
Oh, and I cannot give him even one of my tears. Oh, breast of mine, why do you not trickle milk? Oh, God, why do you abandon us thus? A miracle for my son. Who will lift me up, so that I may quench his thirst with my blood, since I have no milk?
Jesus, who has greedily sucked the sour, bitter drink, makes a wry face in disgust. Above all, it must act as a corrosive on his wounded, split lips. He withdraws, loses heart, abandons himself. All the weight of his body fall heavily on his feet and forward. His wounded extremities are the parts that suffer the dreadful pain as they are torn open by the weight of the body that abandons itself. It makes no further movements to alleviate such pain. His body, from his hips upwards, is detached from the cross and remains such. His head hangs forward so heavily that his neck seems hollowed in 3 places, at the throat, which is completely sunken, and at both sides of the sternum cleidomastoid. He pants more and more, and interruptedly, and it sounds more like a death rattle. Now and again a painful fit of coughing brings a light rosy foam to his lips, and the intervals between one expiration and the next one are becoming longer and longer. His abdomen is now motionless. Only his thorax still heaves, but laboriously and with difficulty. Pulmonary paralysis is increasing more and more. And fainter, sounding like a child's wailing, comes the invocation. Mother. And the poor wretch whispers, Yes, darling, I am here. And when his sight becomes misty and makes him say, Mother, where are you? I cannot see you anymore. Are you abandoning me as well? And they are not even words, but just a murmur that can hardly be heard by her, who, with her heart rather than with her ears, receives every sigh of her dying son. She says, No, no, son, I will not abandon you. Listen to me, my dear. Your mother is here. She is here, and she only regrets that she cannot come where you are. It is heart-rending. And John weeps openly,
Jesus must hear him weep, but he does not say anything. I think that his impending death makes him speak as if he were raving, and that he does not even know what he says, and unfortunately he does not even understand his mother's consolation and his favourite apostle's love. Longinus, who inadvertently is no longer standing at ease with his arms folded across his chest and one leg crossed over the other alternately, to ease the long weight on his feet, and is now instead standing stiff at attention, his left hand on his sword, his right one held against his side, as if he were on the steps of the imperial throne, does not want to be influenced. But his face is affected in the effort of overcoming his emotion, and his eyes begin to shine with tears that only his iron discipline can refrain. The other soldiers who were playing dice have stopped and have stood up, putting on the helmets that had served to cast the dice, and they are near the little steps dug in the tufa, looking heedful and silent. The others are on duty and cannot move. They look like statues. But some of those who are closer and hear Mary's words mutter something between their lips and shake their heads. There is dead silence. Then in utter darkness, the word, "Everything is accomplished," is clearly heard, and his death rattle grows louder and louder, with longer and longer pauses between one rattle and the next one. Time passes in such distressing rhythm. Life comes back when the air is pierced by the harsh breathing of the dying victim. Life stops when the painful sound is no longer heard. One suffers hearing it. One suffers not hearing it. One says, "Enough of this suffering!" And then one says,
"Oh God, let it not be his last breath!"
All the Marys are weeping, with their heads leaning against the scarp. And their weeping is clearly heard, because the crowd is now silent again to listen to the death rattles of the dying master. There is silence again. Then the supplication pronounced with infinite kindness, with fervent prayer. "Father, into your hand commit my spirit." Further silence. Also the death rattle becomes fainter. It is just a breath confined to his lips and throat. Then there is the last spasm of Jesus, a dreadful convulsion that seems to tear the body with the 3 nails from the cross, rises 3 times from the feet to the head, through all the poor tortured nerves. It heaves the abdomen 3 times in an abnormal way, then leaves it after dilating it as if it were upsetting the viscera, and drops and becomes hollow, as if it were empty. It heaves, swells, and contracts the thorax so violently
that the skin sinks between the ribs, which stretch, appearing under the skin and reopening the wounds of the scourges. It makes the head fall back violently, once, twice, 3 times, hitting the wood hard. It contracts all the muscles of the face in a spasm, accentuating the deviation of the mouth to the right. It opens wide and dilates the eyelids, under which one can see the eyeballs roll, and the sclerotic appear. The body is all bent. In the last of the 3 contractions, it is a drawn arch which vibrates and is dreadful to look at. And then a powerful cry, unimaginable in that exhausted body, bursts forth, rending the air. The loud cry mentioned by the Gospels, and is the first part of the words, "Mother!" And nothing else. His head falls on his chest. His body leans forward. The trembling stops. He breathes no more. He has breathed his last.
The earth replies to the cry of the murdered innocent with a frightening rumble. From 1,000 bugle horn, giants seem to give out only one sound. And on that terrible chord, there are the isolated rending notes of lightning that streaks the sky in all directions, falling on the town, on the temple, on the crowd. I think that some people were struck by lightning because the crowd was struck directly. The lightning is the only irregular light that enables one to see at intervals. And immediately afterwards, while the volley of the thunderbolts still continues, the earth is shaken by a cyclonic whirlwind. The earthquake and the tornado join together to give an apocalyptic punishment to the blasphemers. The summit of Golgotha trembles and quakes like a plate in the hands of a madman, because of the subsaltary and undulatory shocks that shake the 3 crosses so violently that they seem on the point of being overturned. Longinus, John, the soldiers, grab whatever they can, as best they can, not to fall. But John, while grasping the cross with one arm, with the other supports Mary, who, both because of her grief and the unsteadiness, has leaned on his chest. The other soldiers, and in particular those on the side sloping downhill, have had to take shelter in the centre to avoid being thrown down the precipice. The robbers howl with terror. The crowd howls even more and would like to run away, but it is not possible. People fall one on top of the other. They tread on one another. They fall into the fissures of the ground. They hurt themselves. They roll down the slope as if they had gone mad. The earthquake and the tornado recur 3 times. Then there is the absolute immobility of a dead world. Only flashes of lightning, without the rumble of thunder, still streak the sky, illuminating the scene of the Jews fleeing in every direction at their wits' end, their hands stretched forward or raised to the sky, at which they had so far sneered, and of which they are now afraid. Darkness is mitigated by a dim light, which, increased by the silent magnetic lightning, enables one to see that many are lying on the ground. I do not know whether they are dead or have fainted. A house is on fire inside the walls, and the flames rise up straight in the still air. A bright red spot in the grey-green atmosphere. Mary raises her head from John's chest and looks at her, Jesus. She calls him, as she cannot see him well in the dim light, and her poor eyes are full of tears. She calls him 3 times. Jesus! 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 It is the first time that she calls him by his name since she has been on Calvary. Then, as a flash forms a kind of crown over the top of Golgotha, she sees him, motionless, or bent forward, with his head hanging so much forward and to the right that his cheek touches his shoulder and his chin rests on his ribs. And she understands. She stretches out her hands in the dark air and shouts, "My son! My son! My son!" She then listens. Also her mouth is open. She seems to be wanting to hear also with it, as her eyes are wide open to see. She cannot believe that her Jesus is no longer. John, who has also looked and heard and has understood that everything is over, embraces Mary and tries to take her away, saying, "He no longer suffers." But before the apostle finishes his sentence, Mary, who has understood, frees herself. She turns round, she bends towards the ground, she covers her eyes with her hands and shouts, "I no longer have my son!" She then staggers and would fall if John did not hold her against his heart, and he then sits down on the ground to sustain her on his chest more easily until the Marys, no longer held back by the upper circle of armed soldiers. Because since the Jews have run away, the Roman soldiers have gathered in the open space below, commenting on the event. Replace the apostle near the mother. The Magdalene sits where John was, and she almost lays Mary on her knees, holding her between her arms and her breast, kissing her deadly pale face, which is reclined on her compassionate shoulder. Martha and Susanna, with a sponge and a linen cloth soaked in vinegar, moistens her temples and nostrils, while her sister-in-law, Mary, kisses her hands, calling her in a heart-rending voice. And as soon as Mary opens her eyes again and casts a glance that her grief makes, so to say, dull, she says to her, "Daughter, my beloved daughter, listen. Tell me that you see me. I am your Mary. Don't look at me so." And as the first sob opens Mary's throat and her first tears begin to fall, the good Mary of our fears says, "Yes, weep here with me, as if you were near a mother, my poor holy daughter." And when she hears her say, "Oh, Mary, Mary, have you seen?" she moans, "Yes, I have. But daughter, oh, daughter." Mary can find no other words, and weeps. She weeps disconsolately, echoed by all the other women. That is, Martha and Mary, John's mother, and Susanna. The other pious women are no longer there. I think that they have gone away, and the shepherds with them, when that feminine cry was heard. The soldiers are speaking in low voices to one another.
Have you noticed the Judeans? They were afraid now. And they were beating their breasts. The priests were the most terrorized. What a fright! I have seen other earthquakes, but never like this one. Look, the ground is full of fishes. And the whole stretch of the long way has slid down over there. And there are bodies under it. Leave them. So many snakes less. Oh, another fire in the country. But is he really dead? Can't you see? Do you doubt it?
Joseph and Nicodemus appear from behind the rock. They had certainly taken shelter there, behind the protection of the mountain, to save themselves from the thunderbolts. They go to Longinus.
We want the corpse. Only the proconsul can grant it. Go quick, because I heard that the Judeans wanted to go to the Praetorium to obtain permission to fracture his legs. I would not like them to disfigure his body. How do you know? A report of the ensign. Go, I will wait.
The two men rush down the steep road and disappear. It is at this moment that Longinus approaches John, and in a low voice says something to him, which I do not understand. Then he makes the soldier give him a lance. He looks at the women, who are all attending to Mary, who is slowly recovering her strength. They have all their backs turned to the cross. Longinus places himself in front of the crucified. He ponders carefully how to deal the blow, and he strikes it. The lance penetrates deeply from the bottom upwards, from right to left. John, wavering between the desire to see and the horror of seeing, makes a wry face for a moment.
It is done, my friend,
says Longinus, and he ends.
Better so, as for a night, and without fracturing bones. He was really a just man.
A lot of water and just a trickle of blood, already tending to clot, drip from the wound. I said drip. They only come out trickling from the neat cut that remains motionless. Whereas, had there been any breathing, it would have opened and closed with the movements of the thorax and abdomen. While on Calvary everything remains in this tragic situation, I join Joseph and Nicodemus, who are going down along a shortcut to gain time. They are almost at the bottom when they meet Gamaliel, an unkempt Gamaliel, with no headgear, no mantle, with his magnificent garment soiled with mould and torn by bramble. A Gamaliel who is running, climbing, and panting, with his hands in his thin, very grizzled hair of an elderly man. They speak to one another without stopping.
Gamaliel, you! You, Joseph? Are you leaving him? No, I am not. But how come you are here, and in that state? Dreadful things! I was in the temple, the sign! The temple door unhinged! The purple hyacinth veil is hanging torn! The Holy of Holies is open! There is anathema upon us! He has spoken while running towards the summit, driven mad by the test. The two men look at him go. They look at each other. They say together, "These stones will shudder at my last words." He had promised him. They hasten their pace towards the town. In the country, between the mountain and the walls, and beyond them, many people looking idiotic are wandering in the still dim light. They howl, weep, and lament. Some say, "His blood has rained fire!" Some exclaim, "Jehovah has appeared in the midst of the lightning to curse the temple!" Some moan, "The sepulchres! The sepulchres!" Joseph gets hold of a man who is striking his head against the walls and calls him by his name, dragging him as he enters the town. "Simon, what are you saying?" "Leave me! You are dead too! All dead! All outside, and they curse me!" "He has gone mad," says Nicodemus. They leave him, and they hasten towards the Praetorium. The town is a prey to terror. People roam, beating their breasts. People who jump backwards or turn around, frightened, upon hearing a voice or steps behind them. In one of the many dark archivolts, the apparition of Nicodemus, dressed in white wool, because in order to be quicker, he has taken off his dark mantle on Golgotha, causes a fleeing Pharisee to utter a cry of terror. He then realizes that it is Nicodemus, and he clings to his neck with a strange effusion, shouting, "Don't curse me! My mother appeared to me and said, 'Be cursed forever!'" And then he collapses on the ground, moaning, "I'm afraid! I'm afraid!" "They are all mad," say the two men. They arrive at the Praetorium, and it is only here, while waiting to be received by the proconsul, that Joseph and Nicodemus understand the reason for so much terror. Many sepulchres had been opened by the earthquake, and there were people who swore that they had seen skeletons come out of them, and that for a moment they resumed human appearance and were going about accusing and cursing those who were guilty of the deicide. I leave them in the entrance hall of the Praetorium, which Jesus' two friends enter without so many stupid horrors and fears of contamination. And I go back to Calvary, joining Gamaliel, who, by now exhausted, is climbing the last few meters. He is proceeding, striking his breast, and when he arrives at the first of the two open spaces, he throws himself on the ground, face downwards, a long white form on the yellowish ground. And he says, moaning, "The sign! The sign! Tell me that you forgive me." A whisper, even only a whisper, to tell me that you hear me and forgive me. I understand that he thinks that Jesus is still alive, and he changes his mind only when a soldier, pushing him with his lance, says, "Get up and be silent! It's of no use. You should have thought of that previously. He's dead, and I, a heathen, am telling you. This man, whom you have crucified, was really the Son of God." "Dead? Are you dead? Oh!"
Gamaliel raises his terrorized face. He tries to see as far up as the top in the twilight. He cannot see much. But he can see enough to realize that Jesus is dead. And he sees the compassionate group that is consoling Mary, and John standing on the left side of the cross and weeping, and Longinus standing straight on the right side, solemn in his respectful posture. He kneels down, stretches his arms out, and weeping says,
It was you! It was you! We can no longer be forgiven. Oh, we have asked your blood upon us, and it cries to heaven, and heaven curses us. Oh, but you were mercy. I say to you, I, the destroyed rabbi of Judah, your blood on us, for pity's sake. Sprinkle us with it, because only your blood can impetrate forgiveness for us.
and he weeps. And then, in a lower voice, he confesses his torture.
I have the requested sign, but ages and ages of spiritual blindness are upon my interior sight, and against my present will rises the voice of my proud thought of the past. Have mercy on me, light of the world. Let one of your rays descend on the darkness that did not understand you. I am the old Judean, faithful to what I thought was justice, and it was error. I am now a barren land, no longer with any of the ancient trees of the ancient faith, without any seed or stalk of the new faith. I am an arid desert. Work the miracle of making a flower that has your name. Spring up in this poor heart of an old, obstinate Israelite. Since you are the liberator, come into my poor thought, which is a prisoner of formulas. Isaiah says so. He paid for sinners and took upon himself the sins of many. Oh, also mine, Jesus Nazarene.
he stands up. He looks at the cross, which is becoming neater and neater in the light that is clearing up. And then he goes away, stooping, aged, destroyed. And on Calvary there is once again silence, just broken by Mary's weeping. The two robbers, worn out by fear, no longer speak. Nicodemus and Joseph arrive back running, and they say that they have Pilate's permission. But Longinus, who is not too trustful, sends a horse soldier to the proconsul to learn what he has to do also with regard to the two robbers. The soldier goes and comes back at a gallop with the order to hand over Jesus and break the legs of the other two, by will of the Jews. Longinus calls the 4 executioners, who are cravenly crouched under the rock, still terrorized by what has happened, and orders them to give the robbers the death blow with a club, which takes place without any protest by Disma, to whom the blow of the club delivered to his heart after striking his knees breaks in half. On his lips the name of Jesus in a death rattle. The other robber utters horrible curses. Their death rattles are lugubrious. The 4 executioners would also like to take care of Jesus, taking him down from the cross, but Joseph and Nicodemus do not allow them. Also Joseph takes off his mantle and tells John to do likewise and to hold the ladders while they climb them with levers and tongs. Mary stands up trembling, supported by the women, and she approaches the cross. In the meantime, the soldiers, having fulfilled their task, go away. And Longinus, before descending beyond the lower open space, turns round from the height of his black horse to look at Mary and at the crucified. Then the noise of the hooves resounds on the stones, and that of the weapons against the armour, and fades away in the distance. The left palm is unnailed. The arm falls along the body, which is now hanging semi-detached. They tell John to climb up as well, leaving the ladders to the women, and John, after climbing up where Nicodemus was previously, passes Jesus' arm round his neck and holds it so, hanging completely on his shoulder, embraced at the waist by his arm, and held by the tips of the fingers not to touch the horrible gash of the left hand, which is almost open. When the feet are unnailed, John has to make a great effort to hold and support the body of his master between the cross and his own body. Mary has already placed herself at the foot of the cross, sitting with her back against it, ready to receive her Jesus in her lap. But the unnailing of the right arm is the most difficult operation. Despite all John's efforts, the body is hanging completely forward and the head of the nail is deeply sunk in the flesh. And as they do not want to make the wound worse, the 2 compassionate men work hard. At last, the nail is seized with the tongs and pulled out gently. John has been holding Jesus all the time by the armpits, with his head hanging on his shoulder, while Nicodemus and Joseph get hold of him, one at the thighs, the other at the knees, and they cautiously come down the ladders. when on the ground they would like to lay him on the sheet that they have spread on their mantles. But Mary wants him. She has opened her mantle, letting it hang on one side, and she is sitting with her knees rather apart to form a cradle for her Jesus. While the disciples are turning round to give her son to her, the crowned head falls back, and the arms hang down towards the ground, and the wounded hands would rub on the soil, if the pity of the pious women did not hold them up to prevent that. He is now in his mother's lap, and he looks like a big, tired child who is asleep, all cuddled up in his mother's lap. Mary is holding him with her right arm round the shoulders of her son, and the left one stretched over the abdomen to support him, also by the hips. Jesus' head is resting on his mother's shoulder, and she calls him. She calls him in a heart-rending voice. She then detaches him from her shoulder and caresses him with her left hand. She takes and stretches out his hands, and before folding them on his dead body, she kisses them and weeps on their wounds. Then she caresses his cheeks, particularly where they are bruised and swollen. She kisses his sunken eyes, his mouth lightly twisted to the right and half open. She would like to tidy his hair, as she has tidied his beard encrusted with blood. But in doing so, she touches the thorns. She stings herself trying to remove the crown, and she wants to do it by herself, with the only hand which is free, and she rejects everybody saying, "No, no, I will. And she seems to be holding the tender head of a newborn baby with her fingers. So delicately does she do it. And when she succeeds in removing the torturing crown, she bends to cure all the scratches of the thorns with her kisses. With a trembling hand, she parts his ruffled hair. She tidies it and weeps, speaking in a low voice. And with her fingers, she wipes the tears that drop on the cold body covered with blood. And she thinks of cleaning it with her tears and her veil, which is still round Jesus' loins. And she pulls one end of it towards herself, and she begins to clean and dry the holy limbs with it. And she continually caresses his face, then his hands, and his bruised knees, and then reverts to drying his body, on which endless tears are dropping. And while doing so, her hand touches the gash on his chest. Her little hand, covered with the linen veil, enters almost completely into the large hole of the wound. Mary bends to see in the dim light which is formed, and she sees. She sees the chest torn open, and the heart of her son. She utters a cry then. A sword seems to be splitting her heart. She shouts and then throws herself on her son, and she seems dead too. They succor and console her. They want to take her divine dead son away from her. And as she shouts, where shall I put you? In which place? Safe and worthy of you? Joseph, all bent in a respectful bow, his open hand pressed against his chest, says, Take courage, O woman. My sepulchre is new and worthy of a great man. I give it to him. And my friend here, Nicodemus, has already taken the spices to the sepulchre, and he wishes to offer them. But I beg you, as it is getting dark, let us proceed. It is preparation day. Be good, O holy woman. Also John and the women beg her likewise, and Mary allows her son to be removed from her lap. And she stands up distressed, while they envelop him in a sheet, begging, Oh, do it gently. Nicodemus and John at the shoulders, Joseph at the feet. They lift the corpse enveloped, not only in the sheet, but resting also on the mantles, which act as a stretcher, and they set out down the road. Mary, supported by her sister-in-law and by the Magdalene, goes down towards the sepulchre, followed by Martha, Mary of Zebedee, and Susanna, who have picked up the nails, the tongs, the crown, the sponge, and the cane. On Calvary remain the 3 crosses, the central one of which is bare, and the other 2 have their living trophies who are dying. And now, says Jesus, pay attention. I spare you the description of the burial, which was well described last year, on 19th of February 1944. So you will use that one, and P.M. At the end of it will put Mary's lamentation, which I gave on 4th of October 1944. Then you will put the new visions you see. They are new parts of the Passion, and are to be put very carefully in their places to avoid confusion and lacunae.